Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. It's fucking hot in Maine. It's like it's borderline too toasty. It's really getting right to the point where I'm like, I'm bordering on slightly uncomfortable type shit. More than I am currently, like, fully comfortable at this point in time. It is becoming just like a smidge of an issue, if I do say so myself. Are we still legendary lists? I don't want to talk about it. Leon, another day, another first. Hoofsy, good day. Sauce, RIP, the streak, Nin, Moin. Hatred, good day, brother, and all my beautiful lurkers out there. Hope you guys are having great days. So it's raining the next 4 days. So are we about to get rain up this way now? Because I'll be honest, I haven't really checked the long-term weather. I don't think we have like 4 days of rain planned. Hold on. I can literally check my weather right now and tell you. Because as of right now, for beautiful sunshiny Maine, we are looking at... that hits us later. So that hits us next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We got rain, like 3 days. Just straight up. So we might be cooked. Yo, Pen, what up, dude? Good morning. I see what weapons and talents you're using. Yeah, of course. Just be aware. Be aware. Sorry. My build is bugged right now. And part of the reason why I haven't switched off of it is because I truly believe the build fucks when it actually works. My damage is currently low. So, B Fury, going for a legendary. Also, haven't fully upgraded it because I'm waiting for a fucking legendary. Just settled on 3 stars. Crab Shield, which, Crab Shield's great, but there's also a bug with Crab Shield right now. Well, more with B Fury's interaction with Crab Shield, where B Fury doesn't stack up our Shell of the Devourer. So until they fix that, I may unironically switch, but really I do like Crab Shield a lot. It's just the inconvenience right now of my final combo attacks not giving me a stack really kind of fucks it. So basically that's the bug with it. B Fury has a couple of oh no's with it. So B Fury doesn't build stacks of Shell of the Devourer, and then it also doesn't actually consume our sunlight. So this would be what I was running if sunlight was actually working. I'd basically be trying to proc the sunlight as frequently as possible, get burns up, get dots up, extra instances of damage, summon a shitload of bees out. However, that's not working right now. So I effectively neuter the entire build and then just go there. So that way I have more crit chance and more crit damage on my abilities. Or sorry, on my attacks, grab 4% fervor and then call it good. So this is kind of like, I call it the worst case scenario build for the time being. I also need one more ring. I haven't fucking found another ring. I think I'd rather have fervor than crit. But thoughts on Glory and Dom? Love using it with an Arsenal B Fury. Oh, yeah. Dom is the popular choice right now. Glory's an interesting run to one. Oh, holy shit. Wow, that just cooked me. Interesting one to run with it. Fuck me, you just almost had me. You just almost stroked me out, dog. And not in the good way. So anyways, an interesting one to run with Dom because of the emphasis on block resets. So I have a Dom in my storage that I can show people. So basically with Dominion. Dominion is a popular choice for a lot of people right now. You have your Heartsteel, your final combo attack deals an additional 15% of your armor as fizz damage. Just straight up 15%. So pretty strong when you're stacking a lot of armor. Fortifying Cry also increases the armor of all allies within 40 meters by 100% for 10 seconds. And then as you upgrade this, you get some damage mitt while it's on cooldown. Blocking reduces the cooldown of this by 2 seconds, any block, and it increases your move speed. So there are definitely some things that you can run to enable your Heartsteel a little bit more with this. It's really solid though. Big emphasis on blocks, big emphasis on resetting with Glory. If you're running that, your Whirlwind, it's really, really, really solid. So yeah, all things considered, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I really like the concept of Bee Fury, but the practice of Bee Fury right now is a lot rougher than it will be once the bugs are fixed, if that makes sense. Priest Ram with Spear and Dominion is OP. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's like your cookie cutter meta build. Like, I could switch on Ram, and then I could go farm up a Gork and Ratsies today. And, like, you do a shitload of damage, and you also never fucking die to anything. So, Domesco doubles the Star Steel proc. It's so silly with the tank. Whoa, wait. So you get the double proc? Is that the same thing with Bee Fury if Bee Fury double procs on Dominion? Cause like, I was thinking about fucking with Dom today. Honestly, the thing that's kind of cooked about Crab right now, Heart Steel scales off your armor. Right. Oh yeah, you're talking about Fortifying Cry? Yeah. Gives you a big burst. So the entire thing with this build right now, effectively, is that every 15 seconds, you end up doing a shitload of damage, right? And then if you time that up when this is off cooldown, then you get a proc that is double this damage. And then if you stack up a bunch of crit damage, then you also get a nice bump into the damage from your crit damage itself, which is the big facilitator of it. Keep in mind, Swarm Lord gives you 10% armor from Bee Fury as well. So if you wanted to try that instead of Glory, you could. Amon Ram is just fucking stupid, honestly. Benediction stacks up to 5 times, and then your Smite deals extra damage to nearby enemies and resets the cooldown of Ram Veil and makes it instant if this critically strikes. Ram Veil is your active. It's an 8-second cooldown, emits bright light around you, dealing % faith magic damage to nearby enemies and consuming all Benediction stacks. If 5 stacks are consumed, increases your crit strength, crit chance and fervor by 10% for 15 seconds. And then Benediction stacks have a 15% chance to be refunded when consumed, and its crit damage is up. It's on an 8-second coolie, and then you are just building the fuck out of Benediction stacks off everything that you're doing. So it's just a constant build stacks, consume stacks to spend it, ramp fervor, ramp crit strike. It's so good. Yo, Mad Russian, what up, comrade? Thank you for showing me this game. It's great. I'm glad you're having fun, brother. What are you playing for your class? Ram's a little nuts. Yeah. Ram anything is really good. And then if you throw in a Gork and Ratsies with it, bro, it's just is strong, warrior. Ooh, wait, what weapons have you liked so far? Go to the legendary yesterday. I feel it's your time today, brother. What did you get? Like, congratulations, but also fuck you. Like, what do you mean? I'm only at level 5. Oh, you're gonna have fun then. You're gonna have fun. If you're only level 5 right now and you're already having fun, once you actually get into the thick of it, so to say. Oh, Clam? Dude, Clam's so good though. To use Ursio, no, but I wish it was easier to see Ram stacks. Yeah, it is a little peculiar because the Ram stack indicator, I was messing around with it a little yesterday, but I believe it doesn't have a dedicated icon, so to say. Which I also think this is something that'll come with, yeah, it's the W8 icon. So it does put it first on your actual bar, but it's also like, doesn't really have any indicator around it whatsoever, which is kind of tragic. But I mean, even just smacking this shit, like 5 stacks comes insanely fast, and then you are pretty much always going to be able to get your coolies up. I mean, it's just, dude, it's a strong build, just straight up. There's really no other way to say it. Because honestly, if you're using Reclep Pin, I'm sitting at 25% crit chance, and then I also have more crit chance going out because of my tree right now. But this is also consuming my sunlight. So if I have sunlight procs out the ass, and this is without either of these weapons fully upgraded, by the way. Just like neither of them fully upgraded. So this is again like a suboptimal setup in the main hand anyways. Or sorry, in the arsenal slot. Likely in my arsenal slot with this. I don't know if I'd run Mad Buzz. as much as I would run Bee Fury. Hold on, let me get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'd run Bee Fury Arsenal. Requires out of combat. Bitch, I'm trying to get out of combat, but the dummy keeps fucking taunting me. I swear, I'm trying to get myself out of here. I swear, honest to goodness. Let's see. So, throw this bad boy on, and then Swarm Lord is an immediate magic damage armor buff. Spear's also good. Spear's disgusting. Ramdom Spear is like the meta build right now, which I have a feeling it's gonna get adjusted. But I feel like I don't know what's gonna get adjusted about it. The thing about it that makes it really strong is the armor scaling and the availability of that. So I feel like the big crux of it is honestly the Dominion scaling armor at 15% into the combo. That's probably gonna be, if I had to guess, I would say this is what's adjusted, and then the percentage of this turns into like a flat armor instead of just a straight armor double. I almost feel like this interaction is like stronger than they wanted it to be. Now, the caveat to that is I have zero fucking clue whatsoever what to expect with, whoops. I have no clue whatsoever what to expect with the actual build once it's all set up. This is a complete, like, bugged as shit build right now, to be completely honest. It's a little unfortunate that effectively nothing in this build works. So, also, Nid, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. Leon, have fun, be safe. What's the fastest way to level? Fastest way? Honestly, like mob grinding, once you've got yourself a couple of good weapons. There are a few mob grinds that are just like really strong. So you can mob grind as your fastest way. However, I would recommend exploration, especially on your first character. The world is actually really fun to explore. It's a really large map. So you're gonna find a lot of, I'll show you my new character, for instance, right? So this is what we start out with, and it's a few checkpoints on the map. So keep this in mind, and then when I go back onto my main, I'll show you what the map looks like over there. Because it is truly, brother, like night and day difference when you're looking at how much there is to do over here, how much there is to see. Kendo, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful... Can't stop playing this game, so good. Isn't it just fucking flawless, brother? Now, one thing that I was saying about the game very early on, when they were still having pretty substantial server issues, was that once this is all sorted... Oh, that's Faith on Hands. I just had that sitting around. Never realized I had that sitting around. I would have used that way before now. Fuck me. That's slightly tragic. All right. It's fine, though. It's fine. I didn't need that anyways. Why would I want more main stat? I need to get some bags over here, and that'll help a lot, but even that's going to be enough for now. Definitely explore on your first character. Yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind, you also have, like, server-wide, account-wide, like, account on that server-wide storage. So, what I just did was I hopped over to one of my alts. I grabbed a bunch of stuff out of the bank. So now I can throw the rest of my main shit in the bank, and I use the alt as a storage character. So there are some things that I hold on to, like purple weapons, because somebody may need those, may, you know, want to trade one down the road, whatever it may be. So there are some things that I'll hold on to, a bee trinket to make sure that I have one of those in case they get fixed. These, I believe, this is a rarer drop. This, I can't remember if it's farmable or not in dungeons, so I just kind of hold on to it. Anyways, extra mounts, shit like that. I hold on to a lot of that, but a lot of the mats just take up space. So I try to organize as much as I can to at least give myself a little bit of space. But book is pretty formable, easily off SpongeBob. Oh, okay, cool. SpongeBob. What a beautiful name. Crab drops a book. Oh, okay, cool. So book's pretty formable. Can you farm spark crystals in this game? I have news for you, my boy. So, there is currently one singular way to get spark crystals. And I do hope that this is addressed, because all they need to do is make a quest repeatable. I know, crazy concept. But, out here, at Lee Van Glyph, keep in mind, map comparison, by the way, this is what my alt had unlocked. This is the rest of the map. I would definitely explore. The hearts? Yes. Yep, the hearts. Only thing is, this is a one-time completion. So the only way to farm up spark crystals right now is to farm up hearts, 10 of them, make an alt, run it out there, get there safely, grab your hearts, turn them in, get a crystal, put the crystal in your storage, transfer it over. It's a little bit tedious, but effectively people just make a character, run it out, delete a character. So it's not repeatable at all. It's a one-time completion on your main, which is a little tragic. A little tragic. Yo, Sleazy, what up, dog? Or one-time completion per character, I should say. So you literally just make a character, run that, get the crystal, deposit the crystal, delete the character over and over and over and over and over again. Can you just recycle purple weapons for spark? Not for the crystals. The crystals are only coming in from... I'll just rip one of these real quick to show. So those are glittering essences for enchanting, but the actual spark crystals are completing the most difficult activities, such as heroics, which aren't in yet. So once heroic dungeons come in, which those are, if we peep le roadmap here, my French is getting better, by the way. If we peep the roadmap, heroic mode is set to come in during early access, but as of right now, heroic mode isn't in yet. So when we look at attempting to acquire these, just heroic dungeons in that one quest, and unfortunately heroics aren't in yet. So how to get the one crystal again? Yeah, it's a quest. So basically you go out, it's in Nascent down here, just at the bottom of this little fortified area, this barracks area. So it's right here, Lee Van Glyph, Heart of the Matter. So you need to farm up ephemeral hearts. Ephemeral hearts drop off of spirits. I don't know if I have any in my storage or if I transferred them. So I have 24 over here. So spirits, you can find some of those down in this area. It has some spirits where you can farm hearts. There was a farm. I want to say this was also an ephemeral heart farm. Let's see. What else did I use for heart farms? There's definitely more than just those two areas. Structure behind the quest has them also. Yeah, right back here. Is there a third area that you can get them really well? That's lazy. Thank you for the 15-day. But it's 10 hearts. So, is the quest level gated? Can I run out low-level characters and get it if I have a friend helping? It isn't quest gated to my knowledge. I think you can just pick up everything as you go because it's all just NPC interactions to my knowledge. I haven't heard of it being quest gated. Now, I still haven't found a fucking legendary worth upgrading. Sorry, slight moment there. So my first goal before I worry about the alts is farming my ephemeral hearts, stacking those up, having those in the first place, and then finding a goddamn legendary, which still haven't, by the way. Literally worse luck NA. It's because I'm not abusing a meta build, by the way. I'm just, like, I'm doing my own thing. I'm vibing. I'm trying to be an advocate for fixing some bugs with some builds. And I'm getting fucking punished for it, dog. I definitely feel like I'm getting a little punished for it. I'm a little sad, all things considered. But it's okay. It's okay. Abuse that motherfucker. I cannot. I must be ethical. I want to upgrade wing sabers. Are you a warrior? Just run warrior. No. Brother, like, I could run warrior. I could run rogue. I could run ram spear. I literally could run just about whatever I wanted to run. But I can't bring myself when the content's dying in the way that it is to just fully sell out on a build that I don't want to play because it's better than my build. Supposedly if your B last hits the boss, you can't claim rewards. Yup. Yup, I've gone down to a few of those bad boys. But somebody's got to do it, dog. Somebody's got to do it. I got plenty of time. If I lose a couple of boss kills over the course of a day, it's not the end of the world. So, it is what it is. That's unlucky. Yeah, you want to know the unluckiest part? Bees aren't even spawning nearly as frequently as they should be. Because my Bee Fury doesn't consume my sunlight. I can build it, but I can't consume it. I also was using Crab Shield, which my Bee Fury finishers weren't building Crab Shield stacks, which is really unfortunate because that's the only way that Crab Shield stays competitive with other shields. And by other shields, I literally just mean Dom. That's it. That's the competition. It's Crab Shield and Dom. So like now, I just get random pops of 550 damage. As long as I pop those coolies, and that's without even having everything all set up. Let's get rid of Bee Fury. I'm not getting rid of Bee Fury. I think the largest issue, if I'm being honest, was that I chose to not abuse, and I don't want to say abuse and put it in a bad light, but like Dom is just so much free damage. It's basically another hard-hitting ability every what, 15 seconds when it's actually upgraded. So like when we're looking at my my unwillingness to stack the shit out of Dom as well, that definitely contributed. I mean, that's an 853 crit without even having anything. Yo, wait, peep the health. I'm 420 plus 69 shield. There's no fucking way this might be the greatest build ever assembled. What the fuck do you mean right now? Hold on. Chat, we've done it. Chat, we've done it. I can't change a single piece of my gear. I cannot change a single piece of my gear. The 420-69 build is in full effect. Holy shit. See, the only bad thing is that without blocking, which I'll have to make sure I'm blocking pretty much every opportunity that I get. But without blocking, the cooldown on my 2 is slow as fuck. So my judgment is gonna be a little bit, slower. And like, judgment's a huge tick of damage as well. So, like, being able to block is gonna be a large game changer to that. But I mean, as long as I'm getting finishes up, because that's just my judgment heal, and I can at least get, you know, damage and shield out, and then I can get a full one out. Which will be a large game changer. So, I mean, I guess I just alternate the judgments on cooldown, because I can always get damage out on it. So it's not like I'll be missing out on the damage side of judgment. And then once everything else comes up, I can just filter that in, because I'll always get 2 procs on it. And already, I'm not gonna lie, Dom definitely contributes damage that I don't have into the build. As much as I want to stick out my Crab Shield and live my dream, I think I have a shitload of healing in the first place right now with this build in general. Like, I genuinely feel like healing is not the issue. So I kind of think the objective today, I need to, first things first, probably do an inventory at Crimson 3. Because I need some dust for my upgrades. Because I'm gonna have to end up upgrading my weapons. That'll also get me the kills that I need to level my Dom, because my Dom isn't actually leveled right now. So I'll start out probably leveling Dom and Ram out there, just in case I do decide to use Ram. I'm not going to use Ram, though. Once those are leveled, and I have an inventory full, we probably go Lego farm. Do you get a Lego? I'm cursed, dude. I am quite literally always cursed, brother. Today will be the day, though. I do not have a Lego yet, but I have switched in Dominion over Crab Shield just for the time being until some bugs get fixed. Lego, legendary. I'm absolutely cursed. Try to DM someone that was gonna trade skunk. Oh no, wait, did you get skunked? Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. Yo, hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. All right, I'm gonna need some PvP. I'm gonna need some PvP options over here. Motherfucker ignored me. I'm so tilted. Do you think he just got a better offer and egoed you with the better offer? Like, what was the trade? Also, Coop, level 20 rings and necklaces in terms of the greens. You're going to want to try to find level 19 to 20 named mobs that you can farm on repeat. And then, my boy, greatness shall find you. That was a little 450 damage chunk. Oh, wait, that wasn't with Ram. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Basically, the named mobs will have a chance to drop armor pieces, more or less. They theoretically can drop weapons, but I'm gonna be completely real. I have not seen a weapon drop from any of these mobs at any point in time. They had to be 19 to 20. If you want to get level 20, because named mobs, I believe, are dropping their level. I think 20 mobs are dropping their level, and then underneath should be dropping their level +1 unless they've changed it. So this is... Oh no, it's their level now. They fixed it. So, you'll want to find 20s if you can for level 20 stuff. But if I'm being honest, your most optimal farm, so to say, is going to just be coming out here to the Crimson 3 and running this on loop over and over and over again and filling up your inventory. So you'll notice that I get a bunch of spark dust. It's literally, as you cross the bridge into Valley of the Eternal Autumn, you just kill these 3 mobs on loop, like these 3 packs. And then you can also come over here if you really want to, and you can kill the beekeepers for just a little bit of extra, you know, extra kill, and you can fill out your codex with those bad boys. But it's really good for leveling weapons because you're getting multiple kills every single pack. It is really good for getting greens to disenchant, and you can get green jewelry as well. So the ring at level 20 gives 31. Necklace at level 16, which you'd get out here, is giving 38. So I'm still kind of half fishing for another ring, because right now I have a Signet of the Wizard, which is still fine. It's Vit, Magic Pen, and Fervor. Not the end of the day. Not the worst at the end of the day, but I am definitely trying to probably get either a second crit ring or find myself another Fervor. Just either way, being able to have one of those, but it's fine on a crit necklace. Yeah, I mean, I'm using a Fervor neck right now, but honestly, either Fervor or crit over the crafted rings is good enough for me, if I'm being real. Like, I'm not too picky about it. So I would just like to find another green ring with one of my good secondaries on it and focus in that. Then I gotta cut some gems for it, which isn't gonna be too shabby at all. That's not a big thing. But yeah, get some gems cut. Try to get optimized a little bit with the gear. That shit does hit really hard when it pops, man. Like, it kind of fucking slaps. I'm not gonna lie. From the Sparkling Bee, didn't realize that was the best way. Oh, it's Sparkling Bee for crit ring specifically? Or is it just jewelry out the ass from the Sparkling Bee farm? What's bringing you over there? You're from NA? Yes, I'm from NA. Unfortunately, for a lot of people. Seems I have a lot of very helpful friends on EU that would love to bail me out. It's okay though. I've said, like, my first time playing through, especially with a game like this, I really value, at least my first time again, trying to not rely on the streamer loot aspect of it, like the chat side, and try to just brute force farm stuff so I don't feel like I'm just not playing the game. It's a little bit of a me thing more than anything, but got a lot of crit rings from Ben, level 20 commander. Yeah, Ben's an asshole, bro. When I was leveling, I kept having to fight him. Ben patrols, if I remember correctly, up here? Right? Like south of the Exod obby, if I'm not tripping? Or am I making that up? Because I feel like it's this area that I kept fighting him. Because that was at this, like, field farm. I think. But yeah, Ben's another good one. This one drops plans and runes like crazy too. If you don't have all of your runes, he's there. Fucking genius. Smartest man alive out here, ask me anything. Ben's a really good one because Ben, if you're using your level 20 ability, can also drop runes for your 20 ability. As far as I know, you have to be killing mobs that are at or above the level of the ability you're trying to find runes for. So, RAM upgrade available? Oh, RAM, your upgrade, bitch. What up, Phil? Hope you're having a good day, brother. What's the universe really made out of? Dank memes and $100 an ounce weed, because there's really no need for anything that's overpriced these days. Weed's just too good to rely on that overpriced bullshit. But I feel like memes definitely are a large proponent of it. Bro might be the new genius. Listen, I knew I've been here. People just ain't been listening, dog. I tells it like I sees it. And I feel like we ignore the very good things in life, such as the danktivity of the memes, and also just not taking shit seriously because we're all gonna die anyways. Fuck it. The universe about to be made of my ass. As soon as I die, they put me in the ground, and then I literally disintegrate and then get eaten by bugs and stuff. It's a weird cycle that we live. But thank God for the internet, so we can occupy ourselves in between the birth and the death, right? Confidently drops level 20 runes and high level accessories. Yeah. Chad, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah. Ben is an absolute banger farm. The big thing about this is if you're not necessarily worried about, you know, exclusively level 20 jewelry, and you're cool with level 16 jewelry, you can also come out here like, I just found another fervor neck. So, you can come out here and you can farm up a whole bunch of spark dust if you have weapons you're trying to upgrade. You can get a whole shitload of greens to salvage as well for just general mats. It's a really chill farm. Also, again, great for leveling weapons, simply because you're killing so many mobs all the fucking time. Literally all the time. It is constant, which is, in my opinion, the best part of it. There's very little, like, downtime with farms, and I kind of get bored when I'm at a farm that has a lot of downtime. If I'm being honest, I very much don't enjoy it. I'm gonna have a level 21 item. Yeah, so the level 21 items came from the early days of the playtest. Basically, every named mob was dropping their level +1. I don't know if it was named and shinies, but it was at least names. They were dropping their level +1, so level 20 mobs were dropping level 21 items, which... slight bug, but also not the end of the world. I went 2 days ago. Was it from a shiny then? Did you kill a shiny, or how'd you get yours? Because I haven't found one in a while. I found one like 5 days ago or some bullshit. Getting my hand on a skunk, tired of this chuck. Bro, just play a warrior and then one Which one of you is that? Chat, which one of you is this? Somebody's running out right now to turn some hearts into a crystal. Can't one-shot shark motherfucker be flying? Well, okay. Finish his phases in one hit. Sorry that I was a little exaggeratory. That's my bad entirely. I am so sorry. Just do, fucking 30% of his health in one combo, and then everything will be just fine. And shoot his ass while he flies. Couldn't a mage theoretically do that too? But, like, then you're playing mage. It's a little unfortunate. Just wanted to say Subnautica 2 is very beautiful. I just wanted to say you're very beautiful. I don't know, I don't like mages. Yeah, same vibe. I would rather do just about anything than play a mage. And those that know me know my hatred for the casters. I feel as though they live far too easy of a life and effectively have nothing to worry about. They are like the cats of the MMO world, which, fitting, I know. But they just lounge around all day. They free cast in 99% of games because I, a hardworking girthy melee, am out doing the hard work. You really fucking hate to see it. Really hate it, beautiful. You really hate to see it. You can go back to the main menu and respawn at convenient locations and then reset if you want sparkling ones. That is true, because it just layer hops you every time you respawn. Wait, so does every companion have sparkly version of companion? Today I learned. Excited for the new class in the roadmap? Which one are you looking forward to the most? I'm really... I don't want to say like morbidly intrigued, but more like hesitantly curious about Monk, because Monk can either be a melee, bruisery, I'm gonna get up in your face and kick the shit out of you, and have very flashy, like, teleport to you dashes, you know, some big AoE abilities, some buffs, and some mantras. Or it can be a complete pussy. And I'm really hoping that we don't go down the route of just being a complete pussy. Both, actually. Druid sounds cool, too. Yeah, Druid is another one of those, like, Monk and Druid are both so, like, fluid, I guess would be a good way to say it. Where I feel like both of those classes can be done just about 1 trillion different ways. One thing that I'm curious about with those in particular, are they planning on dropping Monk and Druid as new classes first, or is their plan to deliver the 3 talent trees that are in the roadmap for each class first, and then effectively build off of the 3 talent trees, and then, you know, put in future classes with the 3 tree system instead of just the 1? I feel like that might be the more beneficial thing when we look at the progression, is bring in the customization of 3 trees. See how the respecking and the, you know, the emergent builds will be once people get their hands on mixing and matching trees, if that's possible. If they allow us to spec into multiple. And then have the standard for new classes be 3 built-out trees. Because if we go Druid, right? Even from a base class, like, how are they gonna fit all of the Druid abilities and all of the Druid feel in 5 abilities and some flair for those abilities? I definitely am a little intrigued on that side about, like, okay, how is Druid actually going to come in with its identity as a Druid? Is it just going to be a unilateral caster? Is it just going to be a shapeshifter? Is it going to be some hybrid of the two where you're casting and shapeshifting like a boomy or something? It's definitely interesting. Very interesting. One thing I've also talked about a lot is, like, the current class identity for some classes will probably be examined. I think when I look at Priest, I really stand on Priest feeling more like a Paladin inherently than it does a Priest. Even when I had range weapons on, I inherently played more similar... Jesus Christ. I inherently played more similarly to a Paladin than I did a Priest. Just being in melee range, having damaging and healing augments to everything. I definitely have felt more like a Paladin than I have a Priest at any point in time. So I'm almost curious if they're looking at this iteration of Priest as an element of, like, okay, well, what if we just, you know, what if we just meta world piece this shit and call it Paladin now and just be like, hey, this has been Paladin the entire time, and then develop a new Priest that's more of like a holy caster backline base that has ranged abilities, targeted heals that can go on allies, maybe some AoE splash group heals, and then have, you know, an actual Priest vibe. I've been interested with their design and where they could go with it, because that's also something that could entirely scale off of them bringing in new trees as well. It's really interesting. Skims like Albion, there'll be Druid weapons that let you transform, which would open up a lot more build for the game, and then having Druid spells on top of that, whatever they choose. That would be interesting. Something that would be unique about that, too, is, like, so far, everything's been, like, 2 classes in terms of the weapons. So, theoretically, if they're like, oh, this Druid weapon lets you transform temporarily, and then you can maintain that, or you get, like, a new ability kit when you transform, then you could see another class potentially getting access to the transformation. I think kind of like Diablo 2 with the werebar build. So, it's kind of, it's interesting. The build customization that's going to open up. Them adding 1 new round of weapons where every single class gets 1 weapon that's shared with another class, theoretically could bring in multiple weapon options and entirely new builds for different classes, and with different weapons that scale off of attributes, right? If I make a Ramulus and Rammus build, which is the 2 fist weapon, or the fist weapon build that everybody's going crazy for trying to get, that is going to be a heavy dex scaler with Faith as well. So any gear that I have right now that would be like Strength Faith, I would end up wanting to replace from a, you know, an optimal standpoint, so to say. I wouldn't want to have that suboptimal gear. Necklace of the Fracture. That one's Armor Pen. So, I mean, I've found 2 necklaces out here already. And again, in that time, I've just found a shitload of other stuff as well. Ooh, a shield potion. You find recipes out here, you get scrolls out here, you get pretty much everything that you could need out here, which is really solid. So I usually try to come out and farm up like an inventory worth of mats out here each day. And then just call that good and then go into boss killing. And honestly, I would highly recommend not doing the same thing that I'm doing because I haven't found a single fucking legendary yet. I have effectively, I don't know if I've like cursed myself. I don't know what I have brought upon me, but I have definitely angered somebody and done something that I wasn't supposed to. So I'm trying to like atone for the sins however I can. But I've kind of been cooked the entire time so far. Game doesn't right now doesn't need a lot of survivability. Stability for damage is really good. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to like future think a build a little bit to a certain extent. I know right now all of the content just kind of rolls over and dies. And I'm kind of trying to like extrapolate. Thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. I'm trying to extrapolate when harder content comes in, right? When we're looking at heroic dungeons, when we're looking at rifts that could potentially be like a Diablo 3 rift where it's just complete X level and then you go up that level plus your completion. There's so many routes that they could go with. I don't want to say like escalating content, but it's kind of like the content treadmill. Once you get on that, you could have a build that's entirely made for rifting and pushing up rifts and trying to scale that up. Super bro, thank you for the follow as well, dude. You could just try to scale that up and play entirely for rifts. You could switch to a completely different build to come out and do this named mob farm. You could play something entirely different off of that to go do your, your single target boss farm and just go into boss instances and nuke them down. There is just so much that you can actively build for once the content demands it. Problem is right now the content doesn't necessarily demand it, which I think is the largest thing. Been farming legendaries 3 days in a row, but nothing. 3, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Bro, I literally had to take a vacation day. My mental was so boomed from farming legendaries, or at least attempting to. I had to fucking go to Boston just to get away from this game for a little bit. It was cooked. I couldn't put up with it anymore. It was actually beautiful in Boston yesterday, I won't lie. Any form of PvP would be sick also? Or the day before, sorry, not yesterday. Yeah, PvP will definitely wet my whistle a little bit, so to say. When they bring in something as simple as the world PvP zone, I say something as simple. That can be done a million different ways. But when they bring in a battleground, a world PvP zone, as long as builds are not completely out of hand, which part of me worries about Dominion builds just walking up to somebody with armor buff up, and then just going poke, 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 stab, and then poof, and then everybody just dies. Because right now, I definitely don't think sustain is keeping up with the amount of damage that people are putting out, especially burst damage, which in PvP, anytime you go into groups, it's coordinated 3-2-1 burst damage. So imagine what we're doing to bosses, but to other players. So immediately, they're going to have to put a strict damage modifier on PvP to lower the player-to-player damage, or they're going to have completely different gear ready to scale in with PvP. Because I guarantee if duels were to drop, like, right now, we're probably one-shotting the shit out of everybody. Figured PvP will have its own gear. Yeah, so they've talked about... Hold on, I can show. I keep the roadmap pulled up in case I ever feel a little frisky in the middle of the night. So over on this side, dual PvP region instance battlegrounds with dedicated gear and dedicated balancing, which in an ideal world I think would be something like honor gear, just very simply put. I don't necessarily like the concept of the gated arena gear in a game like this. I think making gear accessible through simply playing and existing in a, try your hardest type system goes really well with the general concept of this and the flow of this game so far, rather than oh, hey, you want good gear, you have to hit this rank in arenas, you better have a good-ass team, you better come correct or don't come at all, fucking pussy. I don't really get that vibe from this game. So with the dedicated gear, I almost see it as like you kill players, you get honor equivalent. You complete a battleground, you get honor equivalent. You do stuff in the world PvP area, you get honor equivalent. I feel like that would be a really fitting system, so to say, with the current structure of the game and what they are bringing in. I feel as though going too exclusive with systems with a game like this can almost push off a lot of your player base, which I think this game's largest chance for an incredibly large player base, and I don't want to say incredibly as in like a million or anything, but even say 100K down the road if they want to hit 100K concurrent. I think their largest chance is appealing to the cozy multiplayer gamers more than it is trying to isolate the super hardcore competitive gamer and having, you know, people like us, some of us I should say here, that will just blast the same content over and over and over again as soon as it becomes some form of competitive and will tweak and min-max as soon as things are necessary. That's not necessarily going to be their entire community, nor do I think it'll be like even a large majority necessarily of their community. And I really feel like if they go too deep into that side of the community, they might not have the long-term support for it. They'd have to nerf damage and PvP by like 70%. Oh god. Oh, maybe more than that. Because when we think about it, Dom on crits, if you're a build that's fully scaled around Dom critting, can get 1500. Like, doink, what up, brother? Haven't been able to stop playing this? Isn't it so fucking good? Brother, it's just so fun. And when you look at the roadmap as well, there's content on the roadmap for everyone. Everyone. I think the one thing that's missing on this roadmap is a housing system. And basically everybody would just turn into sprinklers. Whistles would be wet, basically. I think they are incredibly close to having the absolute god roadmap. And a lot of their roadmap too, something that I have really valued from the roadmap, is that they're not just throwing in a shitload of bloaty systems that we look at and we're like, okay, what's that actually gonna do? We look at everything on this roadmap and it's meaningful content being added. They're not looking to just throw in a bunch of systems that don't fucking matter, won't appeal to players. Everything on the roadmap is hitting for somebody that currently exists in the game. And it's only gonna get better. Do they have raids on the roadmap? So, they don't specifically spell out raid groups, but they have World Boss, which hopefully the World Boss would require raids. I'm really hoping that's something that they entertain scaling for in the long term, because you know damn well as soon as a PvP area opens up in the world, we are going to have like a lot of people layering over and force filling a layer by inviting people to one layer, dropping group, inviting more people to the layer, dropping group. We are going to be doing that over and over and over again until we fill layers. And then we will be just overrunning the layer as much as possible. As much as possible. We will be absolutely competing for that with all of our dumbass PvP sweats. All of us will be mouth breathing and having fun in this adorable little game. This game needs optional PvP only, not a game for hardcore PvP players. I agree. I think the primary appeal of this is far from hardcore PvPers, and that's part of why I've been so shocked that I have been having so much fun, because I really am like a PvX enjoyer and a very, I call it consequential PvP. But this game I don't think is good for consequential PvP like the stuff that I typically look for. This game has the other side of it really down well, where not every player is... The fuck? How much did that just hit for? What the Hellington? Who are you? Poor guy. Poor lad. You really hate to see it, but we can be splitting kills all day, brother. I don't have anywhere to go. I have literally nothing. I be filling my inventory until the end, and I appreciate it, my goat. Thank you, sir. I genuinely appreciate the help. I got the spawn timers on all this, so I can guarantee my first hit. So what build is that? I haven't seen many people yapping about bow builds on a rogue like crazy, but that one seems to be absolutely freaking smacking if I do say so myself. Seems like he's doing a lot of damage without a whole lot of input, which is kind of solid. Thank you for the loot, sir. I hope that that is his claim to fame. Full builds go hard. Just SpongeBob bow. What's the damage pop on it? You just like lob in an AoE and then it blasts. How is it on bosses? Because I feel like things like that are very good for AoE pulls, but less than ideal for longer fights when you gotta keep shit standing still. But if it's doing enough damage, probably just blow that shit up. Just found legendary cheese moon. Go fuck yourself. SpongeBob, I think, might be bugged. Oh, weird. What's going on with it? Not much more than a boss, but as a gas pedal for AoE leveling. I can only imagine. He just fucked up typing loser twice. My dog is genuinely going through it. You really hate to see that shit. More loot for the Dusty. I appreciate you, big dog. Like, I don't think he understands this game's not competitive. He's just helping me. We're literally both just getting the loot. I don't necessarily know, but I'll take it, dog. I'm just out here to level my shit. Ooh, +1 necklace. Wait, fractures armor pen? Boo! Boo! I want one more ring. Totemon Priest is really underwhelming. Oh yeah, our level 20 ability. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, Enrique, one thing that I was talking about with chat a lot for PvP, when they bring in the PvP zone, that gives people a specific area to go to where they can, as you said, opt in for PvP, make it optional. And I think the largest thing is providing a little bit of incentivization for the PvP zone, not too much, but enough where it's like, hey, if you're out here farming, materials give, you know, X% more when you gather out here. And then mob drops are just a little bit, you know, a little bit better out here. You don't have to go out here. It's not like you're completely missing anything. But put a town out there, put a couple instances out there that are maybe some incentivized instances to complete, some good loot out there. And give people kind of a reason to want to go there, but don't make it so they always have to be there. I think is a great balance with this game. Where even on a casual player standpoint, you could then go out to a PvP zone and be like, all right, boys, we're in a group of 4. You're watching and all of us are farming. And then as soon as you see 4 PvPers run up on their mounts, it's like, oh shit, get out. Everybody run. This player base is still strong in this game. Actually, surprisingly, like, yeah. So basically last weekend, they peaked on Sunday at 15K. And this weekend, as of right now, they're at 13.4K with a 24-hour peak at 13.5K. So the biggest thing, in my opinion, that makes it impressive is they had some really bad server issues early on. And you could definitely tell as soon as the servers got just a little jank. Like, it had a large impact on things. So, all things considered, I think this has probably far surpassed their expectation. This is, I believe, weekend number 2, because it came out on the 6th on Steam, according to SteamDB, which was a Wednesday. Weekend number 1 was 14.9, and then weekend number 2 so far has been 13.5, but we're also creeping up to NA peak, which I want to say NA peak actually outdid EU peak last weekend. So we'll see how that ends up going, but it's been really good, man. I think the game has presented a lot more depth to its content than a lot of people, myself included, I will happily admit, really expected from it. It is very much a deeper game than I thought it was going to be. It has a lot of horizontal progression, yes, but there's also a lot of verticality to the scaling, where if you were truly trying to get, you know, legendary weapons, everything on the highest pedigree, you are going to have to invest some time for that on one character for one build, and then if you want to have multiple builds, like, it is a time grind. Now, you can always trade. You can always expedite the process a little bit. If you just happen to get a bunch of epics, you could bulk together a bunch of epics or something, I don't really know. But you could trade mats, you could farm up things like, I don't know, crystals that you need the ephemeral hearts for on alts, and then you could trade those for legendaries pretty easily. Or you could just go the route that I'm going, where it's like, I'm not in a rush. I've played about 100 hours so far, creeping up on that daily, much faster than I'd like to be. And I still have yet to find my first legendary. So every day, instead of freaking out about it, I just get a build going. I go out and I blast some bosses and I say, will today be the day or will I remain cursed literally forever? And so far, I have remained cursed literally forever. So thoughts and prayers. Hopefully we'll be out the streets soon, man. I believe that we have some good things destined for us. A lot of the other classes. I am very much a, how do I say this, like a one class purist. So, especially with the classes that are here, I haven't really been tempted with anything else because I've really enjoyed Priest. And I want to get my Priest to a point of completion before I really dabble too much. Warrior has some pretty egregious bugs, and honestly, I'm a melee player in every game that I play, but Warrior is frequently a little, like, one-dimensional for me in a lot of games, if that makes sense. I like a little bit of Ooga, comma, Booga et al. Instead of Ooga and Booga, right? I like the MLA formatted Ooga Booga when I'm playing melees. And whenever I play Warrior, it's always this level of like, okay, well, I attack, do big damage, do nothing else, all built around strong combo, one combo, GG. And I don't really want to like get too deep into that side of it, gameplay wise. So I'm almost thinking like, I may just triple down on Priest, try to familiarize myself with every Priest build that exists, and then as the meta changes, as more content comes in that may facilitate a little bit more, you know, necessity, change it up, you know? Me see big sword, me happy so warrior. See, that's the thing. I like big weapons as well, but it's like, in New World, I played Bruiser, which was Great Axe Warhammer. But I also had the finesse, while yes, very ooga booga, of having to know when and where to place my Gravwells, which was I throw my axe out, sucks everybody into the middle, and then I play around a big spell combo that requires macro and positioning and building buffs and the engagement of multiple, you know, multiple elements of my build coming together. And it also requires support from a lot of other things. When I think of something like a warrior equivalent in New World, I always thought of the, kind of like the Ooga Booga sword and board kill squad builds, where you just run forward, press W key, and if anybody looks at you in the slightest, you just hold block, and then you Ooga and Booga more until you physically cannot contain yourself. Watched the warrior earlier in the demo, just had me question anything about a priest. I mean, that's also just meta builds in general, in all fairness. So a lot of the scaling that you're seeing on many builds, I'ma spoil it. I'ma break the lid right off of the top of it for you. It's this guy. Dom just puts out so much damage on bosses, and it's such a consistent chunk. It's effectively another large damage single target ability controllable on a 15-second cooldown. So if you're running Dom, whenever you have this buff for Heartsteel, you can pop your shout, and then if you're hitting one target, it's 467 without a crit. And then if you're doing that throughout a fight, and you're stacking crit scaling because you have Ratzars, you have Rakletpan, and then you're also using Amon Ram for more crit. Like, there's so much that you can scale into Dom. And keep in mind, I'm not even running like a full Dom-oriented build. I just slapped it on because it's great to run right now, especially while B Fury is not functioning properly with Crab Shield. So Dom's just incredibly strong. I'm gonna keep it on today while I go throughout my bossing, and even without using the, you know, the shout during my damage proc on my finishers, still crits for about 400 on a 15-second cooling. So it's quite nice to have just as a standalone. And where my build already has an ungodly amount of healing, I don't really have to worry too much about not having healing. So same thing here, just go in and we'll keep the damage on him. 614 crit. And that is, again, really replicatable. And that's, again, just the damage from the Dom being added in. Nothing else. Good exploits is annoying for us players, all natural forming, through and post runs, no lag, but there's an exploit list being compiled is slightly more concerning. Main ones being things like speed hacks, cooldown removal, teleportation, admin panel to delete other players' tunes, increase attack speed. At least it's known, so hopefully they find solutions quick. So, I mean, I will 1000% be the bearer of bad news here. These things are going to exist in any multiplayer game that is live service. And no matter how many players call it out, no matter how many, you know, bug lists are compiled, bugs are always going to exist within every game to an impossible to police degree. It's unfortunately just like the nature of the beast as of right now. Dupes happen, and it's just a matter of, is your economy player driven or not? WoW, after 20 plus years as a live service and being backed by a multi-billion-dollar corporation, still has dupes, bugs, exploits. They break their game every Tuesday in the war on add-ons. And a lot of people look at WoW as like, okay, how the fuck do you still have these things? New upcoming titles, especially those that have a little bit smaller teams, are going to severely lack the level of QA that having actual players put on the front line gives to them as well. So players will just look at things differently. Someone with, you know, tens of thousands of hours playing MMOs is going to be looking at it a little bit differently than somebody with tens of thousands of hours working on MMOs just from a structural standpoint, how you fundamentally examine it. An architect looks at a building differently than a tourist, even if that tourist might have traveled the world to see all kinds of architecture. So when you're looking at it from that standpoint, there's almost like a need to get players in and have players interact with these things to find these bugs, dupes, and exploits. And I think that's the strength of the early access label in the modern day and age. But I also feel like the early access tag has invited a lot of developers and a lot of teams to play a little sloppy, so to say, and put out products where they're very admittedly like, hey, this shit not ready, but here you go, we're just gonna slap it out there for you. So I do worry about that side of it. Admin panel to delete characters, I don't even know if that's verified or anything, but I guess I've just had good luck streaming every single day and not having a character touched yet. Who knows? May just be me. Maybe I'm the one with the admin panel. Hard saying. But I haven't run into anything like that could hard verify that that is exactly what happened with people's characters that were nuked, which, unfortunate that it's a little up in the air with it all, but I definitely can't just immediately verify that that's a thing or not, as I haven't interacted with it, been impacted by it whatsoever. If I do get it at some point, then I unfortunately will be able to confirm, but like, I haven't clicked delete character. Therefore, my character hasn't got deleted. I think I had a 39 fervor in here. Did I? I thought I had a 39. Motherfucker, they're all 38s. You really hate to see it. I haven't had a character get deleted. I haven't had my account fucked with. I haven't had... I don't know why I didn't selfish this. I haven't really had anything bad happen. So, for me, when we're looking at dupes and shit, yeah, dupes matter because it is a... like, there's player-to-player trading and stuff, and that can get out into the economy, and it can be impactful. But dupes matter here far less than they do in a truly socially driven game that's all, you know, crafting-based for the entire econ. Player-to-player everything, where the best gear is exclusively going to be crafted gear that takes an immense amount of work. It's a little bit less impactful in that standpoint. All right, let's see. So we have plenty of it at this point. I think I can just start scaling Faith out the wazoo. I did upgrade Crab Shield. That got leveled. I think I'm going to give Crab Shield Bee Fury a try and see if that feels smooth today, just because of the armor scaling with it. The Magic Res Rip is quite nice as well, but I'm scaling all Fizz with this too. Alon Ram is fucking stinky. Like, it's very stinky. Exploit at this point doesn't really matter at all. Yeah, no. It impacts effectively nothing. Level cap's still going to expand. You could say that people are able to exploit an immense amount of wealth, but like, to do what? If I have 1 million gold versus 17k gold, how is my gameplay different? It's not. So when I look at that side of things, I'm just kind of like, all right, well, maybe we're kind of not realizing how little this game truly is player-to-player driven, and how much of it is actually just solely dependent on, how much of it is just solely dependent on soloing. Like, yeah, you can opt in and you can trade with players, but like, even then, all they have to do is add a new crafting resource for higher weapons, and all this dupe spark dust will be useless. I mean, and as level expansions come in, everything's going to adjust. Now, keep in mind, anybody in early access already has a substantial advantage over anybody else. And I think not acknowledging that on a baseline is just, you know, silly. We have a very steep advantage just playing and having these characters in existence right now compared to anybody who is not doing that exact same thing. And when people come in and they are brand new players and they see that there are a bunch of people that do have, you know, all of their trade skills leveled, all their mats stockpiled on multiple characters, all of the crystals farmed up in abundance, because at a certain point, once you gear out, you're gonna want to do ephemeral heart farm on a daily, right? I'm gonna start doing mine probably today. Spend some time just farming hearts, because you are going to want a metric fuckload of these. Probably over the course of progression, if I had to guess, hundreds, as they expand into new levels as well. So, main issue would be wealth accumulation, like the extremely hard to gather spark shard for legendary upgrading, for leg upgrading, and some people have coffers of them. But what's that really matter? I guess is the question. So everybody hits a ceiling, and if I am stronger than you, it doesn't really matter. I can't PvP you in the world. If you get a hit on the mobs that I'm hitting, we just duplicate loot from it. Like, both of us get loot. So like, the wealth accumulation doesn't really matter. It's just the people that played the most and got shit earliest would be ahead sooner. But as Surfboard said, these are going to come from heroic dungeons as well, which we just don't have heroic dungeons now. And one-shot rats are now. What are you doing? What fucking build is this? Are you playing warrior? What is this one-shot rats are? Yo, Rack, what up, brother? How's it going? Oh, absolutely beautiful, dog. It is 80 degrees and sunny out here, and I cannot complain. Having a ton of fun with the new game as well. Come on, I can show you. Well, it's probably, are you using dual blades? Because if I had to guess, it's probably wing sabers. Is it wing sabers or is it Dominion scaling? Because there are two things that hit disgustingly hard. Wing sabers is actually like broken. Dominion is really strong. I'm using wing sabers. Oh yeah, it's just a wing saber bug then. Yeah, that'll get nerfed at some point, but I mean, until then, have fun. But yeah, that'll get cooked at some point in time. We just don't really know when. What have I accumulated so far? All right, well, crit fervor. So we got 2 of these bad boys. And then crit fervor. And we're up tremendous. Up tremendous. 15k crits is a bug. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly all over YouTube and shit. Like, you guys can just look up Forever Wing Saber Warrior, and you'll be able to see everybody just going around one-shotting the entirety of the game. You instantly one-phase pretty much every boss. You one-shot you one-shot those that don't actually have phasing. Or phases, I should say. So it's definitely, like, it's strong, brother. It's strong, but it's also all but, like, the harshest of the exploits that can be scaled right now for PvE. Again, it's not like exploits are a game-breaking thing where people that are using it need to be banned or anything like that. It's not a big fucking deal. But it's definitely something that's gonna get nerfed. I would just have a backup build ready. Def not intended. Yeah, and I don't think this is the game where you're gonna see people getting banned or people making a huge deal about, like, oh my god, you're using one of the broken builds? Rah! Like, I'm not about to be doing that just because I'm using an ethical build that's actually bugged in the wrong way and the bugs make it suck. But, like, it is definitely something that scales people up, which is natural. Now, again, I think a game like this is somewhat insulated to things like those. You definitely have less forced interaction between other players and less of an implication of winners and losers in the economy, and much more of a you know, everybody gets their piece, which I think is quite nice. There's not a lot of friction in the world through the infinite layers being generated. If you're competed for on a layer, then you can just log out and log back in, and then boom, you're on a new layer. So, reminds me of Elden Ring, back when the magic shield would one-shot if you broke a magic shard and blocked. People spend their whole days just invading and insta-killing people for walking within 30 meters of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give people something that makes them giggle at the damage done, and they will giggle at the damage done. Yeah, absolutely. If I told you that you could drive my Honda Civic or somebody's Lamborghini Urus, you're probably going to choose the Lamborghini Urus if both are perfectly accessible to you. Why would somebody want to drive the Honda Civic, which is my bugged B build, while the Urus is literally right there staring you in the face? Probably won't. It's just how the cookie crumbles. So, for me, I kind of think of it as that same route. It's a path of least resistance, right? And people naturally want to take the path of least resistance. More people use an escalator than stairs, I guess, depending on the country. But the path of least resistance is also the path of most appeal for a lot of people. And I get why people go down that route. Shit, I've had my back and forth on like, oh, should I just ram spear? Should I just slap it all out there? You know, put it all on the line. Become everything I swore to destroy. And every day I stray further from God. Oh, that's nice. I got the strength faith one. It's actually quite nice. But 100 armor. 100 armor sounds kind of nice. Especially if I'm using B Fury. Not B Fury. Dominion, especially if I'm using Dominion. I get some elixirs up. I have an ungodly... Actually, I don't, because I took a lot of my mats over onto my other character. So I cannot throw a lot of elixirs up. Shield elixir's cheap. I don't need healing pots. Let's see. Faith is... Oh, minor faith is cheap. And then it's 3 or 6. Probably just grab a couple of vials, bring these bad boys with me, and see how that scales. Because I'll probably notice that. I'll probably notice a little addition. Oops, excuse me, sir. Trade vials. We'll grab 3 of those. I think I can make 3. I can either make 2 or 3 of those. And we go minor feet. We'll craft 2 of these bad boys, bring those, and then I don't care about that extra vial. Again, gold means literally nothing. Got a couple hours of coverage there for some buffs. We got some scrolls with us. Might be able to get close to like 90 or so faith without fully upgraded weapons or Lego weapons. Chat, what are we feeling more confident from in terms of a Lego? B Fury or Pocket Hive? I think that's the ultimate question. Because I have not been able to pick it. I've not been able to get a singular day correct so far on my legendary grind. I am fucking cooked with it. So I'm gonna let y'all decide which I chase first. I feel like the B Fury would make the most sense to chase. But I also think the Lady Bee fight is way more boring. Actually, I think the Lady Bee fight's a little more boring, a little more annoying. Some more that can go wrong. But both of the bee fights are quite autopilot. Just a matter of how fast they die. I feel like I should probably start with some Lady Bee. Maybe try to get myself a Bee Fury. Because if I get a Lego Bee Fury, then I need to start on my crystal grind. And the crystal grind is going to lead me to making a shitload of alts and grinding ephemeral hearts for days. So, Def grew more appreciative of grouping. Had a dude pump me damage with me for some runs. So the dual crab kill was about the same time. It means double chances for the drop needed. Oh, yeah. If you get in and you have loot share going on, especially since they changed groups, so everybody's guaranteed 1 drop. It's quite nice. Is there any bug with the ram weapon? Bug with ram? Oh, I put my ram in storage. What the fuck? I hope I put it in storage and didn't sell it. Anyways, bug with ram, no. Ram is just really high scaling. So you can get crit chance and fervor 10% if you're using your ram properly, which is 10% damage done and healing and shielding, 5% reduced damage taken, and then also 10% crit chance, which strong. So ram's really strong. Dominion is also quite strong because the additional damage it does every 15 seconds is big pop with a lot of other things that are facilitated by ram. So sunlight being a primary one, which you'll notice with this build that I run, my sunlight doesn't proc with B Fury, which is slightly unfortunate. The true priests make the game a lot easier. Going to level 10 and it just seemed a lot easier than my rogue. Depends on your build, but I mean, priest is definitely the most accessible self-sustain in my opinion, other than like warrior, but warrior's also abusing a few questionable things right now. Priest is really consistent though. The priest kit itself has damage reduction, heals, solid damage, and I'm not going to kill nearly as fast as a fully juiced warrior, especially those that are abusing bugs right now, but I can definitely still do comparable damage. Priest also has a couple of very, very, very meta-leaning builds. Ram Spear is Ram Dominion and then Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick, and you just generate a shitload of shield all the time. You have healing coming in, you have constant damage going out. Very, very, very strong build. The build that I'm using right now is currently bugged in a bad way. So I'm trying to be an advocate by using it to get it fixed. Because honestly, like, the bug is kind of unfortunate. If I'm being completely honest, it's a real big dampener on things. So we're hoping that that gets taken care of sooner rather than later. I'm gonna grab my ram just in case I want to try it. But I can't consume sunlight with my B Fury, and as soon as I can do that, my damage goes up pretty exponentially. But even until that point, the damage is still fine. But yeah, priests are really consistent. There are builds with every class that you can run though that are going to be very self-sustaining. If you're struggling with self-sustain on a rogue, for instance, you can get a cheese axe. But probably but let them know in feedback if not. Yeah, I've done a bug report for it. I'll probably start doing like daily bug reports for it, just so we can, you know, keep the feedback going. Hold on, I'll do one right now. Give feedback. Bug. Day 11 of B Fury not proccing sunlight. I am dying. Oh wait, hold on. I should say not consuming sunlight or proccing crab shield passive. I am consumed by darkness. The light has left my priestly soul, and I am inevitably going to end up back on New World. Please help. I am desperate. Make sure to leave a B pun. Oh, you wanted a pun. I thought more of like a cry for help would appeal. Because I don't have anywhere else to go, bro. Like, I don't have many other options. If this shit doesn't work out, it's like Dracantos, Monsters and Memories, actually back to New World. I need this shit fixed. I'm getting desperate here. Thornlace feels very good with Rogue for sustain. Yeah, Thornlace is another really popular sustain option. Yes, yes, yes. Rogue definitely has options. And you will also notice some builds that are more damage-oriented. You'll notice some builds that are more sustain-oriented, like the build that I run is incredibly high sustain. Is New World closing down or something like that? Yup. Yup. I don't have many options, dog. I have very few options. Sweezy, what up, my go? Oh no. The New World mention when Sweezy's in here. You really hate to see it, brother. You really hate to see it. I hope you've been well, dog. What you be up to? We love New World. Somewhere out there, Alistair McFarlane is going crazy in negotiations to save New World and then turn it into Rust 2.0. I'll be right back. I'm gonna smoke a bowl and then we farm it up a legendary. Haven't seen too many mages compared to Priest and Rogue and Warrior. Yo, Crone Survivor, what up, dog? I had a bellyache this morning as well. I haven't seen too many mages. Yeah, mages are, I would say, as of right now, the least appealing from a solo standpoint. They're also, I think, the most ethical build. I think they have the fewest bugs. And honestly, like, mages tend to be one of those... Yes, they're a caster, but I don't really think of them as an independent caster. I almost think of a mage as that complemented by a group in the most optimal manner. You know what I mean? 7k hours in New World? Hey, yerp. Yerp. New World was where I went full-time on stream. I got partnered on Twitch in the New World directory. It was like home for a while. They're ethical now that totems got fixed. Ethical now, yes, yes. Radiance, Magma Mia, and Clam's Magma Mia are out of this world fantastic for so long. Yeah, Magma Mia is a really solid option. Radiance is flamethrower build, right? Yeah, because Radiance is solid as well if you can get your hands on it. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my water. Un momento.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Chat, what happens when a VTuber goes AFK? Does their, like... Does their avatar just chill? Or do they have, like, different scenes and shit for it? Because I feel like you would definitely need to have different scenes and shit for it. Duping in one faction, owning whole maps in New World ruined it. I mean, I can say on the high end of things, duping didn't really do anything. I would say more so than duping, people would have credence with the whole, like, lack of policing on RMT, like real money trades, so people swiping their credit card for things, right? But when looking at it from that standpoint, it's also, unfortunately, not the top companies that are doing it. Duping ruins all PvP games. New World didn't really have that large of a duping issue, though. Like, I can say as somebody that was in the top NA companies on, like, pretty much every server for most of the duration of the game, like, New World didn't really have a duping issue that badly. It had issues, but the rampant RMT in mid-tier warring companies was really bad, because that was where you had, like, your top companies were absolute fucking degens that put hundreds of hours in off of the game itself, just VOD reviewing, if not thousands of hours. VOD reviewing themselves and other people the same way that NBA teams watch film that just did things that other people didn't. And then your low to mid-tier of warring companies was unfortunately a lot of like 9-to-5 dads that couldn't put in that level of commitment, so they chose to swipe their credit card instead to gear people out, which is really, 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 really unfortunate. Market was closed for weeks, and you're saying no dupes. So are you saying that the first couple of weeks when there were player market issues over the course of a 3-year duration of the game, when the duped goods were stopped from spreading, and anything that was duped wasn't even able to go player to player because they disabled anything, was the reason the game died? Because as somebody that was in those guilds, I'm gonna be completely honest, brother. The goods were not coming from dupes. Dupes absolutely gave unfair advantages to multiple guilds running the PvP servers in New World. I say it wasn't possible to compete, but the handicap was definitely there. That is cope. Brother, you are talking to somebody that had a career streaming New World running, on average, 25 to 30 wars a week on my own and other people's accounts. And I can promise you, that over the course of New World's entire life, the problem was not the dupes that really didn't even facilitate into a lot of top companies. Like, it just wasn't. I don't mean to, like, argue and give pushback, but, like, brother, I was there when the scriptures were written on the front lines, warring in every single important war that there was. Like, I was there. I can tell you what the problems were with New World, because fortunately I lived through them and spoke on them very frequently. The problem was account sharing was not policed. So as merc limits were introduced, there was no reason to actually bring new players in, which was the, you know, goal of the merc limit, the mercenary limit. You were intended to filter in people and, you know, use people from your own company type shit. However, fly-in accounts became so incredibly prevalent in the PvP scene that you had no reason to bring new people in. Accessibility to wars, as a result of their attempted changes, made it so a lot of people that were PvP interested couldn't actually break the wall into wars that were anything other than farm wars. So your choices as a PvP player in a PvP PvP, I don't want to say focused, but like PvP emphasized, so to say, game as part of its selling point is like, you know, it's hard to tell most of your player base, like over 95%, hey, you're never going to play in the most exciting form of PvP. Like, sure, dupes, RMT, and everything impacted the game, but let's be honest, on launch, New World wasn't ready to launch. It needed like 2 more years of dev because New World late in development unfortunately went from an open world survival to an MMO just completely skirt, and they did as well as they could with it, in my opinion, to get it ready to launch, but it just wasn't ready to launch. It needed more time. So they didn't have a cohesive questing experience that took you to every part of the world in a meaningful manner. That questing experience didn't bring you to max level. A lot of people just ended up mob grinding for hours to days on end for OG leveling. They had bugs like resilience, reducing all damage instead of just crit damage, so all of their early scaling was completely fucked. Once you did get into wars, they had duped gear, sure, but also the exploits where like gates literally weren't even gates, and you could just go through them, the back gates of the fort, and then you could just capture the final flag and just win. Don't forget the double life staff. Well, don't forget the windowed mode, dragging your client around and going invincible. Don't forget about standing in a sacred ground and going like this and getting an individual instance of healing every single time you crouched, as fast as you could spam crouch. Don't forget about the hatchet infinite scaling bug, where you could just equip a hatchet and then you could have a talent that gave you a vicinity buff where whenever 3 or more targets were within range, you got 5% damage, but it kept stacking and stacking and stacking, never fell off. The hit scan musket from 1,000,000 meters away, the good old days, you know. Let's not forget, New World had so many fucking problems, and if you lived through all the problems, you know damn well that it wasn't just the warring scene, it wasn't just PvP that killed New World, because if you played New World, you know damn well most players that were in that game didn't give a fuck about wars or anything like that. Most of them just wanted to chill and explore the world and be casual and make their cute little housing stuff, and they just wanted to exist. most of your players were not your warring players. And it was a smaller percentage of the player base that were in Outpost Rush, which was our most played PvP mode. Your average player nowadays isn't a PvP player, guys. Like, us as people that love PvP are not the average, even in MMOs. Like, in PvP games, sure, but this isn't a PvP genre anymore, man. Everybody that plays MMOs is fucking old now. Like, guaranteed, half of y'all have kids and a wife and shit, and you had to, like, mow the lawn or some bullshit today. Y'all probably got mortgages. It's tough, dude. It's tough. I'm getting too old to play PvP. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the MMO community is the meta dad. Yo, the perfect person for this conversation. Holy shit. But it's becoming harder and harder for people to compete with other people. Also, Henry, what up, my goat? I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. You can yell all that you want. I'm having a great day as well. But the PvP aspect of games requires you to directly compete unless it's horizontal prog with something, oh, excuse you, like Guild Wars 2 or some bullshit, where it's just full horizontal prog. It's really hard for people that work a job and have a wife and a kid and a lawn to mow and a house to fix and a meal to cook and a car to bring to appointments and a dog to walk and a dick to wash. Whoever the fuck decides to do that loses 3 seconds from me, so I've skipped that. But like, you just kind of, you have responsibilities. And unfortunately in the world, there are, unfortunately for you, people that don't. There are people that are so rich that they have completely retired at a very young age. They had good RNG off spawn, never had to work a day in their life. They live off interest on investments. They don't work and they just sit there all day degenning. They go for a lift. They shoot up some GLP-1s or fucking smoke them or however people are doing their peptides now. They look smacks a little bit, run over somebody in their Tesla and then hop on and spam video games for the rest of the day. And they have no other responsibilities other than that. They have no stress other than that. There are some people that just choose to ignore everything and only play video games that are just unemployed getting by doing it. There are people that just have literally no commitments whatsoever that choose to put every single bit of their time into PvP. And that level of competition, especially in an open aspect, like, you know, a lot of people want open world PvP and MMOs and not just instance PvP, right? That's oppressive. In Dota, if you're queuing ranked and you're Herald, which is the lowest rank, say you're like fucking Iron equivalent, right? You're ass. And you queue ranked, you're in bad games. You're with the other people that don't have hands, which is awesome. The people who are top 500 queue into games with appropriately skilled players and they're ranked. It's amazing how in a PvP game, you have to separate the player base so everybody gets their enjoyment. Even in their unranked pool, Dota has different sub-brackets with the shadow MMR calculation for your unranked games. So even when you're queuing against everyone, Dota 2, one of the most successful games of all time and the best esport of all time, has had skill-based matchmaking in every aspect of the game for years and years and years and years and years, and it's contributed to the longevity of the game. You have normal, high, and very high skill in your public matchmaking, where once you breach into very high skill, it's a large pool of players who are all above average or could queue into the best in the world. And I was not a professional player by any means. I was considered good, but I was not a professional player. I played in amateur tourneys sometimes, stuff like that, but I was overwhelmingly slightly above average in Dota 2. And even in the very high skill pubs, you could queue into rank 1 player in the world. And when you were in pubs, you got that feeling of like, you never know who you're gonna run into. But even then, it was a gated community. The low skill pubs or the normal skill were the normal skill. It's interesting how many safeguards are in the PvP games where people go, oh, well, the PvP games are so successful. Why isn't it successful in MMOs? Well, those are structured differently. It's not like their thousands of hours allow them to start the game with 3 items off spawn that you can't. So that's the first thing there. And even then, skill-based matchmaking, shadow MMRs, it's game changers. They're streamers, don't forget streamers. Most streamers are dog shit at video games, though. It's my big counter. Oh. I feel like most streamers are overwhelmingly mid at video games, and I will stand on every single bit of that business that I possibly can. And listen, man, I don't claim to be, you know, the greatest player in the world or anything, but I also damn sure know that most streamers are actual, like, I don't want to sound mean, but like they're trying their best to not choke on air when they breathe type shit, you know? I think that's the nicest way that I can put it. They gotta put in a little extra work on the daily to exist. And it's unfortunate, and I empathize for them. I empathize, is how I'll say it. I admire their efforts on a daily basis to exist in the way that they have to. It must be incredibly, incredibly hard. The streamers are great entertainment personalities, not great gamers. Yeah, I think it's also very rare to have a mesh of the two where, like, you have somebody that is good at the game that is also able to be good at the game while managing the side, while managing the side of being entertaining and engaging. And I think in a lot of games, especially more competitive titles, you'll frequently run into take something like Deadlock, right? You'll run into the dichotomy of your people who are entertaining to watch, and then your pros. And those are not always a carryover of, you know, one and the same things, right? So when you're looking at pro players, people are tuning into those primarily because they're doing things that physically can't be done. And those are, you know, content creators and streamers who will typically be focused on that one thing exclusively on the highest level of it all. And if they transition elsewhere, then they will need to reestablish their reputation as, you know, big pro gamer in that area, or they will basically fall off. Your streamers who you see break into a lot more variety stuff, unless they're like, you know, God Gamer that goes pro in 17 other titles, you're looking at the entertaining side of it, right? And you have entertaining one game Andes as well. Not to say that everybody that's entertaining is doing variety or anything like that. I'm dog shit, but I also don't really like doing variety that much. I only do variety when I'm absolutely forced to, all things considered. So, like, I don't know, there are definitely a lot of different approaches with it. All things considered, a lot of different directions that you can go with content. And I think that's part of what makes content amazing. And, like, as a content creator, right, I have friends who are both larger and smaller than I am, who at times I have been larger than the ones who are larger than me, and I have been smaller than the ones who are smaller than me since we have been friends. And we're all very, like, unique content creators. Just because one of us has a successful, you know, a successful platform doesn't necessarily mean that we're all just like, all right, this is what's working, everybody mimic this. It's not like that LA streamer cult type beat. And I think that's, again, I think that's part of the coolest thing about streaming, is that you can be as authentic or inauthentic as you want to be, and you can build your platform as whatever you want it to be. So I've always tried to bring the two kind of together in the games that I'm playing, where in a lot of the titles, especially once PvP gets brought in and there's like a reason for me to actually care on the, you know, the sweat spectrum, so to say, I will absolutely be min-maxing, optimizing, doing every single thing that I can to have any advantage in the game once there is a reason to. However, the game is just kind of easy right now. Like, the content just dies. I'm more focused on having fun and showing off builds that, like, I think are going to be safe to get new players into and potentially make guides around, rather than showing people, oh, hey, here's something that we all think has absolutely broken scaling. Abuse the shit out of it while it's here because you can't do anything else. I'm probably going to try to advocate for people to play more, I don't know, builds that they'll enjoy type shit. You watch the show, The Boys? I have not, and I know I'm uncultured swine for it, but hear me out, I have a valid excuse. I stream too much. And I'm not a successful enough streamer to not stream a lot, right? So I have to stream a lot to be able to, like, be a full-time streamer, because I'm still small full-time streamer. But I don't really leave myself much time to watch, like, any TV whatsoever. So I was asking because you look just like one of the characters called Soldier Boy. Okay, wait, drop me a link. Drop me a link. Now I need to see the comparison. Because this is the first time I've got that one. I have heard Luka Modric, Jensen Ackles, and then is Luka Modric the footballer or is that an actor? There's another like European actor, David Spade. Yeah, my hair's getting a little long. I can fuck up a fedora. Soldier Boy is Jensen Ackles. Fuck! I can't escape it. God damn it. Alright. Alright. Apparently that one carries over. God damn it. Yup, we're back to that one. It's not a new one then. Everything's bad. I mean, hear me out. I have never in my life heard anybody say defund the Jensen Ackles. So it's like, I'm cool with it as long as he's getting by pretty well loved. We haven't seen him on any lists. We haven't seen him being problematic at all. We ain't seen jack shit going wrong on Jensen Ackles' side. I will fucking take that. I will take that. People were saying Kai looked like Diddy. I'd be way more worried if people were saying I look like Diddy. Now, Kai got enough money to not give a shit about that. Somebody comes in, I turn sideways, and they're like, Dusty, you got a fucking bird beak for a nose. And it kind of hurts a little bit. Kind of cuts deep. Again, I need you guys. I don't get through this on my ad revenue. And Stream Elements might be shutting down. I'm not getting fucking sponsorships anymore. What the fuck you mean? Chompy, thank you for the follow, dog. Like, I can buy off that shit. It's the follows, it's you guys grinding the ads. I gotta finish my coffee. Super Bruin, thank you for the heart. I gotta lean into the community like I'm throwing it back, dog. So, guys, now it looks like Lil Wayne. Bro, I'll be real. Lil Wayne doesn't even look like Lil Wayne anymore. Also, fun fact, I be seeing Lil Wayne in July, I think. He's coming up to Maine for a concert. And Carla and I are going up to see him. Dude, it's going to be fucking lit. But I'm also prepared for it to actually be a 50-plus-year-old man putting on a rap concert. Because that is what it is. It is actually a 50-plus-year-old man putting on a rap concert. I am, like, really fucking interested, man, on how this whole thing's gonna end up. I think it's gonna be fun because I have a great appreciation for the music and the artist. But, like, the last concert that I went to was fucking Kendrick Lamar at Allegiant. And that was kind of insane. And we were 2 rows off the stage. And so I'm thinking, like, we go from Kung Fu Kenny to Old Wheezy. And I'm like, I'm prepping myself. But we got really good seats again. And he's got a legendary discography. And also, I can probably just roll up a bunch of doinks and then bring them to the concert. And since I'm 6'5", maybe I will be able to smoke a doink with Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz. Chat, if I come back from that concert happier than I have ever been, you know that I smoked a doink with Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz. Because I am going to go to that concert rolled up like crazy. You bet your bippy. Drink coffee to hydrate. Brother, 99% of coffee is water. Like, literally almost all of coffee is water, and most of the solids aren't in the actual coffee. Drinking at the same time? Drinking champagne on an airplane, dog. Yes. Yes. 2 Chainz has absolute fucking timeless bangers. Is one of the greatest features that you could ever get on a song and instills happiness wherever he goes. Why don't you drink coffee infused water instead? Isn't that the same thing? I feel like this is just... I smoked recently enough, but I haven't smoked enough today for this to make sense. It's like that weird middle ground, you know? How much is in the water these days is not even hydrating? I feel feel pretty good when I drink water, I'm not gonna lie. I will definitely say, when I'm not... Oh, shit. I'm paying attention. We're fine, though. When I'm not drinking water, I definitely feel worse. I don't know if that's, like... If that's just a me thing. But, whoops. The last few days, I've not drank enough water. Like, just, straight up haven't, bro. My lips been chapped all day today, because it's hot outside, too. And I got a really bad habit because I talk so much, my lips get dry. I'm a dirty lick lipper. Or, wait. Lip licker. That one. I can't even talk. I can't even talk. We're cooked, boys. We're cooked. We're falling apart today. The 80-degree heat is getting to me. We don't have this shit up here. Pre-sustain is so nuts. Yeah. Yeah. Now, keep in mind, I'm missing a few core elements of the build still due to bugs. So, I'm missing my entire sunlight consumption, which gives me a lot more damage, more healing, everything, basically. I'm missing a lot. Bee Fury is not in the best spot right now, and I've basically been playing Bee Fury despite its bugs to try to be an advocate for its quick fix. However, it doesn't necessarily look like it's coming around fast, I'm not gonna lie. So, I'm hoping this upcoming week maybe we get a fix for it, because as far as I know... As far as I know, it is by far the most bugged weapon that exists right now in, like, a negative manner. It just simply doesn't interact with, like, priest ability, priest talents, as well as the crab shield. So it's a little, unfortunate, all things considered. But again, that's, I think, the worst weapon bug-wise in the game right now. So we don't really have to worry about too much other than that. And once it's fixed... I also think this build just doubles in strength immediately. Effectively, have nothing to worry about. Damage is going to go up exponentially. Because right now, I'm not spawning bees at all in the capacity that I should be, because I'm not doing the damage that I should be, especially frequent ticks. I am missing out on a couple interactions. I'm losing out on my damage, more bee spawns, more sustain, pretty much more everything, if I'm being real. So, hopefully it'll get fixed, and I'm sure it will at some point, but until then... We hold the line and we stay true. We represent for all the b-boys out here. I drink pickle juice. Pickles fuck. Do you have like a favorite kind of pickle juice? And what do you just like... Do you just buy the pickles and then like consume the juice? And then eat the pickles after? Or like what's your play out here? What are they gonna fix a dupe cheat? Probably just fix it and then eventually raise level cap. Doesn't really matter. People who have wealth are going to have wealth in the first place, regardless of dupe or not. And it's really unfortunate that dupes do exist. It's really unfortunate that pretty much every game that has an inventory and an item system gets hit by them, right? But I don't necessarily feel as though the interactions player to player that we're seeing in FAREVER are entirely like... I don't know, cooked on the premise of a dupe existing. Most people, and I say most, leaning into likely an overwhelming majority of players, have probably not played in a group, and sure as shit have not traded items player to player. So, definitely gonna be a problem when they release Auction House. Yeah, but like my question is for what? When we look at the prospect of this game, the most dupable thing right now is the crystals. And maybe mounts. But hear me out. Say I have 1 million gold instead of 17,000 gold and the auction house is out. I can buy a legendary and then fully upgrade that legendary, which somebody who plays the game can also do quite relatively easily. So like, I definitely understand that aspect of it, but like, it's really, with the structure of this game, it's not like getting a gear set in any capacity is looked at as a, you know, an impossible task, as a long-term grind even, with the exception of legendaries. But legendaries inherently aren't hard to acquire. It's just completing the already completable content multiple times and not getting tired of it. So it's more of a time grind. So like, I definitely, like, I understand the aspect of, like, yeah, it's gonna suck to see a bunch of duped gear on the auction house. But in a game like this, it's also really not the end of the world. People aren't going to be using duped gear to kill other players. People aren't going to be, because eventually PvP gear, by the time they have Battlegrounds and the PvP area in, they're also supposed to have exclusive PvP gear, which will help mitigate a lot of the effects of the duped gear itself. Like, I don't know, I am someone who definitely understands the levity of duping having an impact on games, or like the not levity, like the weight of it. Coming from Ashes, brother, that was an entirely player-to-player crafting-driven econ system, where you were looking at literal hundreds of hours of grinding to craft one high-quality piece. And dupes in that game fucking ravaged the economy. Made it near impossible for the economy to have any sustained longevity whatsoever, especially over the course of, you know, each server existing for longer. Some of the dupes even, like, didn't get publicly outed, they were just under wraps. So, with Ashes, since it was such a competitive natured game, a lot of the dupes, people were just like, okay, this benefits us, this is ours now, we keep it. And it was definitely not the highest state of, okay, we found this, let's report it, let's get it fixed. Oh, StarWhy actually being a thing implemented. If that's the case, then dupes would be way worse for the health. What do you mean, stat weights? Eventually get rolled out for stat weights, I think. So that'll be on the age for sure. Like, RNG on stats, sure. But like, again, that's going to very likely be a small percentage of things, and that's not the gear that you're going to be getting killed with in PvP. So when you look at it from a standpoint of, oh no, somebody can get the same gear that I have, but with 3% more stats as a result of the dupe, I think that's kind of like the best case scenario with a dupe in terms of like containing it. So as this game as a whole, I want to compare it. I mean, if you don't know about something, you probably shouldn't speak on it, if I'm being honest. Because I could happily educate you on pretty much everything that happened with Ashes. And if you haven't stayed up to date, the likely lean from the court case so far that is actually, you know, in federal court surrounding, like, the IP and the circumstances, there is a very, potential extortion-riddled case, allegedly, that exists, that is getting very, very, very deep into the, okay, maybe the allegations aren't that crazy. Now, it's far from a perfect business structure, but when people say it was a scam, I think they fully misuse the term scam at the core of it. I, as somebody that played a lot of that game, thousands of hours, can definitely tell you that that was a playable product, and as much as people are loving FAREVER, Ashes had more of an MMO product than FAREVER did. Now, was it far less refined? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Way, 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 way less refined. But had more of an MMO-driven product than FAREVER. Had a very fun combat system at its core. And the gameplay was far separated in my mind from the business side. But I will definitely compare it because they are incredibly similar products. This is an early access product that may not make it to launch. It's 1.0, could always get axed. It may make it to 1.0 very successfully, and I hope that it does. I don't really pray too much, but I hope that it does, because I think the world needs more successful titles instead of more people in gaming that are just trying to shit on every title that's not the title they personally want to succeed. Like when Crimson Desert came out, I did not play Crimson Desert, nor did I really have much interest in going over to check it out just because of the, you know, inherent lack of multiplayer. Look at me now. And when my chat would talk to me about it, I'd be excited that they were having fun. I would encourage them to update me on what they were doing in the game and what they were playing and stuff. And it was very, very nice to be able to share in their joy. So, from a comparative standpoint, we have to remember, really, the closest product, progress-wise, to this in the MMO world at this point. Granted, this is an MMO light, but really, in terms of the early access coming out to this point, it's really comparable to the Ashes Steam launch. So, RIP Finny, didn't know there's a dupe in the game. Oh, brother, there's a dupe in every game. Come on. There's a dupe in literally every game that exists ever that has a loot system. I don't think there is like a singular game that is entirely dupe free. It's just a matter of how publicly those dupes are broadcasted and how much those dupes actually impact other players. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is literally the definition of unavoidable in today's day and age, especially once you bring in any form of like multiplayer trades or anything associated with that. It gets scary. Duping, RMTing, like it's human nature as much as speeding is, dog. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Liam, wrapping a beautiful day, brother. Still enjoying FAREVER. I've been having a blast. I have quite possibly the worst legendary luck that anybody has ever had in the history of gaming. But you know, here we are, still on the grind, trying to get my first fucking legendary so I can actually go down the upgrade path. My epics are sat at like T3 right now because I don't want to push up and I don't want to waste the crystal grind until I get a legendary. Because eventually I'm gonna get a legendary and then I'm gonna do the crystal grind, but I don't want to fuck myself and overcommit too soon. This game has great potential still. Oh yeah. I do like the potential that FAREVER has, and I think the baseline is incredibly strong. I think their foundation, when I look at it in terms of what can my core gameplay loop be on a daily basis, like sure, I have now played enough to exhaust the finite objectives that are available on the map. Makes sense, that's kind of reasonable because I play a shitload, right? I don't think that's too confounded that somebody who streams full-time would have got, you know, the map completed after 100 hours. So now I'm at the point where I can optimize builds. And for me, that's going to be enough to keep me entertained. When new changes come in, if a new weapon ever gets added, or big balance changes come in, things get buffed, things get nerfed, I'm gonna want to be checking that out. Furthering my personal build knowledge is a big part of like my endgame. So that way, again, as things get changed, I can help chat understand. We're gonna have new players that are constantly coming in. I want to help them understand the builds and the differences and how builds will play. This obviously being more of a sustainy type build than it is your just straight up one-shot a boss type build is bringing in its own element to the progression of this, where people look at this and instead of seeing something like a, you know, Wing Saber Warrior that's just one-shotting stuff and they're like, okay, that doesn't necessarily seem intended. They look at this and it's a slower TTK, but they also see how fucking comfy this is, the amount of sustain on this build, the amount of consistency it has in its throughput. You can basically do any content in the game with this build on autopilot, and you physically have to fuck up a mechanic that just kills your character outside of HP to really die out here. Like you have to actively try to die a lot of the time, which again, that's usually what happens to me when I do end up dying. I'm actively trying to, but I've only had one so far. The says 1-2, but it's for ones we don't even use. Oh no. Dude, that's my largest fear, is finally shitting out a legendary. And it's not a B Fury. I would be so incredibly sad. And I know there's honestly too reasonable of a chance that that shit does happen, but I'm trying to remain optimistic about it. What glider is that? It is a yellow dragon. I always try to click fire that. I can show you where on the map to get this after I finish this clear, but it's a little yellow dragon guy. He cute. Almost done at my prison. W, have you sold a lot of shit today? Because if you have not, then you go back. You're not leaving quite yet. I have terrible news. No. Well, I'll see you later then. Pick up another couple hours. That purse was expensive. It's time to grind. We must not forget the sacrifices that have to be made. We walked by that historical graveyard in Boston. Look at all the sacrifices that were made for that. We close at 5. Not today, you don't. Not today, you don't. Only played one class to see all the content of learning through other classes. Gearing and builds. Yeah. The gearing and builds around different classes as well. Now, I will say, I tend to... How do I say this? Obsess over everything one class. At least until I feel like I have got everything knowledge-wise that I could need out of it. And then sometimes I entertain playing another class. But in New World, like, I played effectively 2 builds for my entire existence, which was well over 7,000 hours. And it was to the point where people would come into chat and they'd be like, Dusty, how are you still playing this build? I'd be playing Outpost Rush on builds that were bad and Outpost Rush arenas that were arenas with builds that were bad and arenas. I effectively just ran my build all the time, whether it was considered meta or not. Granted, in War, Bruiser was absolutely insane with GA Warhammer. But outside of War, it was so dependent on other things. And I would go in and I would do Outpost Rush with no consumes, no healing potions or anything on my bar. So I could just understand the core aspect of the build a little better. It's a little bit obsessive, but I also really enjoy it. Heard NA servers are unstable in the game. They've completely stabilized the servers at least the past couple of days. I don't know how everybody else's experience has been, but earlier in early access, like right at the start of early access, there were a lot of server stability issues, but they are now a little over a week in. They're actually almost 2 weeks in. They're 11 days in. So now the worst thing that's happening, at least that I'm experiencing, is that little frame drop that you just saw. It's like, it's a tiny little frame drop, which is definitely noticeable, but you're not getting the login infrastructural issues that you were before. We're not running into nearly as many issues in that aspect. The past, like, 3-4 days, I think, have been pretty fucking buttery, if I'm being honest. I didn't get disconnected at all yesterday. I had no issues yesterday whatsoever, so it was super smooth. So I'm hoping they've got it situated, especially considering as we draw closer to NA peak. Right now, we're sitting at 12.6k, and we're about 3 hours out from NA peak. NA peak will be like 8 to 10 p.m. EST. So when we look at last Sunday, we can zoom on this. Excuse you, sir. And we'll get the peak here. I wonder if it'll show us, like, what the time frame on it was. Here it is. So this is at 1900 UTC. And then peak today. Okay, it's 1900 UTC right now. So that was right around peak again today. So NA peak may be lower. But even today, 13.5k. With Subnautica 2 coming out, keep in mind, yes, not every FAREVER player is going to be interested in Subnautica 2. But Subnautica 2 has basically grabbed everybody by the balls that has played it so far, and people have been coming into chat raving to me about Subnautica 2, knowing that they're like, I'm happy for them, of course, but like, I'm probably not going to play Subnautica 2, A, because I don't like spending money on games, but B, just because I like the MMO side of things so much. Maybe I check it out, but Subnautica 2 is going crazy. 500k. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. They sold, what, like 2 million copies or something like that? 2 million first 3 days. Yeah. They're selling an absurd amount of copies. It is one of the most successful, it's classes like survival, right? So it's one of the most successful in-genre launches ever. For the entire genre. It's fucking insane. Subnautica 2 looks lit. People are having a lot of fun with it. It's not even necessarily like up my alley, so to say. But even I've looked at it as like a, what if I put up a dono goal or ask people to check their Twitch primes enough throughout the day? Mayhaps we make it happen? Mayhaps we pull it together? Can confirm sub 2 is lit. What are you just explore shit? Build a base type shit? Dono goal for 2 copies. Is it multiplayer? Keep in mind, I didn't play Subnautica 1. I don't really fuck with the ocean that much. Yes. Oh, only 1 copy, please. Only 1 copy, please. That would, 4 people. So Subnautica 2 is literally the same multiplayer that this is right now. Interesting concept. All right, what are my PvP modes? We got arenas. Do we have a world PvP zone? Hold on, I gotta bring my coffee out real quick. because I'm done with my coffee. Just got the Amon Ram Legendary. Fuck you. I hate you. Personally. I want you to know from the bottom of my heart. I despise you. And congratulations. I still need one! I'm not even looking for a Ram. Hopefully they don't nerf. Yeah, I don't think they'll nerf Ram. I think if anything, Ram will probably get brought down a little bit with its percent scaling, but I don't really see Ram being a huge issue. I think a lot of the facilitator is honestly Dominion right now. Dominion just scales so fucking hard with plus armor, right? I could see Dominion seeing a couple of changes. And I think Ram Spear Dominion is just an overall very, very, very good build. You scale up armor, you scale up shields, you heal like crazy. It's got infinite sustain and a lot of really good modifiers that go into its total scaling. I don't really think it'll get gutted because I also think once they fix the bugs with B-Build, B-Build's actually going to slap as well, all things considered. So I'm holding out hope that they fix B-Fury sooner rather than later. Think Ram will get tuned down? Yeah, it'll get tuned down, but I don't think it'll get butchered. I think it'll get adjusted a little bit. Maybe instead of looking at the 10% on 5 stacks of consumption, maybe looking at the benediction stacks required to get the bonuses. Empowered attacks having a 100% chance to crit strike, maybe a little bit different, but anytime you create an interaction where defense equals damage, it's hard to balance. Oh yeah, absolutely. It becomes incredibly cyclical very fast, right? So a lot of builds do kind of play into that a bit. But yeah, Ram does it exceedingly well. I mean, I'll do this next fight with Ram. My Ram's not enchanted, but I can actually pop my Sunlight with it, which is huge because then I can play into an actual Sunlight build, which is a large difference maker. Now Sunlight will be absolutely fucking blasting. So Saddle, what up? Wonder how this game was able to just take Genshin's UI without issues. I don't know. Is it really similar to Genshin's?
Absolutely
I haven't played Genshin. Jake, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dog. Where are the Wing Sabers and Beast Spears insane? Kill hard boss before the third mech. Well, Wing Sabers has an actual acknowledge bug with it. So yeah, that's going to be really strong. The only fully acknowledged bugs with my build is honestly, like, if I'm being real, that half of the B-Fury interactions don't fucking work, which is slightly unfortunate. But, you know, all things considered, not the end of the world. What shield do you use? Right now, I'm using Dominion. I have used, for a majority of my time, Crab Shield, but B-Fury doesn't interact with Crab Shield, and Dominion's just incredibly consistent right now. It gives so much additional damage, so... Does this game have lore? Like, it has lore built in to the world, but it's also not, like, WoW levels of deep. It doesn't really take itself too seriously, so to say. A lot of it is just, like, pop culture references and little bits of lore throughout the areas that you're going into. Like, different factions of enemies in different areas that you can learn a little bit about through, you know, exploring the world, but it's also not, like, deep. It's a lot more of one of those, like, referential games. Like, you're gonna see SpongeBob as a mob. I'm not even kidding. There is an ooze mob that is named SpongeBob. There are just references effectively everywhere that are fun as fuck. So, had a purple level 20 Dominion. Didn't realize it was good. Got rid of it. Blob Dylan the Slime. Bro, I want to see Blob Marley as a slime. And I want Blob Marley to constantly utilize smoke abilities as a slime. I want him to move and smoke to come out. So, map icons, font, pop-ups are all like almost copy-paste. Well, you said almost copy-paste. Almost. Queen Elizabeth is another. Yeah, I mean, they're functionally all over the place. This will probably play pretty well for me this time around, though. I won't be summoning bees, but I'll have Swarm Lord up. I'll have Hive Sunder going. I don't really have much magic damage, though. I mean, other than Judgment. Judgment's a shitload of magic damage. So this will probably slap. We'll see if the kill times feel any different. This also isn't enchanted yet. But just proccing Sunlight, we're probably going to notice a substantial damage differential. So I'll be right back. I'm going to bring out my coffee. Good day. We were up tremendous. All right. So a quick little TTK comp on this. In non-celebrity references, wordplay. Hayden Seek, job well done, and my favorite NPC named Guild Merchant. I like to think this is his actual name. Genuinely, it might be. I'm not really sure what to believe anymore. I will say, I'm not quite sure what's truth and what's not. But I will say, all of their references absolutely go hard as fuck. Absolutely go hard as shit. I have been overly impressed many times by every one of the references. Also, I think this build is gonna bait me into just too much Ooga Booga. It's so strong. You just sit there and smack over and over and over again. You build 5 stacks, and then you pop your 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 5 stacks, and then you pop your... Dude, it's so good. Like, they'll probably tune that if I had to guess. Just because like, you stack your 1, like your fervor stacks, and then you pop your 1 off so fucking much. It's insane how much damage this build brings in. But a lot of it's also, like, the fervor stack is huge, yes. But a lot of it is also looking at the interaction with sunlight. This isn't even an enchanted weapon, so. Pick the frog, use 1 swing, and then cast the frog, and it's infinite crit. I know, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Go to Lamon. Yeah, it's stinky. There's a reason why I don't run it. And, like, honestly, if I'm being completely real, the clear time comparatively to my other build, to Bee Fury, even knowing that Bee Fury is Bort, is not that crazy different. Like, is it fast? Yes. But is it just incomparable? I don't really think so. It is strong, it is safe, it is stupid, but I'm also not even using spear with it. Like, Amon, Ram, and Spear. Ram Spear is the most popular build for Priest right now. And I say popular, it is also the most fucking broken. Shit is bonkers, if I do say so myself. Like, just absolutely stinky, bro, the damage. I hate how much damage this does. It's just, it's pulling in sunlight, it's actually proccing it. The damage on Dominion is fucking stinky as well. It's just, it's so, uh-oh, I fucked up. Huh? I almost fucked up. I almost played a little too stupid greedy. I almost fucked myself while playing a Ram build. I don't know how I almost managed it, but I almost managed it, chat. Is it even upgraded and ranked? It's upgraded and ranked, yeah. But it's only upgraded to 3. It's not T4. It's not enchanted. It is just... It's basically just base Ram, more or less. So it's far from the goated product. Far from the goated product. It's, dude, it's a really fucking good. You just sit there, you smack, things die. But again, one thing I have said is that the damage with this, even on the high end, if I switch Bee Fury back on, consider the fact that I'm not proccing sunlight whatsoever, Bee Fury ain't really that bad. All things considered, like, it is really not that bad. And I have actually kind of enjoyed the Bee Fury damage as it comes in. Can't believe how much I've upgraded. Version of Claudius gives 30% flat base plus 4 stats. Yeah, I want to avoid getting too deep in the, like, the material farm rabbit hole before I get myself a legendary. Once I get a Lego, I will be absolutely doing the ephemeral heart farm. I gotta get on the alt, you know, the alt gearing for that. That's gonna be kind of annoying. Spear's a big part of the build for both Ram and Dom. Agreed. Spear's a large facilitator. Bee Fury is kind of like a Kmart spear. It does still give 10% armor on any of the active ability casts. But yeah, Spear is also a very large facilitator. I 1000% agree. And I do not have a spear that I'm rocking right now. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, right? The primary thing is that I'm very confident in other builds' damage to match the output of what this with a spear does provide in an ideal scenario. If I had double legendary fully upgraded weapon with B build and B trinket was working and B fury was working and facilitating things in a way that it's supposed to, then I really don't think that the damage differential is as high as some people make it out to be. Which is part of why I think maybe we just see Dominion tweaked or Crab Shield tweaked a little bit, one way or the other. But like, B build's really not that bad. Really not that bad at all, if I'm being completely honest. I wonder if I could run Ram as a secondary. Because like, theoretically, I could Blessing and Ram Veil. But Ram Veil would be a cast. They're already on 100% all maps. I have a couple objectives left, but oops. More or less, I'm looking at. I'll show you in a sec. So more or less, I'm looking at one dungeon over here. Let's see. What else? I need one dungeon. What else do I need? It says I need 3. Sunken Tomb Raider, Abyss of New Atlan. That's Sunken Tomb Raider, and then Haunting of Creasamall Castle. So I should still have Haunting of Creasamall Castle to do. Which I think is in this area. What's the word for hitting all the bubble nodes in a map? Like all of the collectible bubbles? An achievement? I feel like somebody did their first area and just got like an achievement, if I'm not tripping. But yeah, then I just have a dungeon left to do over here. It's the dungeon at the bottom of this. So, did you break the curse yet? Nope. Nope. Luck's actually been kind of butt cheeks today. A little bit glorious. Skill reset on parry is so satisfying. Far from meta, but fucking run my warrior if I want to be efficient. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing right now. I also don't think that you inherently need to rely on a full meta one-shot build to get through the content. If it was to the point where, like, I needed to have... oh, excuse me. If I needed to have Ram Spear to get through content in the slightest, I'd go get Ram Spear. I have no problem running Ram Spear. Like, the knowledge of the build is in my head. It's just that I want to make B build work. And when B build gets fixed, I actually think between the trinket and the weapon working, it's actually going to be a really satisfying build to run. I think it's going to be quite solid. It's going to give the most, like, HP-wise self-sustain out of any of the builds that I've cooked up so far. And I think it's going to be, a really solid new player build as well. So, for me, I'm just like, I'm at a point where the content, again, it's not difficult content. It's not like people are out here just getting absolutely fucking cooked by Lady B hard mode. It's definitely not that level of it, man. I don't think the lock-in is required in the capacity that some people are making it out to be. And I think some people will have you believing that you genuinely need to have a fully optimized build to clear content. But again, even with bugs, a few core things in this build are quite literally bugged. The damage here is still fine, and I'm just sitting here throwing in perfect blocks because I actually have a shield that's incentivizing them, so I'm kind of forced to. I get my judgments up. I pop any heals when I need pop heals. I avoid destroying the map. And then I just drop damage. And everything's peachy. This is by far the coziest, most carefree build that I have ever played on a defensive standpoint. Better to clear the content, but faster's always better. Depends. I think more fun's always better. And I think there's a time where efficiency really matters. And there's a time where, like, being able to kick your feet up and relax is also good. It's kind of like cooking a meal versus fast food, right? Technically, getting fast food is better because you're going to be spending less time on fast food than you would be cooking a meal. But maybe you like cooking. Maybe a home-cooked meal really hits a spot for you, and that's just something that you look forward to as a part of your day. For me, I don't really feel an emphasis to go faster comparatively to other people because there's no competition in this game. I think that's one thing when people talk about, you know, streamers have ruined gaming that people don't mention. I think viewers reacting to streamers in the way that they have also done a good part of that. Just because somebody runs an optimal build and an optimal build exists doesn't mean that somebody's wrong for not running that. But a lot of content creators and a lot of viewers of content creators, not here, thankfully. This is a very chill place, and I work very hard to maintain that. But, like, a lot of content creators and a lot of communities of content creators would most definitely have you believe that if you're not running the optimal build that is getting you the most kills per hour, then you're wasting your time. And I really, like, I dislike that, if I'm being honest. I feel like when that comes into play, we forget why people are playing a video game in the first place, and it is to just enjoy their time playing the video game. I think it's not much deeper than that on any level. And I think the differences in builds are so minimal in this game when the content is dying in the first place that the enjoyment of your build is more important than anything else. Is Fervor better than Magic Pen? Depends on what you're looking for. So, if you're fighting bosses exclusively, Magic Pen gives very good percentage damage increase per point, but it is only damage increase. The good thing about Fervor is that it increases your damage by percentage, also healing and shielding, and reduces damage you take by a flat percent. So, it depends on if you're feeling tanky enough. You might get more value out of Magic Pen if you just want to do more raw damage. If you feel like you need an all-around attribute, then Fervor is incredibly consistent. Fervor is like the quilted quicker picker-upper type shit, dog. What's all said? I just think it's something that's lost in gaming, man. I feel like everybody lives such a comparative-natured life nowadays, and I really dislike that. A lot of people think that it's super cool, myself included, that I can stream full-time. Imagine if I stopped streaming full-time because I only average 150 viewers. Oh no, I'm never gonna be famous. Why am I even doing it? I'm so much smaller than all of the giant streamers. Why? Who gives a fuck? I'm able to do something that I genuinely enjoy. And part of the reason why I do it every day is because I can actually enjoy it, right? And one thing when, you know, we've recruited, at this point, thousands of unique players into this community and into our guild over the course of the games that we have played since we made Cats with Abs. And I have answered the question thousands of times, Dusty, what should I play? What do you guys need? And every single time I say, what do you want to play? We need people who are going to play the game and are going to enjoy their time playing the game, so that way you don't quit. Because it's going to be harder for us if we have to replace all of our numbers and keep recruiting people. That's the honest truth. And I have always tried to remind people that the largest thing for us is always your willingness to show up. That was kind of scary, actually, because of that frame dump. Yo, Al, thank you for the 5, dog. I appreciate you. Fucking legend. Fucking legend. I always just tell people, like, whatever you are least likely to burn out and quit the game on, right? If you want to play a class, Goon, thank you for the follow, much love. If you want to play a class that is a little bit like under the meta, do it, right? If you wanna play something that's a little bit of a cook, where we're like, all right, you're kind of weird for that, but like, feel free. We have different parts of the community for different goals. We have our PvP sweats. We have our casual players. And the cool thing about this community that we have fostered over years and different games is that everybody understands that everybody has their own unique way of playing the game. And we have brought together the competitive-minded gamer and the casual gamer so incredibly well in our community that it's something that really, like, I don't know, refreshes me on a daily. It's something where, you know, in times where I'm like, I was actually talking to Carla today while we were out grocery shopping. I was like, I feel like I might need to sweat more in FAREVER to get people actually into the channel. And I was like, she goes, what do you mean? And I was like, I feel like I might just need to sell out and start running a meta build to get people to come through and check out the content, because they'll be like, oh my god, you're clearing so fast. But it's also like, I look at it when I stop playing the comparative game and I'm watching other content creators that I like watching. I lurk in streams a lot. I don't type much, but I like lurking in other streams, and I'm watching other content creators that I enjoy watching, and they're on these crazy builds. They're just blasting shit down. And I'm over here just shing, 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 shing. And I'm like, damn, they're clearing 2 bosses to my 1, right? You're already clearing hella fast. See, that's the thing. I'm not, like, clearing completely terribly. This build is still fine, and it has bugs. I really think this build is going to be just fucking fine as soon as the, you know, the bugs are fixed with it. I think all things considered, right? I looked at it and I kind of like stopped myself, right? Because I was like, all right, what am I saying, man? This is a game that has no reason to compare prog to other people. You can farm up the build and just tell people about it. I don't have to be showing it off to tell people like, hey, I run a build that's currently a little bit worse than it. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I run a build that's currently a little bit worse than it's going to be. But it's also really fun and really cozy and really consistent. And that's something that I have, you know, really enjoyed being able to tell players. And knowing that this is only going to get better, I enjoy playing this build. I like the prospect of commanding a little bee army and having them do my dirty work for me in times where I, as a melee player, cannot quite access the most optimal angle, right? Summons are great to have. Don't forget, each class deals with fights different. Compared to priest and mage, it's gonna go much faster, but you play what you want. Agreed. Agreed. 1000% agreed. Like, I started running a crab shield early on, and I really like crab shield because if you can get 3 weapon finishers off, or a combo of weapon finishers and blocks up to 3, then you get your explosion on your block that does 200 plus damage, and it's still a really strong scaler. So with Crab Shield, you still can put out a lot of damage, and Depth Shield is a very good spam ability, does great AoE damage and incredible self-healing, and I think Crab Shield is another really solid option. Reason I switched over to Dom for today is because A, I wanted to test the damage, bringing it in with Bee Fury and seeing how that was going to be. I also just kind of like, you know, I realized I wasn't really benefiting from Crab Shield because of the bugs. So when the bugs are fixed, I'm probably going to throw Crab Shield back on because I do think that Crab Shield, if it's actually functioning, from a damage output wise, is actually quite comparable. This just does big number, and everybody looks at big number as better. But with this build in particular, where I'm looking for multiple instances of damage, having Depth Shield is huge because that's 4 more instances of damage that can result in me summoning a little Buzzy Boy. So, the amount of utility that's provided by one simple change is... oh, fuck me. No! God fucking damn it. Chat, are we cooked? Oh! Yep, I fucked up. I fucked up. I zoomed too fast. I flew too close to the goddamn sun. I tried to style too much. Run this build if it wasn't bugged. Yeah, I'm running a world's bugged. Also, Zop, goddamn. That's a 200-day streak. My fucking golly, I'm so sorry I missed that. I'll blame Alb. He gave me money. He outshined you. If you shared the 200 streak and then also gifted 5, I would have noticed quicker. I'm just saying for next time. Anyways, I appreciate you. I love you, brother. I hope you've been well. What you be doing? Nin gave up on us over here. I don't know if you're still fucking with it or if you're not fucking with it, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking with it probably heavier than I should. All right, stop. The 200-day streak is looking monumental, brother, and you're looking awfully fucking handsome today. Goodness gracious me, oh my. My dick. Listen. TwitchCon. We must not reveal all of the plans this early, though. It's supposed to be a surprise. Golly, always spoiling. What the fuck is up? I appreciate you, dog. Also, Mel, what up, dude? I heard the servers are laggy in this game. Is that true? Earlier in, like, the early access period, yes. They have, however, put a lot of effort into fixing the server infrastructure, so they are much better now than they were within the first few days. The last, like, 3 or 4 days in particular, I think have been the best that servers have been. And since I went to Boston 3 days ago, so I can't say how they were on Friday, but Thursday they were incredibly smooth, minor disruptions. I think maybe actually a few minutes of disruptions. Friday, chat said they were incredibly smooth, and they hadn't had any disruptions whatsoever while I was in Boston. Got back yesterday. Played all day. Again, 0 disruptions whatsoever. Servers were silky smooth. And then today, again, incredible servers. The one thing right now that's been introduced that I and some other players have been running into, just to fully prep you, there's a little bit of a frame drop that you'll catch at some point in time. And that's the largest oh shit. But other than that, Everything's feeling smooth, feeling really good, all things considered. So I've been really happy with it. Or the next update that makes Forever a little bit more fun. Yeah, you're just not feeling like the single player grind, the isolated aspect of it. I feel like when PvP comes in, that's when we'll see a lot of people start to actually like understand that there's a little bit of validity that's, you know, coming in as a multiplayer title. That's the frame drop, by the way. But yeah, no, I definitely feel that, brother. I definitely feel that. I've been immensely grateful for the, you know, the Forever Com and all the new people that have kind of like taken me in as a content creator. Because it's always incredibly hard branching out to another directory, especially when it's something out of your wheelhouse, right? This for me is something that's kind of like a long-term investment, but like I've never made single player content before. Like, yeah, I can go drop trade with somebody. I can help people clear bosses and stuff, but primarily I'm doing single player stuff up to 4 people, which still for me and my community is small. Like, this is incredibly new to me as well. And for me, when this, you know, comes to a point where there is more of a multiplayer incentivization, and we as a community can do what we as a community like to do, which is playing together, then I'm definitely going to have even more of a connection to it. But right now, like, I'm still enjoying my time here. If I wasn't, you guys would definitely know I'm very bad at hiding that shit. And I'm very grateful for the comm that's been coming through and showing love, because it has been fun. And I know a lot of people in the community are also very much waiting with open arms for further updates. World boss, things to get us into the open world, some PvP updates, some more depth with builds, a higher level with some more vertical grind instead of immediately getting into the horizontal after a few hours. And this is an early access. And even out of early access, you're not necessarily going to have a zeitgeist in every game that's going to be for everybody. But I do think that this game's, like, long-term appeal is looking good for a lot of our community. I will say I'm pretty confident that if we look 6 months ahead type shit, we will definitely notice some hit points for our community where people are very excited to come over and check everything out. Could change the other way, could always be an absolute disaster, but as of right now, feels nice. What up, Grumpus? Thank you for 7 day dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. What you getting up to today? Worried they might have to wipe because of the exploiters? I don't really mind. Like, oh. Uh-oh. This is gonna hurt. Hiya! Okay. Anyways, I mean, they very well, like, may end up wiping. But I think what's more likely, I mean, even fresh start servers wouldn't be a thing over here. They would have to full wipe with their server structure as they wanted to do it. But really, I don't see a world where it's necessary with their world structure. Like, we've talked about accumulated wealth, right? So realistically, from dupes and from shit like that, you have more wealth being accumulated than intended with the builds, right? You're killing some shit faster than intended, which is generating more drops than intended. You are seeing dupes, which obviously not intended, as far as we know. So you are definitely seeing some things that are generating unintended things into the economy. My only question to you, my fine comrades, is like, what does it impact? If I have 1 million gold and 10 million legendaries, like, what does it impact? You know, what is the actual impact on me if somebody else dupes in my gameplay loop? None. Very little. In PvP, it's eventually going to be exclusive PvP gear anyways. So we have to wait and see what weight they end up giving gold. Right now, none. Yeah, literally none. I think gold is going to be more of a sinky item where it's like you buy bank tabs eventually with gold. Maybe make it more implicated in crafting somehow. Auction house for cosmetics, I think, would be the biggest thing. So say somebody gets a super exclusive mount and they dupe a bunch of skunks and then slowly sell them, then sure. But keep in mind, if it's a dupe, then that's going to drive the value of cosmetics down because it's going to generate so many more cosmetics than intended. So even then, the accumulation of wealth is going to be less, and what are they going to do with the gold that they get from the dupe? Who's going to fucking buy gold in this game? Somebody will. Like, I guarantee it. But, like, what are you going to get? Legendary weapon? Sure. What are you going to do with that legendary weapon? I don't know. Devs already said there won't be a wipe. They know nothing that's being duped right now is going to be relevant as they update the game. They're working on a detection system with specific items. So the player dupes one of those, but yeah. That's a great thing as well, right? Anti-duping mechanisms. Duping happens all the time, and again, I think their economy is very insulated. I will say as well, like, the devs have said that there are no plans for a wipe. I fully understand that, but I try to tell every single person that comes through, plans change in game development all the fucking time. And the number of times that developers have said, hey, this isn't planned, and then they've just full 180'd on it. We have absolutely seen that before. We have seen games save themselves because of 180ing on things. We have seen games, you know, off themselves because of 180s on things. And
Here comes the money.
Dan, you're getting scammed on that 30. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Nincaesar_$30 guilt trip this
You're a
jump
rat.
into playing sub 2 with me.
You're a
or
rat.
just take my money. Guilt trip this
Listen.
jump into playing sub 2 with me, or just take my
I'll
money.
make you a deal. You add a 1 and 2 zeros in front of that, and I will absolutely go play Subnautica right now. I will, rest of stream, I will buy Subnautica. I will give away a copy of Subnautica, and I will go play Subnautica for the rest of stream. We're chilling at that point. Led by Twin Pillars, level 20 purple, and Ram Hammer. I actually have a Twin Pillars you can have. You don't have to buy it. Please don't give me anything. I like farming up my own stuff, but you can have a Twin Pillars. I'm probably not going to use it. So. But yeah, they have various pinned messages on Discord about the new matter. Yeah, I mean, I always try to say it, not in like a bad way or anything, right? More in a expect the unexpected manner. But plans can always change incredibly quickly. And sometimes gaming has presented us some of the largest what the fuck are you talking about moments of all time, when they effectively were not necessary in the slightest, and people could have just coasted and continued doing what they were doing and had success for years to come. And then they really just leave you with a head scratcher of like a what the fuck were you thinking type decision. And I really hope that that doesn't end up the case over here, because that is a very you know, sad state of affairs to have to deal with. But all things considered, I do like how they, as developers, have addressed a lot of community concerns so far. I think their first patch was phenomenal. And if they say that they've got shit under control, I should put that a little more to the left next time so I can actually reach without having to stand on this, because that kind of hurts a little bit. Anyways, with their first patch coming in and actually providing fixes to a lot of player pain and quit points, I've already been kind of swept off my feet by the responsiveness. I think it is very encouraging to see the first major patch come in with any title be a success, instead of a patch that comes in and has a lot of criticisms, a lot of bugs. Like, it was a clean patch. Iron, thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. It was a very clean patch, is how I would describe it. And it was a good patch. It was, oh, fuck me, not this again. It was a patch that addressed concerns, as far as we know, didn't break too much shit. I say too much, as far as we know, again. But we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure. It still could have broken a lot more than we realize. But as of right now, it's looking smooth. It's looking smooth. So if they can get another patch out, say, this upcoming week, and I don't know, maybe fix Beef Fury, then I think that'll be another huge W, if I do say so myself. The worst build to have bugged is my build. And I know that may sound selfish. It is. It absolutely is. Not gonna bullshit you guys. I definitely would love to have my build fixed. I very much enjoy it. Even with the bugs, I think it's still great. How's it bugged? Bee Fury does not consume sunlight stacks and actually proc it. I can build my sunlight, but the damage from sunlight, the effects of sunlight do not get utilized on my combo finishers, which is a large part of damage and sustain. So everybody that thinks this build is broken right now, in terms of sustain, my damage, I'm missing about 50% of it because sunlight is our, you know, our primary talent as a priest. That's what the entire class is built around. Please, no more frame drops, daddy. So without sunlight proccing, I'm down a substantial amount of damage, healing, overall utility, pretty much everything that you would, you know, want to have. So, let's go, but warrior would race. Any boss to faster than any other class? Well, yeah, warrior also has bugs right now. So, they're outliers, both, like, good and bad to keep in mind. And when you're looking at the, you know, the B build, it's bugged in a bad way where, like, my full capabilities aren't there. Some of the warrior issues that we're seeing are bugged in a way that is making them legitimate gods and has some, we'll say, like, unintended scaling. So, let's face second this boss. Oh, yeah. And with warrior, if you're doing wing sabers, you're also phasing everything far faster than I am. So, start bleeding for PvE. Yeah, I don't even know what build you're running, but like the wing saber build on warrior has been one of like the, you know, the everybody's flavor of the week type build, just because of the damage scaling that's out. Keep in mind, this isn't even like the priest build of choice. This is, again, a bugged ass build. I don't really think many people are running this other than me at this point in time because it's so fucking borked. But the, you know, the priest build of choice is Ram Spear, and I don't even have that assembled. So that would kill faster than this, would be a little tankier than this. This, again, once it gets its bugs fixed, I think is going to be competitive with a lot of the higher end builds, those that aren't bugged, that is. But things like Wing Saber, obviously, all but confirmed to be nerfed as a high priority. I would expect to see Dom a little bit adjusted as well, just from a scaling standpoint, to try to bring Crab Shield into some more relevance. Not that I think Dom is inherently too strong, but I think Dom is getting probably an incredibly large usage share comparatively to Crab Shield right now. Just because a little more, I don't know if controllable is the word, but like, you've got big number that goes out immediately on weapon combo, and you can scale that up very consistently. So a lot of people are running Dom. I love Crab personally. Oh yeah, I fuck with Crab heavy, especially for this build. Only problem is, we refer back to me saying pretty much everything with Bee Fury is bugged right now. And unfortunately, that also includes our interaction with Crab Shield trying to build the stacks. So, we can't build the passives on Crab Shield unless we're blocking. So we have to block 3 times instead of like 2 blocks and 2 finishers, or 2 blocks and 1 finisher. And that slows us down a good bit in terms of the generator that's supposed to pop and give us damage, which makes it a little bit less competitive there. And then we're also not consuming our sunlight, which is unfortunate. Crab's really good for parry builds, but no one wants to parry. Yeah, I mean, inherently both shields incentivize blocks, right? Let me know when you can trade purple pillars. Add me, and then when I go back to town, they're in my bank. They might even be on my ult, but I think they're on my bank. But yeah, I mean, both sides are great for parrying. It's just a matter of where you want your damage distribution to be. And in an ideal scenario, I want to be using more frequent abilities and just shitting out judgment casts, because judgment is a large amount of damage for me. And the more healing, the more damage, the more shielding I can get from trifecta judgments, the better it is. So having a super long cooldown as my 2, slightly less than ideal. On top of that, if I'm arsenaling Pocket Hive, like I am, I have a 20% chance to generate 1 stack, need 10 stacks. So 50 instances of damage on average. So basically, when we're looking at that, more instances of damage, better. B Shield gives me more instances of damage because I can depth shield in terms of like a constant cast. That blows up 4 times, shorter cooldown, and I can block for a big burst of damage. So it's very synonymous with this. More casts on my damage abilities mean that when Eternal Flower Heart's fixed, we can put out more bees there as well. So, what talents are you using with this build? Right now, oh wait, I didn't even switch back to the right talents. So, Sunlight's bugged. This is what I was using with Ram, and this is what I will be using when Sunlight's no longer bugged. This basically makes your Sunlight do the most damage in the most instances of damage possible. So you can keep Sunlight up through a variety of measures. If you're running Faithful Winds gives you Sunlight a lot for the entire duration. Anything that heals you, supports you, gives you a buff will also proc your Sunlight. So you can get Sunlight up from multiple finishers just from a Faithful Winds cast. And then when your Sunlight procs with this, you get an Empower for 6 seconds. So you get additional damage based on your Faith every single swing. Another instance of damage. Sunlight damage is increased by 25% just overall. Has 20% additional crit strike chance, and then if it crit strikes, it leaves a burn, dealing 50% of the damage dealt by Sunlight over 6 seconds. So, more or less just trying to ramp as many instances of damage off of Sunlight that you can. Over here, you don't really have too much that ramps Sunlight itself. You go like Magic Mastery, you could go Smite damage if you really wanted to play off your Judgment a little bit more. But with a fast weapon like Bee Fury, when it's fixed, or even something like Ram, getting finishes out more frequently, the Sunlight damage is very, very large. Now, with Sunlight being bugged, I basically opt into attack crit chance. With Ram, you also probably want to scale up the crit chance itself. Crits are fucking massive. The only thing is, when you're going the Bee Fury Sunlight build, your actual attack crits don't really matter. Most of your damage is coming through as spell damage. So, circa 420 HP, 69 shield build. I know, I have to re-enchant my gloves for that one. I lost a little bit of HP. Too lazy and bad to block. It's nice that there are builds that can mostly ignore it. Yeah, no, that's entirely fair. I hope someday that dodging gets... Wait, I just went into this one. I hope that dodging someday gets an equivalency to blocking for certain builds. I feel as though shield builds should have the emphasis on perfect blocks and parries. And then non-shield builds, if there was something about a perfectly timed dodge where you refunded your dodge charge or something with an internal cooldown, so you're not just dodge spam, dodge spam, dodge spam, dodge spam, would be really fucking cool. And then if it actually made it like a full iframe, even for a few frames during that dodge, something skill-based to play around for the dodge in addition to the block, I think would be really nice. I have adapted the block because the gameplay system determines that I do, but I am a dodge enjoyer thoroughly more than a block enjoyer, and I have had very passionate discussions with chat that despite blocking being incredibly fluid in this game, compared to other games blocking, it is still the clunkiest thing about combat. Having to stop your rotation, not like lose your combo, but having to throw in an extra input in the middle of your rotation for some people is not going to be the most desired. Now, you can just hold down and then tap and then keep holding down, and it's not the end of the world, but again, you do still have some form of, you know, secondary input being required on that. So, some people really don't like block. Pairing with stuff when server had issues? Yeah. And I mean, honestly, some bosses are better for perfect blocks. Some bosses are a little less good for perfect blocks. And I think as they get into more difficult content, especially when we're talking about potential group scaling content that's going to be chaotic with ground effects, if half of the ground is covered by AoEs, it's a little weird. How's it different than dodging? I think both are equally clunky. Like, I don't inherently think that dodge is better than block in terms of an interruption to the rotation, but I prefer dodge because it's a relocation as well as being able to stay there. If I'm going to have a form of clunk, basically, then I would prefer to have dodge be one of the forms of clunk and have dodge be equivalent to the block, right? If I'm gonna have an incentivized block, then I'd like to have an equally incentivized dodge, if that makes sense. You can continue combos even after block. Yeah. Blocking in this game is still far better than blocking in many other games, but it is, and I will die on this hill, still the clunkiest thing about combat. Same thing with dodging, but blocking has the incentivization that dodging doesn't, and there's really nothing that pairs with dodging. There are no, like, you know, every perfect dodge that you execute gain a stack, and then your first dodge after gaining 3 stacks turns you fucking Super Saiyan and you dodge all incoming damage for 3 seconds and then also jerk the mob off. Like, there's nothing like that. And shields have these crazy wombo combos and these facilitators around perfect blocking all the time where you can effectively perma-maintain your stam if you're not missing a perfect block and throwing stam away. So it's more so like less of a hatred on the block, more of a fight for equality. I think that's how we should phrase it. And the French do not believe in equality, is what I'm gathering here. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I will probably be Benson. Coolest thing that currently is mage has a skill to directionally teleport in a room that increases damage to next attack when you do. Yeah, and I mean, that's great. I have zoomy feet, but even still, like, small things like that ability coming in, right? Instead of having to dodge it by running backwards or face tanking it on heroic when this potentially hits way harder, I would then be looking at just a simple iframe through it, dodging, forcing the collision with a projectile, ending up behind the boss, and then slapping the boss instead of having to make the decision of, okay, well, do I actually just run away from this? Or do I, you know, do I face tank it? It's just like, it's small things like that that I think will really bring the combat system to an even more enjoyable level. But I'm also not, you know, I'm not the end-all be-all authority on it. I just have a preference for dodging and movement-based systems. Because there again, if that was a dodge, then I just dodge through those projectiles, force the collide on them, and then everything's peachy. I don't really have to worry about too much. I ain't got to fret, so to say. So that's just, you know, it's a small thing that I think may add up for people in the long term to make the combat feel even more fluid and enjoyable, and just the simple decision making around, like, do I want to block this telegraphed move, or is this an AoE or a spell that I'm not going to be able to block? Do I want to phase through it with a dodge? It just brings another level of depth, which, again, I love the combat already. This is the primary reason why I have stayed in the game, even with it being primarily single player right now, is the fact that the combat is just so fucking good. And I truly believe when this goes into a, you know, a multiplayer PvP incentivized standpoint, we are going to be looking at an absolute slapper of a combat system. And I think PvP is going to be incredibly fun. I think the combat will translate well. But when I extrapolate to PvP on top of that, do I think PvP is going to feel fun trying to perfect block everything? I don't know that it'll translate as much. Because PvPs, yeah, you're gonna have some telegraphed abilities, but they're primarily gonna be far less telegraphed than boss abilities out here. So, are you farming for a legendary? Yeah, poorly though. Like, I'm farming for a legendary, but the legendary doesn't really want to be farmed for type beat. It's like, are you fighting this guy? Yes, but I'm getting my ass kicked by him, and all of my friends can see, you know? Oop, that's unfortunate. That might be bad, boys. We're fine. Balance build. Everything's fine. Don't get concerned. All we have to do is play our life just a wee bit. And we're fine. We'll pull this off. And then we'll jump back in. And then we have one perfect... Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, shit. That was actually kind of scary. Wait. Bitch, relax. Relax. You're supposed to be on easy for me right now. I don't know when this changed. Purple block PvP feels like a better latency when problem intensified. I mean, PvP is also going to have a lot of ground effects that are traditionally not blockable, so to say. And when looking at ground effects, when looking at ground effects, I really worry that the PvP will suffer if a lot of ground effects just get through and end up in everybody just one-shotting the ever-loving fuck out of each other, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of a forward-looking concern. And I also look at things like this. When you bring multiple people into this on heroic, right? If Lady B is throwing out a giant-ass area of effect on everybody in the group on heroic, and you're having to manage the same amount of tiles, but you also can't solo Lady B on heroic, so you're forced to play with the group and manage that. And you kind of have to, like, find a spot to tank it, or you just have to, I don't know, there are some mechanics that I'm sure we'll have to try to block through or dodge through at certain points. I feel like it's gonna make some fights harder in the long term as well, with the reliance on perfect block exclusively. But again, this is what early access is for, and just because I think something does not mean that it's inherently right or wrong. They could entirely just say, Dusty, we want blocking to be our design. Fuck you. Alright, bet. I'm still having fun with it. I just have some, like, forward-looking, and I don't even want to say they're concerns. More like inquiries. about what their expectation is for PvP mitigation and how we're supposed to be playing and preserving our life in PvP with an emphasis on blocking, when a lot of the things that will kill us in PvP are not going to be very blockable. Also, PvP time to kill is going to be a little bit, how do we say, interesting. When they first add it, I am preparing for a couple of issues with it, to say the very least. I have a lot of confidence that the players will find some very interesting, balance-oriented interactions in PvP. And we will probably notice a lot of people complaining on Reddit and shit. What was a popular Wing Saber build? I think it was a Wing Saber and anything, dog. Like, Wing Saber itself is bugged, and it's just doing a disgusting amount of damage. I'm not gonna, like, go too deep into it, because I don't really want to condone more people just farming off of bug shit until they nerf it, and then I'll be a little bit more yappy about it. But yeah, Wing Saber in itself inherently has a couple of issues along the way that I'm sure, again, they're going to fix quite quickly. But it is definitely a little unintended with some of their scaling. So it's hitting like a fucking truck. You combine that with some other things and it's... Got a legendary Wing Saber and I'm ignoring it because it's too OP. Yeah, you farm so ungodly fast. Blossom Mage build is genuinely so fun. People have been liking the ranged. I'm not gonna lie. I'm seeing multiple people that have said that these are incredibly fun to play. And I'm a little jealous. So what's the whole setup of the build? Like what's the crux of it? Cause it does seem interesting to just throw stars at people the entire time. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab water. And then proper hydration leads to a proper legendary drop. Because I'm gonna be real, chat, we're down fucking bad. Incredibly down bad. Fuck, like 5 nukes per auto and my final auto nuke. Oh god. Wait, what the fuck? Is it doing single target builds? Because that kind of sounds fun. Wait, okay, hold on, no. Wait, so you're just throwing out a shitload of instances. Final combo throws 3 shurikens that have a chance to plant a seed. Then ability can detonate to apply a massive dot based on stacks. Sounds fun, actually. That sounds very fun. What's the chance to apply the dot? Because it sounds a little bit of like a dependency based on applying the dot, which I don't really like things that are out of my control. But inherently not the worst. Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. God, it's hot as hell in here. Ugh. Okay. Like 45%, but the ability makes it higher. Your autos make it bounce around. Like listen from League. There is like a thing of so you can just dodge hits. Oh, that sounds interesting. Does it feel bad on bosses? Since it only has like single target util? To please read the possible bait Steven Bing's about every month or so. Is Ashes gone so forever? Probably. Can a brand new player ask stupid questions here? Like really stupid questions. No, go fuck yourself. Yeah, no, I'm kidding, dude. Please, feel free. Feel free. Literally whatever you need, Doc. More than happy to help. Feels amazing on bosses. Listen, as long as it feels fun. That's the largest thing. I'm not gonna lie. One thing I've noticed, I always, like I said, I lurk in streams a lot, right? Like, I lurk in streams a lot. I don't type much, but I lurk in streams a lot. And I have seen many people that are just targeting Bissy Wissy, and they only want to run Bissington Wissington, and they don't want anything that's not full Biss, right? And they don't want to run anything that's not completely optimal. And if it is anything that is not that, then it's not for them, right? And I look at people that genuinely look like they're not having any fun playing their build, even though they're clearing quite fast. And it's because the only thing that they're doing is clearing fast. They're not enjoying the game. They have no stock in their build because it's not something that they themselves cooked up. They just went in and they're like, what should I run? And then they figured out a meta build and rolled with it. So there's no ownership over the character building that way. And I look at some people that are just like so sad while they're playing the game. And then I see some people that I really like watching that aren't playing necessarily the best build. Some people really enjoy playing the best build and their stream is great when they're doing that. But I see some people just happy as a clam playing off meta builds. And I just lurk there for a little bit because the vibes are always great. So, it's a guild bank, my personal bank. Why is it called guild? They'll eventually have guild systems. Why it's currently called the guild bank, we have no fucking idea. Probably like tied to the future guild systems once it's in. But as of right now, your guild bank is shared between all of your characters on that one server. So for the servers, it's just the regions, right? So if you're on North America, North America's your server. So one thing that's really common, once people start running out of space on their characters, you can put stuff in your bank, like materials and stuff, of course, and then you can transfer the things that you've put on your bank to your alts by just making it all running to the bank on that other character and calling it good. So, easy way to just have a whole shitload of space come out of nowhere. Just finished my 200 stack of ephemeral hearts, so now I just need Legos and I'm set. I'm doing it the other way. I'm trying to get the 200 Legos. I'm trying to get my 2 Legos, and then I'm trying to go into the heart grind. So that way, I have the incentivization of like, all right, we push through it, dog. We keep it going. We need to put on. I need the carrot on the stick, and right now, grinding 200 hearts without anything to upgrade would make me sad. Because I have epics, but I haven't taken the time to upgrade my epics past 3. Because I don't know, why would I need to, right? I have really no incentivization to do so because it would just create more of a heart grind for me in the long term, which like, whatever, it's fine. It's fine, I don't mind the longer grind. But I'd also just like to be somewhat efficient in that route, so. Excuse me. Uh-oh. What's the appeal of this game? I see a lot of ex-New World and National players trying it. It's a really fun game, honestly. So, I'll start with the negatives first at this current point in time. It is early access, so far from the full version of the game, and it is primarily single player at this point in time. You can do all of the content in groups of up to 4, right? But a lot of the stuff that you do and, you know, will do on a daily basis is probably going to be done solo just because it's easier. Effectively, the appeal with it for a lot of players is that it's very accessible, again, on a single player standpoint, which is why you have a lot of, like, not MMO players trying it and getting into it, which is helping the player base itself sustain a little bit better than you would think. And then on top of that, they have a roadmap that has, I wouldn't really say, like, MMO style systems to it or anything like that. It has guilds that are going to be included. but those are likely not going to be the level of guild that we are traditionally used to seeing in our world, right? Those will likely be used just as more of like a smaller scale social hub if I had to guess. So there's gonna be a world PvP zone, but they've talked about the layering size. As of the last figure that we got, it was 20-person layers, and their goal was to bring it up to 50-person layers at some point. So it's definitely smaller scale comparatively to, you know, a lot of what we have played before with Ashes. Being that larger scale with New World 50 vs 50 wars are likely going to be the higher end of what we could ever see with this game. And it's likely not going to be the most, you know, full MMO size. So they said that guilds will come when they have guild activities and the PvP region will be linked to guilds. Yeah, which is good. I worry that guilds are only going to be, you know, so many people, and the PvP region isn't going to be able to contain guilds. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Where's Kando? Kando was lurking in here earlier. I feel like... Bless you. Thank you. I feel like even Kando's hooked on this. But I'm just going off of, like, rough projections based on interest. I don't think we'll have any problem surpassing 200 players by the time guilds are in our immediate guild for active players. And I feel like if the appeal of this game is what we think it may be for just like casual players and existing players to come in, I don't think we'll have any problem surpassing our old Ashes numbers with people that are interested in joining the guild and playing with the guild. It's just a matter of how they implement it, right? So the largest thing is like, if the shard size or the layer size only holds 50 players, how are we supposed to bring in 200 players if we have them online? Like, are we supposed to just go to multiple shards and dominate that? Are we going to be able to link up with a raid group in the first place? Like, there are so many unanswereds. You know what I mean? So, New World Wars were unplayable at first. We had wars that were 3 years into that fucking game's existence that were unplayable. I don't think the scale of this game is going to be that big, which I think is also a part of the appeal to it for a lot of players, if I'm being honest. A lot of players, as their schedule becomes a little more restrictive, as, you know, they're working around jobs, families, wives, kids, so on and so forth. A lot of people want to be able to hop into a group if it's convenient for them, but want to be able to fuck off and complete the content. Which is where I think the dichotomy between inclusive and exclusive content comes in. You have your inclusive content, which is like your normal and your hard mode dungeons, where everybody can come in and do those. But striving to have some exclusive content as well along the way. Something that could potentially drive groups interaction, like, I don't know, who knows? Heroics, per se, will I think be quite large. And again, just the level of something for people to shoot for, right? Not every player wants to be rank 1 demon on the sticks, but there will be players who want to strive for something more than just the, okay, well, I have this on farm because it's very, very, very easy. Like, hard mode dungeons are doable for most builds with minimal investment into gear and are very, again, very accessible. That may change as level cap increases. But I also want to see heroics actually require a group composition, right? I want to have heroics be a default group size. If group size is 4 people, make heroics scale around 4 people. If I go into heroics solo, punish me, right? That's what I'm hoping for. Dungeons need a variety group as well. Yeah, I mean, there will be more modifiers and more depth to the dungeons as they get them in, right? Dungeons are just kind of like a start right now. And they'll definitely have more long-term repeatable incentivization to it. But I think until heroics are in, right, the level of accessibility is legendary gear right now. Which heroics are supposed to have exclusive gear, so I don't know if that's going to be something better than legendary or just like heroic modifiers on the gear when that does come in. But if heroic dungeons do genuinely necessitate a group, that's going to be a game changer for the current aspect of the game's, you know, interaction on a player-to-player level. That'll be a complete game changer. And it may bring the skill modifiers to set pieces. Oh, set pieces would be so hot. Oh, fuck. Don't say set pieces too loud. I might come. Genuinely, that would be so good. That would be so fucking good. Class exclusive set pieces, or even the ability to farm up. I don't think the token system would be too crazy over here. I think that would make it a little bit, again, too accessible for the hard content. I really want there to be something to grind for and a reason to grind, but B-Lord set, different sets for different classes, make it have unique modifiers to abilities and class specificities, right? So if there's a B-Lord set, right, just hypothetically, we'll play off that. B-Lord set comes in, 3-piece, any B that you summon now attacks in melee range and leaves a poison dot stacking on enemies up to X applications, and also has a B shield around it with the 5 set. And then how many pieces of gear do we have? 8? Is it 8? 4? 8? Yeah, 8. And then the 8 set, whenever you summon a B, you instead summon 2 Bs. Would you like some moms? Only if it's yours. And then you just scale up the B summoning even more off of that. They do a force group system for harder content. They need to fix loot drops. Oh, yeah. I mean, the loot drops have already been implemented on once, where they changed it to make sure that everybody... Whoops, I'm dead. I'm an idiot. I wasn't paying attention. I ran directly into the goop. That is my bad. Anyways, they've already changed the drop system once to bring in, you know, the change where everybody now gets their own drop, at least one drop from the completion of shit, which is great. Big game changer. If you're into that shit. They still definitely have a lot more work to do with it. And I think the incentivization is, again, not quite there yet. But I also think right now it's just, it's so easy to farm up the best stuff that it almost like devalues the element of like, why would I play in a group when I'm already clearing content just fine on my own? A lot of people aren't going to opt into a group unless you make the amount of drops from a group scale like fucking mad. And then at that point, you'll have people just doing multiplayer runs with, you know, alts or other accounts or just carries and keeping all the loot, shit like that. So, I mean, they have to be a little cautious of that, but I think if you can carry multiple person groups, you should be rewarded for it. Add need greed. Multi-boxing? I mean, multi-boxing technically is a win for the developers because it's a box cost game. So we can think about it from an optimistic standpoint. But I mean, it also just enables the element of like, hey, you're going AFK, okay, park your character in my group, and then we'll just run these dungeons. So I mean, that could be a route of it. I mean, already just looking out on it, I could carry people with the element of like, hey, you come in for your specific drop, like say looking down the road when auction house is in. I carry people and say, you know, you pay me X amount per run, and if you get your specific drop that you reserve, then congratulations, I get any other drop. So I bring in a group of 3 people, all of whom reserve one specific drop, and then I keep everything that's not that drop and then sell it on the auction house when I have a build that can successfully kill multiple person content by itself in a quick manner. So then you're making money off of that. There's a lot of scaling things that could come in with that. But even then, it's a form of multiplayer interaction. I'll be real. People that are doing carries and people that are facilitating group content in an MMO, I think should probably be allowed to carry out that content as long as they're not selling carries for RMT. Of course, that's a different level of it. But if you're just selling carries for in-game gold and shit, and you're like, hey, I'm able to clear this content, come through, I can get you set up. That's great. Phoenix, thank you for the 230, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Says to be sick. They would be climax worthy if there's multiple or they operate like the arsenal system. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Yeah, the way that they've done their gearing is really peculiar. They could go so many routes. They still need to know the mechanics. Nah, I mean, it depends on how strong the scaling is in builds. Because right now, one thing you have to keep in mind... Also, Carly, yeah, I would take some noms. Sorry, I was memeing about your mom. Love you, thank you. But, like, when we look at the current scaling of builds, there are builds that just legitimately aren't dying in current content that's available. Which, maybe when heroics come in, will not be the case. But a lot of mechanics are currently just very laughable. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. Is tomato soup still good? Or are you pawning off bad tomato soup on me? Cause like I'm down, but are you trying to kill me? Cause I feel like that shit old. But I will. Are you eating it? Is my question. I'm not sure I'll taste first. Yeah, I would look, because that shit's kind of old. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that might not be a rock of grilled cheese. I feel like a grilled cheese is never a bad thing. But I worry about the health of that tomato soup in the, you know, in the mid to long term. I feel like that tomato soup might have been in existence for a little too long at this point. Jefferson! What up, brother? Thank you for the hydrate. I owe you one in 0.1 second. You allow me to hop back over here, get a little zoomies going, and then get this established. I hope you're doing well, brother. I greatly appreciate the hydrates. If all else fails, we have a lot of stuff anyways. Chat, we have no food! Exclamation donate. Thank you. Our cupboard is empty. Our fridge ran away. And we can't go catch it because if I stop streaming to catch it, then I don't make any money, so then I don't have a house. So we've had to cut the losses of the fridge. Carla's actually started picking up extra shifts to try to convince the fridge to come back. We're gonna up its salary a little bit. So, all things considered, we are, you know, we're going through a chat. We're in the thick of it, no KSI out here. You already took my $30. Listen, you opted into that scam. I told you that I wasn't gonna play Subnautica, even if you made me feel bad. And you were like, okay, here's $30, feel bad. That's like me saying, if you leave your car unlocked, I'm going to steal your car. And then you call the police and you're like, oh my god, I never saw it coming, he Grand Theft Auto'd me. No, that's not a crime anymore because I told you that I was going to do it and you just allowed me to do it and you didn't even, like, tell me not to or anything. You basically handed me the keys to the car and you were like, oh no, please don't steal my car. Like, scammer get scammed. Now, maybe I play it. There is also a chance, hear me out, despite me having absolutely negative motion whatsoever, like a ride at the fair that's closed for repairs, they have made enough money that if I emailed their, like, PR people, maybe they're like, yeah, fuck it, we can give this dude a copy. I can include that I got, like, declined for a mortgage this year. I'm just like, yes, this game will help me process my depression. My entire chat has abandoned me. They've given up on me. They no longer support me in the way that they used to. And they have said that the only way that they will is if I play Subnautica. When will I get a legendary, man? Holy shit. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. I think as a game is to attract souls 100%, just not attracting groups. I mean, Preacher. Together. Appreciate you, dog. Much love, much love, much love. I just think there's not a lot of reason to attract groups right now, you know? We have a lot of people in our community that are playing that would love to group up. It's just... it's not much of a reason for it. Not everybody needs the same thing. A lot of it is target farming. Exclamation guild for the guild Discord. My server sometimes goes through bouts of not having the custom link because my chat is a bunch of broke boys. Yes, yes. Now you may say, Dusty, why don't you just buy the boosts for your server? Because my money is chat's money anyways. And I'm basically just trying to take a more direct route of saying, chat, I need boosts on my server. On our server. And I'm trying to be reasonable because all of my money gets a cut somewhere, right? Payment processor fees on donos. That's the most efficient route. Twitch takes a cut of your bits. Takes a large cut of subs. So there's really no winning route, if I'm being honest. It's effectively a Wii game anyways at this point, which is convenient because I happen to have taken 2 years of French in high school. I took a trip to Quebec. I basically have been to France. So, I'm fortunately well prepared for this development cycle. And I really look forward to seeing what there will be. But, it's all about the Wii, chat. It's all about the Wii. Can we go to Canada? What part of Canada? Because, like, from what I've gathered, since I've become an adult, Quebec is kind of like, how do I say this? The deep south of Canada, if that makes sense. I don't know the validity to that, but I have effectively heard that Quebec is not like the most well appreciated part of Canada. Still offering a trip out to the Rockies. Brother, I have mountains here. Why the fuck would I need Canadian mountains when I literally have mountains in freedom? Wait, hold up. Carla, the last time I asked if you wanted to run up the hill near the grocery store, you second guessed it. We need to do some training before the Rockies. The big pointy ones. Brother, we have pointy mountains here. The fuck do you mean? I feel like the Rockies are a literal scam. They're just mountains. I don't mean to like devalue what y'all are cooking up over there. But like we got good ass mountains here too, brother. We have the Appalachian Trail. You know how many motherfuckers have died on the Appalachian Trail? People hike that shit. I've never heard of somebody hiking the Rockies as an accomplishment ever. I've never heard people talk about the fucking Rockies. Colorado is named after the Rockies. What good is in Colorado? Nothing? Mountains? Rocks? Fucking dead state. Dead state. Honestly. Their weed isn't even as good as Maine's. And that's their claim to fame over on that side of things. It's a shame. I feel like we'd be better off just doing the Appalachian Trail and calling it good there. Excuse me, sir. Please. I am just trying to enjoy my existence. And you keep harassing me. You know, Colorado in Spanish is colored. When was Colorado named? Canada Flower was definitely solid, though. They got weed in Canada? Like good weed? Yes, Dusty. Yes, they have weed in Canada. I don't think it's legal, though, is it? I'm pretty sure it's just like mountain men growing and shit. I don't think they have any science behind it. I'm pretty sure they're just like vibe growing right now. How? It is. It's legal or it's mountain men growing it. All over Canada. Define all over. I buy it from the government here. Well, so do I, because I live in Maine. There's a literal cannabis day there. Whoa, wait. Like, cannabis day, like 420, but official? Tell him more. I swear to God, I will climb the Rockies with a gas mask bong as an oxygen restrictor on stream. I swear to God. Haven't done any better, and I'm from Cali. Okay, I have a take. California's weed scene is too polluted with too many large-scale growers that try to dabble in everything instead of having specialty products established, to the point where it is unfortunately very, very hard to consistently find good weed anytime I have visited Cali. And the pricing is disproportionate to the product up here, because Maine, you can easily source specialty product from everyone, where it's like, this is the strain that you will want from this grower, this is what they have built their entire reputation on type shit. And it'll be fucking $100 an ounce for that very, 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 very enjoyable specialty smoke. Like, Cali top end still solid? Yeah, but you're paying like fucking $400 an ounce for top end in Cali. Brother, I'm not paying $400 an ounce for weed. Like, that's the thing. I don't... If I wanted to get $400 an ounce indica that was testing 38%, I would just be a fucking man and do fentanyl. Right? If your goal is to get absolutely debilitated from weed, just stop being a fucking pussy. Right? I smoke weed for the enjoyable sativa high. I have a target THC and cannabinoid range that I really like to stay within. And I feel like there's a certain level of like, yeah, value per smoke, but also it just becomes an unpleasant steep curve. I thought that was gonna be a legendary. California's cursed. More weed stores than McDonald's. Same thing up here, honestly. Maine, in terms of like the DPC, like the dispensary per capita. Yeah, we're very high. We're very high on dispensaries here. It's part of why everything is so cheap, because we've gone completely recreationally legal. You can just walk in 21 plus, buy with your ID type shit. And then, like, growers here are the finite aspect, right? Dispensaries outnumber the growers, but I feel like in California, from everybody that I've talked to out there, there are just so many fucking growers that it's incredibly hard to find consistency, availability, and like the same level of product constantly going out to places. And there's just, it's kind of like the Omegle of weed. Like every so often you may end up seeing a nice rack, but it's primarily going to be a bunch of dicks that you have to wade through no matter how hard you try to avoid it. And I feel like every time I've gone out there, like, yeah, there have been some places that didn't have egregious pricing, but the lower pricing was on absolute, like, brickweed levels of shit that had terrible tests on it. And I haven't really found value in Cali weed. It seems like everybody in California is still on the level of, like, high schooler paying $20 a gram of weed because they think it's a good deal, and they think that weed is this super exclusive thing. I don't really fucking understand it, bro. But I've been paying 100 to 120 an ounce for the past 5 years. It's vibing. It's vibing. Pretty sure there's a shit ton of growers out here. I mean, as long as the market's not entirely diluted with it, I think that's the thing. Like, when I go to my dispensary, right, there are probably 10 different growers in the flower section there. And that's not even getting into, like, you know, specialized labs for extracts and shit like that, right? But there are probably 10 different, like, flower companies that are featured in the dispo when I go out there at any point in time. And every company will have their, every company will have their kind of, like, again, their specialties, which is, in my opinion, incredibly fun. I like the fact that I can go and know, like, which growers have which strains that they focus on, so that way I know if there are certain strains that pop up, I'm getting something consistent. It's a smaller scale, too. They're not putting out the scale of, you know, multiple warehouse factory growers in other areas. Up here, it's much more small scale. Much more quaint in terms of the grows. It's typically, like, anything that's up here, even the largest scale grows, would be considered small batch in California, which is interesting. But tried from Cali, Colorado, and Missouri for years. Cali has so many bulk brands that aren't regulated compared to the brands allowed to sell like Colorado and Missouri. Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The quality and the consistency in California, bud, it hasn't been there for me anytime that I've gone out. And, like, I go over TwitchCon. I've been to TwitchCon the last 2 years. Let's see. I mean, granted, that's just San Diego. I don't know much about much else of California. But even when I went to Phoenix, bro, Phoenix weed was better than California, and they don't have water there. I don't really know what they got going on, but they don't have water in Phoenix, and they can still outgrow Cali. So I don't really understand it, man. I do think, again, once you get growers that are focusing on a catalog of 150 strains, you factor in quality control, you factor in hybridization of everything over time because your mother plants may not always be sustained, so then you phenomatch something because it's close enough. LA has some good dispos with very solid brands, but it's pricey. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. I don't see the value in top-end wrapper weed anymore because the floor of weed has risen so much. I don't think there's value in wrapper weed at this point in time when I'm a sativa guy, right? Any reasonable sativa that's going to be an enjoyable smoke that's not just hybrided out to shit. If you're going over 28% THC, you're typically compromising cannabinoids, flavor, something else in your grow along the way to get there through some form of bastardization of the strains. And a lot of what you have in higher end is a slightly higher THC test, but then you're paying extra for a little bit more THC, and you're dropping cannabinoids, you're dropping terp profiles, you're dropping so much. And every time I've been out to California, I've looked at all of their expensive brands. I, like, in Vegas, went out to multiple places and checked it out. Like, I don't see the value in, like, the higher scale. So concentration now, because the quality of concentration from a good brand is just way better on average. They get a weed from a good company. Concentration is more like, I don't know, controlled, so to say. It's like saying, yeah, dropping a fucking nuke is more effective than negotiations. Like, concentrates are the great nuke, bro. You're literally blasting away everything that's not pure THC, and then you're just keeping the THC profile, which, I mean, you have your full spectrums, but even then, I feel like it's just a different smoke than a flower. And I love my flower smoke very much. It's something that I like. I have a jar of diamonds just out in the smoke area right now. Just don't really enjoy them that much. It's sat there for such a long time now. So, is this the legendary? Please. Nope. There is no god. Dude, I should probably have a run tracker at this point. I'm gonna be real. Like, how many bosses I have killed without a singular legendary drop. I think I might be cursed. I think I actually may be having RNG problems. I'm gonna switch over to the Beef Fury build for a few kills and see how that feels comparatively. I don't think Pocket Hive really synergizes that well with on Ram build. Like, I don't think it synergizes that well. So I'm gonna keep crit up. And then we're gonna go here. And I think we'll leave the sunlight. Maybe approaching 500 runs. This is approaching past Diablo level grind. Yeah, it's a little bit of a game changer. Fighting or two, but on normal and not doing so well. What you struggling with on it? Is it like the tile management or something about the fight in general? Once you get the timing down, you can play the tiles a lot easier. And a lot of where I'm at with my build, I have a very safe build, so to say. And a lot of our shit hits hard at displaces, but I have so much self-healing along the way. It's really nice. My best piece of advice early on is play the outside. Damage feels low, but I'm like level 13. Oh, level 12? What level is this on normal? Is it level 13? Yeah, I mean, so you'll definitely be missing some things. Best early advice, quit. Give up, stop trying. But no, like, my recommendation would be patience on the outside, right? This only has a softened rage, so to say, in the fact that if you lose all of your tiles, you're sitting in the goop. But when you have the debuff on you, one thing to practice is when it's about to expire and leave the AoE on the ground, glide out and then glide back in. And you don't necessarily have to take damage, nor do you have to destroy the tiles. So just try to get really good if you're struggling with tile management at this motion. You go to the top of one and then kind of glide a V, because that AoE is going to follow you. So if you get the timing down on it, it pops there and then you turn back in. Worst case scenario, you take a tick of it. So one hand shield, but keep getting caster weapons, have it have a ninja sitting in the bank. Yeah, that's where I was at early on as well. I was clam slamming for quite some time. Took me a little bit to actually get the one-hander and the shield set up, so hold out hope. You shall be there soon, my brother. I believe on your behalf, I will say. I am still trying to chase down my first legendary, and it has not gone the best so far, but I believe that good things can happen to me, despite what everybody has told me my entire life. I fully believe. I'm on Ram is so stinky, dude. The fact that it's consuming sunlight, too. There's so many instances of damage going out right now. It's fucking stupid. Maybe I play Ram B Fury for a little bit, and then just drop the Pocket Hive to start. Because this is just... Brother, it's so consistent. And you can chain up the 5 stacks so fucking quick. What a build. What a build. You don't gotta worry about casting anything. You just keep dropping nukes all the time. Scale up your damage, scale up your crit, scale up the tankiness. This shit's so stinky. I'm gonna probably do a few runs with this. I kind of want to enchant it as well. Just to go the extra mile with it. Because I do feel like this is going to outdo B-Build until B-Build is actually fixed. Part of me wonders, though, with the number of, like, the instances of damage that I'm putting out, what would my B-Build be doing? Because the B-Build also probably fucking slaps with this. There might actually be enough instances of damage going out to actually power it. Got my first legendary, but it was a level 13 B-Sword. Oh, that's so tragic. I only found weapons while I was leveling. So, like, fortunate that I didn't really run into an oh shit scenario in terms of my, you know, in terms of finding a legendary and then having to replace it. But it's one of those, like, is it better to have loved than lost or never to have loved at all type beats? And as of right now, I'm questioning everything that I know. I don't understand how my RNG is so bad to have this many runs and still yearn for my first Lego. Like, I'm not gonna question it or anything. But I'm definitely a little bit curious. Just bare minimum. Just a smidge curious. So include me on 51%. And on a better record. Yeah, I mean, pretty much any warrior build can just insta-give all the mobs and the ads. Yeah. Bugged builds are bugged builds, unfortunately. People have killed pretty much every boss in less than, like, 5 seconds. Phases are instant with every boss if you're using one of the bugged builds. It's most definitely a bugged build, brother. I can say that much about anything Wingsaber-sided right now. Some builds are also just really solid, but a lot of people are Wingsaber warriors or, you know, something adjacent to that in terms of the level of power scaling, and they're just nuking the fucking content. It's so strong. Damage over here feels fucking phenomenal, like probably a little too well. And the fact that I'm guaranteed to crit as well through the first, like, 3 autos is so stinky. It's so stinky. There's so much spam, so much utility, so much damage. Maybe I just run Ram B Fury for a bit. Because this is also blasting damage out, because I'm getting bonus armor from my Dom as well. I hate that feels so smooth. Legos are actually rare. I mean, depending on who you fucking ask. Depending on who you ask, bro, some people have an entire stash of legendaries. Now, some people are ethical about the way they acquire their legendaries. Some people are less than ethical. But, like, I will say, I can vouch entirely. The first legendary that I find is either going to feel incredibly rewarding if it's a B Fury, or it's going to feel incredibly bad if it is anything other than B Fury for me. I could always trade, but I'd be a little sad. All right, let's see what I can get going here, I think. Because that'll give me some armor. It's not a huge armor facilitator. But I do feel like there are a lot of instances of damage going out. I also wonder if the jump would be better here. Because then bees would enrage. Let's try something corny. Let's see what we can do with this. Because I'm wondering if this is going to be enough instances of damage to actually facilitate bee spawns. And I'm not quite sure. First legendary goes Prison Pocket. Bro, I'm not going to get a good legendary first legendary. I already know I'm going to get fucking cooked. Claim your legendary stars when you get them. Why do I have a terrible feeling it's actually going to be legendary stars? Like, I don't want to say it's a bad feeling, but it's like, it's a little bit of a bad feeling, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a growing thing in the pit of my tummy where I'm just like, yeah, I'm definitely fucking this up, aren't I? I'm definitely getting absolutely hosed out here, brothers. And I'm not looking forward to it. All right, the spam begins. Oh shit, I forgot I had the jump on. Let's see how many bees I actually summon this time, though. That's gonna be the big thing for me. Am I actually spawning enough bees to facilitate the build? And if I'm not, then that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. But I mean, as of right now, looks like it's going pretty fucking smooth. I've got 3 out already. And I can enrage them when I jump back in. Which is kind of fucking nice for this fight, if I'm being real. I don't wanna speak too soon. This is actually kind of really nice for this fight, because I gotta sit here and smack shit. I can block and get everything back off coolly quite quickly. I can get my buffs up. My bees are sustaining through everything for me. Chat, how's damage seeming on this one comparatively? The last. I feel like it's pretty similar at this point. I wonder how it would feel with Bee Trinket added in. I think that would probably be a pretty big game changer as well, on top of everything else that I have. Needs more bees? I know. Bee Trinket's bugged. I could technically go fiery for more instances of damage. But when Bee Trinket's up, being able to spam bees out with Amon Ram, since your 1 is off cooldown so frequently, is going to be huge. Sorry. That is entirely my bad. Entirely on me. That's my bad. But yeah, being able to spam Trinket will be quite nice. That's gonna generate a shitload more bees than I currently have. And then the Enrage will be quite nice. I think the Honey Slam might be a little bit better for me right now. But I will say, navigating the fight with the leap has not been the worst, all things considered. I think the cooldown might be a little slow for what I'm trying to get out of it, but I've seen far worse. Like, damage is good. My health leaves legitimately nothing to be desired. I can just sponge through everything. No. That's so tragic. I lost my stacks. And my tile. Everything's bad. Oh shit, I killed myself. Whoops. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna switch that so I don't accidentally do that. That is what happens when you're not used to a relocate ability. That's my fucking fault. That's my bad, boys. We'll give the bee build another shot. With Honey Slam this time, a little bit less movement. But some of the less that comes to the bee, you won't be able to open the chest. Yeah, unfortunately, I've run into that multiple times. Nice. Very nice, Dusty. I was running Bee Fury, and my Pocket Hive as like a combo build to try to spawn as many bees as physically possible, as well as the Trinket. Trinket's bugged. Some things with Bee Fury are bugged. But whenever I do get bees out, let me tell you, I have definitely run into the whole boss fight ending to be ad and me being very sad about it. I can vouch. I wondered what was happening with it the first couple of times, and then it very quickly dawned on me that I was getting absolutely hosed because of my own goddamn minions. But I don't want to give up on them. I must continue to leave in a brighter future. Sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Lotto, what up, Myko? That motherfucker dead? Yeah, that was my fault. We call what you just witnessed greeting and not paying attention to mechanics. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I fucked up. I haven't used the jump forward in a hot second, and the jump forward may or may not have hosed my shit there. So, you know, pray for me. I am not quite sure how to drive this thing. We're on the new build today. I'm experimenting a little bit, just trying to get like a comparative mindset between where the stronger weapons are at as a build augment versus where my current weapons are at. And I'm not gonna lie, it's not far off. Considering what the bugs are as well with my current weapon, or with Bee Fury I should say, not with my current one that I'm wearing right now. But considering the bugs with Bee Fury, I feel as though, again, I've said it before, but as soon as Bee Fury's fixed, we're looking at a really fucking good build. I don't think I'm gonna be hurting for damage on B Fury whatsoever. I don't think there's gonna be too much that I'm running into for difficulties. But stop! We're not getting into it, Blotto. What you up to today, my dog? I don't know how much I'm liking this over the B Fury in my offhand though, or in my arsenal, I won't lie. B Fury in the arsenal was quite nice, if I do say so myself. I could theoretically arsenal a crab shield, I guess. Like if I was really feeling froggy on it, that wouldn't be the craziest thing. How much content does this game actually have? Honestly, looks like what I've been waiting for. The MMO that you can enjoy with friends, but I'm highly allergic to early access games that aren't fully baked. You and others, my friend. You and others. So that's kind of where I start with everything, right? I think you already have the right mindset coming in, knowing that it's an early access and understanding that not everything's going to be fully baked. And for that reason, like, I think you're already off to a better start than most players are. A lot of people are freaking out about the fact that there are still bugs over here. There are some... You know, there are some elements of jank that still exist, and not every gameplay system or gameplay loop exists or is fully hashed out and refined yet. So that's always where I like to start with it. A lot of the content right now comes from either trying to explore different builds, trying to optimize your main build through getting legendary, you know, weapons, which can be quite a time grind, or a lot of the horizontal progression, which is exploration of the world, collection of companions, which are little pets, and mounts. So immediately there is, God, just in terms of world exploration, I'd say an average player will probably get 50 hours out of leveling in world exploration if you have no form of like, I want a gear, I want to optimize, anything like that at the forefront. Outside of that, playing with friends, you can group up with 4 players at one point, at any point in time, and boss fights actually adjust some of their mechanics to the group size as well. So you'll notice that you do have to adjust how you play with a group a little bit. Everybody's guaranteed 1 piece of loot from a group as well when you're doing bosses and dungeons, so, you know, it's not like anybody's getting hosed. A lot of people do choose to progress solo right now just because it's more accessible, but you can definitely play with a small group over here very, very, very consistently. It's very good as like a multiplayer online RPG right now, and lacking a little bit of the, you know, the massive that a lot of people have, I don't want to say peddled it as, but marketed it as, despite the dev team's advice against doing so. It is very, very, very meant for, in my opinion, either solo or up to groups of 4 for the best enjoyment. More RPG, less MMO. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, keep in mind at this point though, it's multiplayer applicable in every way, shape, and form. There is definitely validity to coming in with a group of friends. And if your goal isn't just to, you know, prog as fast as possible, ignore everything else, then you'll have a lot of fun with friends. The boss fights are enjoyable, and if you do have a group that you come in with and you want to play with that group, you can play with them 1 to max level. You guys can chase down all of the bosses for everybody's loot. You can share loot between each other because nothing's mined on pickup. It's good. Now, on top of that, legendary, please! Right now, you'll notice I'm doing this boss over and over and over again. I am trying to farm my first legendary drop. Legendaries can be weapons, no gear, no armor or jewelry. But with a legendary drop, that has the highest scaling and can be upgraded the most times, which bring other benefits to it. So I'm trying to find my first legendary drop still, which has taken me quite some time. Up to this point in time, it is a little unfortunate. However, I must keep the grind going. So while I'm going after the legendaries, I'm experimenting with different builds, seeing what different weapons feel like and different combos feel like. And it's been fun for me to explore that element of it, right? So it's all just, it's really what you want to do and what you want to get into. But I do think there's a good amount of content, even right now, right? I'm farming legendary weapons, but all these mounts I don't have, all the question marks. I don't have all of these for the gliders. I don't have these companions. And there are a ton of appearances that I don't have at all. So definitely got to work on that side of things. But there is so much to do. I'm up around 100 hours of content at this point. I have no alts. I don't have stuff fully upgraded. You know, my builds aren't fully optimized and put together. I know the fully optimized builds, and I could definitely target farm it, but again, I still haven't got a single legendary yet. So there is a lot of content to chase right now, and again, the roadmap is very, very, very promising. I'm gonna leave this up real quick. Well, I go turn on a fan because it's hot as shit in here. But the roadmap blue is planned for this year, and then purple is planned during early access as a whole. So take a peep. I'll be right back. Good day. All right, sorry. I had to get a drink, smoke a bowl, and also Carla made food. Bro, it's hot as shit in here. It is currently a cool, calm, collected 84 degrees in the stream room. And also, I burned myself while I was smoking. I burned my fingy. Shit fucking hurts. No one on NA has a legendary Claudius. Honestly, someone in chat found one yesterday. But I also don't know if they were European or not. I couldn't really tell their accent through chat. Well, unfortunate, if I do say so myself. But the mystery does continue. I mean, I'm convinced that I'm just cursed in general, if I'm being real. I think it might be a me thing for my RNG being ass, but I have a level 15 legendary level 15 magma shield, which I'm trying to trade for. Wait, what you trying to trade? Oh, you're trying to get a Dominion? I don't think I have an extra Dominion right now. I haven't really farmed many up at all. If I'm being honest, I'm using a level 18 right now. My primary focus has been on, like, weapons over shield, over gear. And then as I get Bissington on my weapons and stuff, I'm gonna fully upgrade those bad boys, because where a lot of our scaling comes from. And then work towards other upgrades along the way. But definitely have been emphasizing the weapon side of it. It seems more rare than a legendary. Yeah, chat, where are we farming Dominions? There's gotta be a dungeon farm for them, right? Because I've only found mine in the open world. But there's gotta be a dungeon farm for them replicatably, right? Or is it just random chests? No mob? Wait, really? There's no Dundee farm whatsoever? Where am I supposed to find pumpkins? Did pumpkins get added yet, chat? There's something that's still not added for cooking. Pumpkins are not? That's what I thought. There was a cooking ingredient that still wasn't added for like the big feast. Bruh. Yeah, at least they added... Oh, fuck me. At least they added most of the stuff last patch. They're getting closer. Bro, did I just sell? The light, 1 HP. Everything is perfectly fine, chat. Fear not. Everything is under control. There's a trained professional on a closed course. Golly, that was slightly scary. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to bring it out of the honey. I want to burst through the honey. I need to burst. Okay, thank you. You know, if you're a little late. Bro, that's fucking tragic, actually. You have 3 chances per character to roll Lego 20 Dominion. Out of what loot table, though? Like, is it 3 guaranteed Dom drops? Or is it 3 drops that could be Dom or could be 17 million other things? Not guaranteed, right? That's what it seemed like to me. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I was picking up from that. It's not a guarantee at all. What the fuck? It's 1 elite mini-boss and 2 chests. Huh. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff where I'm like... I look at it right now, and obviously, it's in a less than intended state. But looking at it in the long term, I'm sure as they expand dungeons, as they expand the world, we're gonna have more sources of the drops that already exist. Now, it's a little bit of an assumption on my part, as they haven't confirmed it. But again, I can only assume the world is scheduled to get larger. It's supposed to become more expansive, more immersive, more dungeons, more quests, more rewards. It does make sense that there would be things that just aren't in loot tables yet, which will eventually be in aforementioned loot tables. It's understandable to me. So I'm not getting, like, too bent out of shape about it. But I'm definitely on the lookout for it. I definitely want to have a few things addressed, right, in terms of progression. I also think having the purple shards for progression of weapons locked behind only heroics right now is slightly less than ideal. Now, once heroics come out, it's a non-issue because we'll just run heroic dungeons to get shards on repeat. Only issue, or crystals, sorry, crystals, not shards. Only issue is, until heroics come out, there's only 1 quest that gives the crystals in the entirety of the game. And it's not a repeatable. So anybody that wants to progress weapons right now is more or less condoned to... Whoops. More or less condoned to just making alts and farming that 1 quest over and over and over again. And you can fortunately get the reagents required for the quest ahead of time and just make the alt, run it out, and then get the, you know, get the math that you need. But man, let me tell you what, it's kind of annoying that you gotta do that. Condemned. Not condoned. Condoned. Condemned. Condemned. They're fucked. Thank you. I appreciate you. Sorry, I'm focusing on this bitch of a bee right now. Saw someone doing it last night at 4 events. So it's just 4 on rotation. Same for Ram and Ramulus. Yeah, I have a green one of those. And people have offered me kind of like... heinous offers. For those bad boys, let me tell you what. I just got 2 Lego, 1 per each character. At the same place from Discovery Bosses level 18 or something. Wait. You got 2 from the same boss on 2 characters? What boss? Where in the world? Honestly, I probably killed it. Because I have pretty much everything done. I'm just cursed. Like, I am straight up. I'm incapable of finding a legendary. It's a nerf. I have watched other streamers shit out legendaries like they're sponsored to get them, brother. I'm not gonna lie, like it's a fucking Twitch drop. Then there's me. Poverty as hell. Struggle-uggling. Riding the actual struggle bus. First class ticket on that joint. And people are out here cooking in that manner, man. I'm disgusted by some people's RNG so far. It really, like, just puts into perspective who some people truly are when you think about it. It makes you think. One day you think you know somebody. The next, they find 10 Legos. Fucking hate to see it. People change, dog. People change too frequently these days. A lot of snakes in the grass. This game needs cheat detection. Another dupe, and now people are using CE to go to the new area and farm unreleased gear. Pardon-moi? What do you mean people are using cheat engine to go to the unreleased area and farm unreleased content and gear? Like, people are getting drops that aren't out yet? Because that seems interesting. That sounds not the best. Teleport to the new area without being warped away. Right. I mean, hopefully they have ban waves that go out for people that are doing shit like that, I'll be honest. It's really all you can do. It's... people leak the new boss fight. Wait, really? The fuck? Well, hopefully those people get nuked. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately inevitable that you are going to deal with people breaking your game in various unintended ways. And unfortunately, it's a cat and mouse game. Because there are people that will pay for the product of the, you know, cracked version of the game. They will pay for the cheat engine. They will pay for whatever to get themselves the advantage, get ahead, whatever it may be. Whatever they are trying to cope with in their head. And it's unfortunate because the developers of these third-party softwares do make a shitload of money developing them. And if they didn't, then they wouldn't, and they would do something else to make money. It sucks. It really does. But it's inevitable, and the only thing that we can hope for is that the devs, in the long term, develop some protocols to help protect against it. But even then, they develop protocols to help detect it. They figure out what's going on to facilitate one thing, and then out of nowhere, there's another cheat once they fix that first one. It's truly, it's cat and mouse, and they can't predict what the cheats are going to be beforehand. Unless they themselves are making the cheats. Wait. Wait. Chat, I have an idea. We need a game dev that just releases a cracked version of the game. And it's like, here, fuck it. You want to cheat? Have fun. And then it'll be like when your parents started smoking cigarettes around you all the time and it wasn't really cool. It's like when your mom started saying crunk, so you stopped saying it. Right? It's like YOLO. It's no longer unironically funny. Game got cracked day 2. Shit. Let us at it, brother. Already mentally building a wall for the inevitable rats that cheated people to kill me. I mean, welcome to any game, unfortunately. People can't just play a game without trying to break shit. I mean, I think there's also a level of like, it's early access right now. You kind of want shit to get broken, but you don't really want the foundation of the game to get compromised this early, I think. Now, again, the sooner it happens, the better, because they can and will hopefully take steps to combat it. But those are only that, steps to combat it. Those are not the end-all be-all approach. Those are not the end of the fight. That is like one victorious battle in a very long war of whoever the fuck decides to give up first. I'm dead. I fucked up. Everything's fine. I'm actually not dead, which is literally fucking insane if you really think about it. The amount of sustain that this build has is silly. Honestly, pretty much every priest build. I'm so zoomy too. It's so fun. I do think double B build is safer, but find another massive multiplayer PvP MMO, but everyone's a dwarf. Sent in reactions. What do you mean, but everyone's a dwarf? Massive multiplayer PvP MMO, but everyone's a dwarf. Fucking Thogly developed this? What do you mean? Only dwarfs? Why only dwarfs? Like, I get it, I'm not opposed, but like, is the whole concept of it that it's supposed to be like an in the mountain type game, or what's the dealio? I think they're going for a theme. It's gonna be a short game. Sorry. That's my bad, dog. That's entirely on me. That's... I've grown out of control. Dude, what if I go? Jump it up a little bit. What up, brother? Gonna have to move mountains to make the game a success. Honestly, though, Kando, if they could pull that off, I really think that game could rock. Sorry. That's entirely my fucking bad. Chat. What game? It's an MMO that's apparently all dwarves. You may understand it now. Called Mithril. Intriguing. Is it, like, out right now, or what's the deal? Are you stacking Magic Pen and Faith? Or that setup instead of running is definitely my favorite. As of right now, my gear is, I'm not gonna lie, still kind of thrown together. I've been dropping vitality lately. Trying to get my faith up. I'd like to get my faith up to 100 or so once I get Lego weapons. From there, I've liked the Fervor stack early on. Magic Pen's great, but Fervor's just so fucking consistent. I don't mind Magic Pen, but we also have so much shielding and healing that's going out consistently. Crab Shield, one builds this because the ability helps stack the 5 stacks for Ram's ability. Crab Shield counts for Ram's ability? Wait, why? That seems unintended. That seems... What causes that? There's gotta be a bug, right? I bet money on gamers finding a way to make a race divide into games solely based on dwarves. Oh yeah! Yeah, you're gonna have like your rock and stone dwarves. Then you're gonna have your surface dwellers. You'll have like the lineages of your dwarves. Shit, I'm not gonna lie. When everybody looks the same, you legitimately just, unfortunately, in MMOs, most of your lore, you just simulate racism, and then that's how MMOs are actually facilitated. It's fucking weird. That's why I don't get too involved in lore in MMOs. Literally 90% of MMO lore is just various forms of racism, and I don't fuck with that. I think there's not a world for it. I can't support it. Elder Scrolls isn't a game without racism. Yeah, I mean, I've always said, right? You take a guild in an MMO, and that guild says, hey, you can only get in if you are a dwarf, right? You take a guild IRL, and you say, hey, you can only get in if you're this type of person, and that's fucking horrible. But in MMOs, everybody just sees the dwarf guild, and they're like, oh my god, it's so cute, look at all the RPers. Oh my god, they're marching through the streets, wow. Look at them yell at that elf, it's so cute, they're so immersed. I'm a little worried about people that are in RP guilds, dog. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Part of me is like, am I comfortable with you existing in my vicinity? Just in crits? Oh yeah, this also isn't the build that I'm gonna be running in the long term. Excuse you. I'm kind of just fucking around with RAM a little bit because B-Fury build is still bugged, and as much as I would love for it to not be, I have no motion and unfortunately no control over that whatsoever. So while I patiently await B-Fury being fixed, I continue on this path. So I'm still gonna rock my B build, but I was just like, more out of curiosity, I was like, I wonder how RAM is gonna feel when I just stack it up with what I have as kind of an impromptu thing. I got a purple drop yesterday just as one of my few clears of asshole. So, you know, it worked out, but I'm not inherently like, oh my god, coming over RAM build. Granted, I still don't have Spear, which is also a large facilitator for the build. I'm not fully optimized around the build. It's kind of just like thrown together, so to say. But I see why it's strong and why it's loved. I also see potential for a B build to have the same level of output, which I'm really excited about. Crab shield ability to get 5 stacks. Then in your second swing of your regular left click stack, use Ram's ability and use the last left click of your attack to build 5 stacks. And right, so you can kind of double tap on it, right? Oh god, the frame drop. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. I wonder why that's facilitating. Is it on any crit from any ability? Because that would mean that B-Fury's really fucking good with it. Because B-Fury's shield goes out. Is it any crit? Stacking. No. Consuming all benediction. Oh shit. I cooked myself. Oops. Any crit. Wait, so where's the any crit come from? Weapon skills empower your next 3 attacks. They'll deal an additional damage and generate a Benny stack. Stacking up to 5 times. When is it supposed to stack on any crit? I don't see any intended stacking for any crit. I might just be missing it. But that seems very weird. I'll throw it on dry. I have my crab shield on me. The weapon's still only B tier. I hate you. I'm just waiting for things to be fixed. You found the hidden entrance yesterday? No, I went to bed. And then I had a bellyache. First level 20 legendary was a judgment. Judgment. No, Jonathan, you're too hot for that. You're way too sexy, brother. You get out of that mentality right now. We need you here. Because somebody will take that off your hands. Almost guaranteed. I haven't slept in 38 hours. Why? What the fuck are you doing? I don't know why it works. Just does. My dumb shield is better with spear. Because spear has the ability to put things circling you. Did a lot to build stacks. I mean, Dom's still just strong in general because the auto damage. But that definitely shouldn't be stacking our buff. That is so weird. It does. That shouldn't be. Like, there's genuinely no reason why that would happen. There's no interaction listed anywhere. That's so fucking weird. Does the block thing also scale it for us? Weird, man. What a strange interaction. I assume the proc works as weapon skill? Maybe? But I'm not entirely sure, because then... Oh my god. Then my B shield would also be building it. Like whenever I cast a weapon ability, I get my little B shieldington. I don't know if it built it there. I feel like that was just the empower after using the weapon ability there. Because all of your attacks after using a weapon skill crit and then give the stack. But I don't know. Excuse me. And we're blasting. I don't know that I saw those directly giving the stacks. As much as I'm seeing the empower directly after giving the stacks. At least that's what I feel like I'm seeing. I might be tripping on that. But yeah, I mean, those are even crits. And I didn't get a stack on those. So I feel like you might just be seeing the empower after using any of your weapon abilities. Because that's the whole thing with RAM, is that it empowers your next 3 attacks to crit and then generate a stack of your Benny. Which is like the largest thing with it, but I'm not seeing it actually generate stacks in itself. Which is weird. Your B's building too. I haven't seen that. Genuinely, I'm not noticing it. So like, if I just let the bees tick, I don't get a build from bees hitting. If I just run in and I let the shield tick, I don't get a build from shield even on crits. But if I attack after any of those, then I get the 4 stacks, and then the 5th stack comes in, and then I can melt off that. But I'm not seeing any interaction where it's actually like, where it's the shield itself that's giving me the stacks. I might just be doing it wrong though. I could definitely be doing it wrong. I would say test and try to get like some repro steps on it, because I could just be fucking it up. And I might have just been misunderstanding the combo. But I definitely cannot get that thing to work right now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not noticing any build on either of those. I almost sauced that, I'm not gonna lie. I almost saw that shit. This is Lego run? I don't know if I have a Lego run, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm actually fucking cursed. Guess blocking counts as a weapon skill, and from the rock procs it. Interesting. I mean, blocking maybe, but double blue, baby. Yeah, because I mean, that would be a passive. So maybe if you're blocking and proccing the weapon skill itself, then that's giving you the next X amount of hits, the next 3 hits, building it. Fun bug, able to have a passive with some weapons active that aren't equipped on weapon swap. Can you get repro steps on it? And pass that bitch out? Carla trying to kill me. Leon? Thank you for the hot my good man. Just got the Ebral Dragon glider. First kill on Volcano. It's a red and black dragon glider. Oh wait, that's fucking sick. Those gliders are like 1% drop rates, right? Would be a shame if they put a cap on dungeon runs per day. Oh yeah, it'd effectively kill the game. Yeah, I think that would be probably the singular worst choice that they could make when looking at the longevity of the game, in the health of the game. I think that would be effectively a self-detonation. Which, hear me out. Their player base is doing quite well. 13.5k peak today. All-time peak last weekend of 15k. So even with Subnautica coming out, it didn't get completely cooked. Go Ratsard's Dagger. 10% fervor movement speed bonus permanently after proccing it and then swapping weapons. Okay. How can I get 5 stacks and then get out of combat? So you would need to pop something out of combat, have a weapon buff come up, and then switch your weapon when the weapon buff is up? Can I do that with anything? Nope, it ended my B shield. Well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself. I literally never get any of the cool shit whatsoever. What makes the game so fun is mindless farming. I mean, I do definitely yearn for some more, like, depth and some more variety. But I grew up playing Diablo 2 with my older brothers. This is nothing to me. Like, I very much am accustomed to this. And no part of me feels like I am bored only doing things because I need to arbitrarily be in a completion state. I don't really feel that at all. Oh, wait. I don't have the right shield on. Uh-oh. Typical MMO grind. Well, with the accessibility of it right now, it's an ARPG grind. My counter. Like, really ARPG coded right now. Which, I'm fine with. I like myself a good ARPG. But it definitely, I think, has left some things to be desired for some people that are truly in the MMO world. But farming for builds for the coming PvP. But PvP is going to be, like, regulated gear anyways. They said there's going to be PvP exclusive gear. So we don't even know if the builds that we're going to have on right now are going to be applicable in PvP because they may not exist. We also don't know if the builds will translate to PvP in the first place. Like, that's always a big caveat. Sometimes it's hard to have people standing in one place so you can get an entire combo off in a builder spender without getting stunned and disrupted out of that. Getting perfect stacks as a dependency in PvP can be a rough one for people. So, I don't know, there are a lot of variables in PvP that'll change how builds are feeling for people. Hopefully, they don't completely cook any build identity in PvP. I really like when I'm fighting against people's builds and it feels like I'm actually fighting against unique, varying builds. And it doesn't just feel like I'm fighting against the same old all the time. I yearn for it, if I'm being honest. But grinding the perfect ancient Lego weapon, it took me 2 months of grinding on Diablo 3. I don't want to go back to Diablo 3, bro. When Diablo 3 had, like, just come out and it was going through its whole, like, turmoil around, you know, just being Diablo 3, so to say, my brother, I think, summed it up better than most people that I've ever heard attempt to sum it up. If the day and age was when arcade consoles were still popular and Diablo 3 dropped on, like, a pay-to-play arcade console type shit, then it would have been a perfect game. It would have been so fun, and it would have made so much money for people just putting in coins and then playing through until their playthrough expired and then starting fresh. But Diablo 3 on its launch, and Diablo 3 through most of its existence, lest we forget, Era 37. So many soldiers lost on the front lines that day, fighting against Era 37 directly, trying to hold it down, keep everybody safe. It's just a fucking shame. There was no support for them. When the beacon was lit, nobody came. What does Fervor actually do? Fervor increases your damage shielding, healing done, and reduces your damage taken. So it is equivalent to the percentage. So if you have 10% fervor, it's 10% increased damage, healing, shielding done, and then it's half of that percentage for reduced damage taken. So you'll have 10% increased damage, healing, and shielding, and then you'd have 5% reduced damage taken with it, which quite strong, quite consistent, very good utility all around stat. Some builds operate more off of forced crits. So you will notice that some builds will go, you know, crit, so they can facilitate more of those crits as a, you know, as typically a mechanism for something else within their build. There are builds that will go pen-sided. Pen is really good for getting through boss armor and then just increasing your damage done by a raw percent. But it doesn't really do much else other than damage done increase. So if you have like a multi-dimensional build where you're built up around some healing, some shielding, some damage, you're looking at very high value from Fervor itself. So black magic barred our way, but the will of a Templar is stronger. You must first fight your way past John Dar. Bro, I fucking hate it. Don't bring that back up. I don't want to talk about John Dar. Bro, that was... God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Between that and then going 2 tombs. That was the entire early existence of Diablo. We just said those things over and over and over and over and over again. And unfortunately, over the course of it, they became ingrained in my memory. I used to at a certain point in time go back in like a week after a season would start, and I would do a 24-hour 1 to leaderboard to see how high up the leaderboards I could actually get. And unfortunately, it was very frequently higher than one would expect it to be. I was always quite disappointed in people that were playing Diablo 3. My oldest brother played on launch, found a sword, sold it for $250, never came back to the game. Said, fuck it, I'm out. I'd never seen anything like it before, but I respected it to no end. Dog made his bag and then got the fuck out. We legitimately, after he sold that weapon, he was like, I beat the game. I have no reason to play anymore. And he was unfortunately incredibly correct. He had zero reason to play anymore. He had effectively won the game of Diablo. The only thing that he could do that would be better would be getting another $250 sword. And I don't think he was trying to chase that. He's very much a secure the profits type person. I don't respect that. I don't respect it. I would have taken that $250. I would have invested it into more items that were cheap on the Real Money Auction House. And then I would have scaled up those cheap items into more funds. And then I would have just made clams. Unfortunately, I was in high school at this time, and I had no fucking clams. And if my parents knew that I would have been spending money on Diablo 3 items, they probably would have kicked the shit out of me. So, I've been so degenerate to be a rank 2 Crusader, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would anyone play Crusader? I think that's my large, like, question. I feel like it was just a poorly designed class. It was so fucking boring. Maybe I was just missing something with it. Granted... Oh, wrong button. Granted, Witch Doctor player. So, A, imagine my disappointment on launch, playing a Summon Witch Doc. B, imagine my familiarity with ZDPS builds. Higher than your average streamer. I'm not gonna lie, I, at a certain point, just became somewhat obsessed with rocking a ZDPS build because it was such an easy way to farm up for any other build that I wanted to. Because I could ZDPS for people at the start of a season. And then I could just run rifts until there was extra gear that was dropping for any class that I was supporting. and they would just give it to me because everybody loved a good 0 DPS support in their group. Bro, it was fucking glorious, if I do say so myself. I lived a beautiful life. My friend had his account hacked. Realized it was years later. Chinese gold farmers were using his account to farm gold on a monk. Left his other characters untouched. He was so rich. Whoa, wait. People buy Diablo 3 gold? What the fuck do you mean? Ain't no way people buy shit in Diablo 3. Brother, Diablo 3 was unironically one of the easiest games that I have ever played. There is no way that people like pay for stuff on Diablo 3. I feel like that would be the equivalent of being married and paying your wife for a blowjob. Like, why? It just doesn't line up. You just say some guy sold a sword for 250. Well, yeah, my brother sold a sword for 250, but even then I was like, why the fuck are people paying for that? Now, that was also on launch when killing Diablo pre-nerf was an actual accomplishment because he was relatively difficult as a fight and scaling wasn't crazy yet. D3 was far different on launch than it is nowadays, and the meta was a lot different. So, like, back then, a lot of people actually regarded it to be a little bit hard. You couldn't just go into a new game and start ripping or doing rifts on repeat because you had to farm up your Nephilim Valor stacks before you went to MF. It was different. Lots of people have too much money. Yeah, I just don't know why they don't, like, spend it here instead. I feel like that's selfish of them. But, you know, to each their own. To each their own. Diablo 3's dead. I'm still here. If people invested in Dusty Corp back when Diablo 3 first launched, in, what was it, 2012? I'd have been a full-time streamer now for like 14 years. Imagine how much more established I'd be. Sorry, I'm eating ribs. And there's bone. OG Diablo 3 farming rainbow level enjoyers. Pinata gamers, the Roger Camburger. Neither is kind of hard. Originally, yeah. And then it basically lost all of its oomph just super early on. It became so easy, and I think their power creep was so quick. Builds started to scale to the fucking moon out of absolutely nowhere. So depending on who you ask, it was incredibly fun for some. For others, it was like, all right, this is not what I'm used to out here. Now, D2 did also have some crazy builds, but things like Oridans with the aura stacking patched out. D2R, different story. Went from thousands of damage to billions in a matter of months. Yep. Went from Nephilim Valor stacks to just speed farming everything. Wanted to ask why B Fury over Toothpick when non-passive, the overtuned weapon in the game. Because it's too stupidly OP. If I'm being honest. Like, it's so strong, dude. I feel bad enough using RAM. I feel like an unethical piece of shit. If I'm being completely real with you. It's just... Dude, it's so strong. I wish they would fix my B build so I could run B build, but it hasn't been fixed yet. Julia, what up? How's Forever going? I took a break from it. You have Forza and shit, right? How's that been going? Forever's been good. Big patch came in. Addressed a lot of pain points. Some player quit points. Content's been good. I still have not found a singular legendary. I'm actually fucking cursed. I have zero idea how I am this down bad. But my luck has been, like, apocalyptic. It's so bad. Patch can't get pumpkins yet. Not this one. Not this one. This patch hasn't come out yet. But last patch that hit, like the big patch that they brought in, when was that, like last week? I never know when people take their breaks, but no pumpkins. Hopefully this week though. This week patch notes, pumpkins, my build getting fixed. What else? Ram Spear getting nerfed. Warrior getting nerfed with Wing Saber. Another route of accessibility for crystals to upgrade. Oh, the patch notes on the Steam page? Yeah, it's older patch notes. I think it came in like last week, like on the 11th or something. Just means you're accumulating luck for the next content patch and level. That's my fear. That's my fear. I have to keep accumulating it. I have to get the bad luck bonus, so to say. I'll go fuck myself. Chat, what happened to the servers? Chat, are we all dead? I'm still in. I am fine. Word. Okay. Quick relog for me. First time I've run into that, but new content, what do you think? Are we talking like level expansion? Or what kind of new content? Because if we look at the roadmap, this year, we're probably, of course, looking at level cap increase. New regions this year. That could be one region every few months. If we say the year has 6 months and change left, every 3 months. So that would put, what, August as the first one, and then late this year as the second one. They could also have one ready to go sooner rather than later, but I think it'll be at least 30 by the end of this year. Yeah, as they bring in new regions, I think it would be silly to keep the level cap at 20 and not have any verticality to it. More instances will also pick away at the unique weapons and weapon skills. Rifts and seasonal events. Rifts, if they're similar to a Diablo 3 rift with like a level associated with them, will provide replayable content for people. Just no way around it, it will. Outside of that, about 30 next month. I think it'll be tied to the new zone coming out. I think the first new zone will probably bring level 30 with it. New zone, new instances, rifts maybe. And then some new weapons, some new loot associated with the new instances. Probably through there. And then raise the priority PvP and get PvP in this year. I mean, we got duels. I think that us who really want PvP are probably in the minority of the community, which it does make sense that they prioritize more PvE content as retentive systems first and then add PvP. So like, those are already in, I don't really count that. Yeah, I don't necessarily think we're, as a PvP community, gonna be like the priority for this game. And I'm okay with that because our PvE side is so good and entertains so many players on a baseline. So, this is a game worth trying. It's been really fun so far, dog, I'm not gonna lie. There is definitely some jank that can happen sometimes. It isn't early access after all. So, I'm not 100% certain on what the dealio is with my server right now. But boss fights have been fun. Exploration's been great. I've had a lot of fun with it. Just trying different builds, exploring all that stuff. Level 20 to minimum 5 stars, you want it? Oh, no, I'm good. I appreciate you, dog. I gotta farm up my own stuff or I will be very, sad. How the fuck did you get a level 20 Lego Dom? Did you farm with alts? PvP players will come back. PvE players are sentiment to hold a grudge and lead the game. I mean, I also think just from a general standpoint, like, PvP-wise, the PvP itself is the retention metric. And with PvE, it takes a lot more to retain people. You have to have a content catalog that's retentive, which, as a priority, makes sense that you would develop during early access a heavy emphasis with that retentive catalog building for your PvE players, which are going to be your most, you know, your largest part of the player base. PvP running toxic mentality. Oh no, dude, people already have that. If you think they don't, you're crazy. Like, people in this game already have a mentality of if you're not running the meta, then you a bitch. People already have the, oh my god, look at me with wing sabers clearing things in 30 seconds or less. I'm a god and your ass. It's already kind of spread. I call it the WoW brain syndrome. But there's definitely already a small bit of toxicity within people. I think that's just something with gamers. I don't think it's PvE versus PvP, but people are posting damage meter numbers in chats. People already using a damage meter. It's so fucking cooked. I heard rumors of it, but I think they'll nerf Ram Spear. It's strong but not buggy strong. I think they'll nerf it. I don't think they'll destroy it, but I think they'll nerf it. Where to get the crystal? Upgrade your weapons and shield to level 5. There is only one quest on the entire map that will give you that crystal. Northeast of Nascent. Top right. Leave Van Glyph. Bring in 10 hearts, ephemeral hearts, so you can farm up off spirits. You can only do it once per character. Get a lot of hearts. Run out there. Turn it in. Make an ult. Bring hearts. Turn it in. Do it over and over and over again. That is literally the only way right now. Long term, they'll come from heroic dungeons. Short term, I don't know if that's going to continue to be the only way, but as of right now, it's a little inconvenient. How to get Malachite? Look for higher tier ores, like out here. Or you can, prospect ores, like break them down, try to get the gems. What stats you running on Priest? I run enough vitality to be tanky as my priority, right? My goal immediately was get vitality up to the point where I don't really have to worry about damage mechanics coming in. And then start scaling up Faith. Easy option early on is Fervor, because Fervor increases damage, healing, and shielding by that %. Mitigation by half that amount. When you get more geared, if you find yourself wanting to scale into crit, you can. If you want more unilateral damage, then crit and pen will be a really good combo. If you want to be tankier and have more utility, then Fervor is, in my opinion, the highest value. Just depends on where you want to go with it. But I've found once you hit 400 HP, you feel really, really, really strong. So I was 420. I started peeling back some HP a little bit to work my Faith up for some more damage. But more or less just Vitality, Faith, and then either crit pen or Fervor, depending on whichever pairing you want to run. Got my legendary axe in the backlighter on my second day of farming rats. Jesus Christ. That's absolutely insane. I think you choose not to party with the toxic PvEers, but you can't really choose who you fight in PvP. I mean, it depends. I also think that you have less interaction with the people that you're fighting in PvP. Like, this is a crazy thing, right? But as somebody that has, you know, worked on the internet, so to say, for multiple years and has interacted with a lot of people, this is the best feedback that I could ever give. Just don't read the game chat. Like, just don't. Literally, if you go into PvP, just hide the game chat if there's any way to. Just don't do it. That'll make your experience so much better. Like, it will genuinely triple your enjoyment level of every game that you play. Let me tell you what, there is a certain level where you gotta realize people are gonna yap the same way that a dog barking at you from inside of its house doesn't mean that the dog needs to be euthanized and put down. It's a little bit different than if you get, like, actually bit by the dog type shit, you know what I mean? So, this game only has single player content, never seen you in a party. You can do everything 1 player through 4 players. I just typically solo because it's easier for me to yap to chat while I'm soloing and not being dependent on other people. I also have this thing where my first time through, I really like to prog as much as I can without, like, streamer looting or anything like that. Later on, I don't mind as much. But early on, I definitely don't want to be that streamer that's like dependent on chat. That's just like, chat, I need a legendary, and then somebody pulls up with a +5 Lego for me. I want to feel like I've earned my prog, and that's something that I'm perfectly okay with. You know, there are people that play 16 hours a day. I stream 8 to 10 hours a day. So I might not have the craziest gear. There are probably going to be people that have better gear than me, better clear time than me, but like, I have a lot of fun going at the pace that I play at, and I'm also a large advocate for people to play at their pace that they're going to enjoy it. So, you show to Prospectors. Yeah, I got you, dog. Go into your jeweler is where you're going to want to go for that. So you just need a spark sample and then 10 of the ore that you're looking to prospect, and then that will give you rocks for prospecting. So I've found tin gives malachite pretty frequently. I'm not sure of the exact drop tables, but you'll definitely want jeweler for that. Is there an MMO where the chats aren't toxic? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, I also think the thing with PvP is it's almost like... It's like sports to me. Any level of competition will inherently breed a little bit of friction between people, if that makes sense. And when you're looking at PvP, I talk shit to people in PvP the same way that I talk shit to people in basketball, back when I played basketball in my youthful days when my knees didn't crack standing up. And it's very much a, hey, nothing personal, just a part of the game type shit. And I've had a lot of people that, as a result of PvP, have come into chat yapping. I've yapped back, and then we laughed about it because it's a part of the game, said GGs, and then became good friends after. And, like, you know, people that are near and dear to me are people that I talked shit to in a game first. And we ended up, you know, just laughing about it and understanding that it's not a personal thing. And I feel like a lot of people skip that aspect of it. It was always personal. Bro, I swear to God, I tried so hard to get you fucking banned from every shot caller role. Unfortunate thing is you were one of the only shot callers that knew how to fucking iframe without stamming yourself. I still have no idea how you made that dog shit call. You missed that rotate? You literally killed our entire B gate because you called them into a shitty fucking choke initiate when they were about to push in on us. And I died in the fight, by the way. I was dead in B gate when you said I missed the rotate. Just fucking throwing that out there. I was dead in B gate because you called a dog shit fight. And here I am being called a... What? It was like a padding piece of shit or something? What was the exact thing? It was something about padding. New World was so coded. So, Zombie was a caller in New World. And I went through a phase where I was like coming up in the New World war scene, so to say. And I was just warring for any company that would have me. And Zombie also called for multiple companies. So, one of the companies that Zombie focused and I was focusing on, because I was getting a lot of improvement in that company, was basically having me as a point bruiser. I'd established myself as one of the better melees at this time. I'd really developed a lot. And I was just putting up disgusting numbers. Disgusting numbers. Then detect a pad stats to get the slots. Listen, I had more kill percentage, more kill percent than our supports did. I would have more kills than our kill squad would. I would have more DPS than our fire stabs, and I would have fewer deaths than our point tank. Yet instead of being called the LeBron James, Victor Wembanyama, Michael Jordan, Tracy McGrady, Derrick Rose without injuries hybrid, Zombie calls me a padder, and I'm like, okay, we'll have somebody else pad and tell them to put up my numbers. Never saw it. Never saw it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I was on the best KP because I ran VG on caller, and you didn't die 23 times. Oh wait, it was 27. Oops. I just orbed into clubs before I crashed. I always just fucking pre-crash, dog. You gotta send that shit early. And the trick is to just bounce around the point, hitting every single quad. So that way you get KP if there are any stray kills. People didn't understand the path across point tech instead of sending your path outward. The number of bruisers on VOD review that would send path out of the point and hit like 2 people, and then I'd show them one of my paths that hits 25 people, and they're like, what the fuck? Wait, what happened? I know, bro, people just didn't understand. There were effective uses of your abilities, too. Like, I could play on flag, and then I could grab my quad and an adjacent quad and bring them into a combo where it's this mini collapse before we even collapse, where I'm technically fighting 2 groups at once and doing damage to both of those groups effectively. There is high value, and people just don't see the value in shit. If I can grab 20 people, why would I do that instead of grabbing 4 people? If I can grab the same 4 people in that group of 20, then the 4 people still get grabbed. I just added in 16 more people. I'm a fucking genius. I'm not an evil villain. Didn't Tracy only play for like a year in the NBA before he got injured? Tracy McGrady? Like, before he got injured, he was likely injured before even going to the league, but didn't have the means to get, like, the proper care, so to say. His total career, how many years did he play? He played until 2012. 97, 98 to 2012? What's that, like 15 years? I'd say all things considered, like, 2011, he played 23.4 minutes a game. Had 8 points on 44% field goal and 34% from 3. His last year for the Hawks, 16 minutes a game, 5.2 points on 43% from the field and 45% from 3. He became a sniper. I think the Rockets was where he really deteriorated, though. Like, the Rockets, from, like, 2006 to 2010, was his big point of, like, death. This game had pretty good replayability, or is there a wall in early access? No, I mean, you can get some good grinding. You can definitely get some good grinding. There is a lot to do right now, but I definitely wouldn't say there's, like, thousands of hours of content type shit. 23 minutes a game, is that good? When you're, like, fucking 40 years old, yeah. Yeah, at that time, he would have been... Okay, over 30. So it was year 15 in the league. So as a role player at that point, yes. But when he was with the Rockets in 2004, 2005, he played 41 minutes a game, averaged 26 points a game. The Magic 2002, 2003, 39.4 minutes a game, 32 points a game. So, like, that was his prime. But there were also only a certain number of minutes a game to play. So, basketball's so cute. I think other sports are just boring as fuck to watch or play, I'll be completely honest. Basketball is beautiful. But a lot of the grind is going to be horizontal. Now, there is the element of you can grind out legendary drops. You can grind out different builds, different weapons. You could grind alts. There is verticality to it, but there are a lot of mounts, gliders, companions that you can get. And you can also chase down transmogs quite easily. You can transmog your gear at any point in time, change how it looks, based on the transmogs that you've actually collected throughout your adventures. So, decent sized map for exploration, only going to get larger. It's an early access, so NFL is like basketball. Is basketball on a 500-foot field with 30-minute quarters. What do you mean AFL? Like arena football? I'd rather just play basketball. 30-minute quarters sounds fucking terrible, if I'm being honest. Aussie rules football. Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. 30-minute quarters is excessive. Turn on those mounts. An all-in game, or is there a shop with most of the cool things? No paid shop. At this point in time, there's like a shop, but the shop only has free things in it, and it hasn't rotated at any point. You actually get like your first mount perfectly for free. Everything else is earnable through the game, discoverable through chests, drop rates. Companions will also have a sparkly version and a normal version of them. So if you have a normal version of the companion that you are chasing down, then you could also run into a sparkly version of it as well. So there's a reason to kind of like hunt things over and over again and chase those exclusives down. But a lot of that horizontal cozy prog, they're gliders as well. So I got a little dragon type shit. So it's cool. Also, pumpkin does not exist at this point in time. It is currently bugged. So kind of such. Like that, yeah, it's solid. A lot of what I've been doing lately is trying to
Coward
get
Abs
legendary.
is
Yeah,
absolutely
Masha, thank you for the follow. I
S-tier.
appreciate you. A lot of what I've been doing lately is trying to get myself some legendary weapons, which I haven't had much luck with, if I'm being honest. I haven't had a single legendary drop the entire time that I've been playing so far. So legendary is the highest rarity. I have epics right now for the weapons that I've been using. Great, awesome, cool. But I like Legos. Do you think they'll eventually make enough from the shop to keep the game going? Yeah, I mean, it's a 15-person development team right now. So the thing about this game is that they're taking a very reasonable approach to it. They're not a first-time developer that doesn't know how to manage a studio and manage development costs. They have shipped multiple titles that are successful at this point in time. So if we go over and we look at Dune Spice Wars, it's dead as shit right now. But Dune Spice Wars, when they dropped that, peaked at 8,400, which didn't really sustain a ton of it. But they shipped Dune Spice Wars. What else did Shiro have? What are their most successful? So let's see. War Tales currently has 1.2k with a peak of 35k 3.1 years ago. Did they do Northgard? Yeah, they did Northgard. Let's see. What's Northgard's peak? Northgard Definitive Edition? Charts? 20k. They did Northgard? Yeah, it's Shiro Games. This is their catalog. So, War Tales, Northgard, Evil Land, and Evil Land 2. Let's see. Online. We'll sort by peak. War Tales, Northgard, Forever, Dune Spice Wars, Spacecraft, and then some smaller titles. They were my favorite RTS maker back in the day. Yeah, they were very much known for their RTSs before they got into the MMO light. Yeah, this is very much a step in kind of like an unexpected direction. But this is part of why I said when they were having their early server issues and things were getting into mixed reviews, into somewhat negative reviews, I said it would be fine. I genuinely said it was not going to be a problem whatsoever, and as soon as they sorted out the server problems, the gameplay spoke for itself. Like, the gameplay is phenomenal. And that's what's shown through so far, especially as the server state has improved. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Wonder how they do if they had the LOTR intellectual property. Better than Amazon Games. Granted, I also think I might do better than Amazon Games if I had the LOTR IP. I think probably all of us collectively could just meet in an auditorium somewhere and spitball ideas and do better than Amazon Games leadership could at this point. And I'm not talking about like the New World leadership. I'm talking about Christoph Hartmann, like their leadership. Just get everything away from Amazon Game Studios. Don't let them develop anything anymore. Get Christoph Hartmann out of game development. Let him retire somewhere. Just let him enjoy his life. Because as of right now, he makes mine sadder. He makes mine much, much, much sadder. So, I'm bike. We got bike recently, Zombie. We got stationary bike. I want to get non-stationary bikes as well. Because Carla doesn't have one. I have one that needs to get like a tune-up. So I'm thinking non-stationary bikes could be freaking lit. Because we have one stationary bike, but we don't really get the wind in our face type shit off of that, you know what I mean? Alright, hold on. I gotta bring my plate out, and I gotta fill up my water. I'm going through a lot of water because it is still 83 degrees in the stream room. Chat, pray for me. I might fucking melt. It's hot today. It's very hot. Alright. I shall return. One sec. Cold water acquired. And we're up. So fucking tremendous. Because let me tell you, brother, I've been dying. Is there a chance to get Be Fury Legendary? The scriptures tell a tale of a time when a man, as normal and average as you and I, once found a Be Fury Legendary. He upgraded it all the way, and Shiro also fixed all of the bugs with Be Fury, making it completely usable and functional. Some say the tales are myths. I want to believe them. Do you believe Chilo? Yeah, it can drop. I just apparently have, like, you know how Harry Potter had, like, the boy who lived levels of luck? I have, like, the baby that accidentally got murdered by Voldemort because he went to the wrong address because he had had a few drinks at the pub before going to pull off the plan type luck. I got, like, the oops wrong house levels of luck. Got the Voldemort luck. I got the bad luck, dog. I got the worst luck that could possibly exist in this situation. So, Chilla, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Any legendary yet? Do you think something good would ever happen to me? Ask yourself that for a second. Do you think anything good would ever happen to me? And then tell me if I got a legendary yet. It's crazy. Crazy. The ignorance of the youth these days. You really hate to see it, dog. Really fucking hate to see it. It's just a goddamn tragedy. We're gonna farm Dominion Shields. It only comes from, I believe, one named mob and 2 chests at level 20 in the entire game. Other than that, you're looking to trade for it or make alts and farm on alts for it, which is quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate, if I do say so myself. I am perfectly okay with my level 18, though. So, there are some things that just don't exist in a very large capacity within the loot table. Dominion is one of those. The Mage Flamethrower Staff is another one of those. It's a little unfortunate, if I do say so myself. Had a few IPAs. Oh, gross. Beer is... No! Let me up! Jesus fucking Christ. Beer is icky and gross, and I do not like. I feel like it's very overrated, if I do say so myself. Need a double drop chance of Legos in long ass dungeons. I don't know, I kind of like legendaries being intended as an exclusivity, so to say. Legendaries, I think, should feel like legendaries. And when everybody, even like your average player, is expected to have double legendaries, I just feel like it takes away any sense of exclusivity. Like, when we're talking gearing from, you know, the top available form of content, I really do like the fact that there is some form of, albeit it's not because of difficulty, right? So it's not like, it's an incredibly hard farm at this point in time. It's more of a time constraint, which is, I think, where a lot of people are kind of like losing their patience with it. But those are the dungeons that drop you in front of the boss, good farm, super fast, so easier to get. Yeah. I mean, I do totally get that side as well. There should probably be some form of compensation for getting to the end of those longer ones, but there's also separate loot tables too. I feel like the boss fight at the end of those longer ones is also typically a little bit more simplistic, and a lot of the longer ones are built more around like the puzzle completion type shit. But yeah, there is a reason why I like farming the boss ones so much more. They just kind of exist and make my life easier instead of harder. They make sense, and I enjoy spending my time in them. This conversation is fun. The fuck can I buy with fun? What are we getting IRL? Where you go to the mall and get a new pair of Jordans? I can't afford new shoes. The fuck do you mean? Why do you think I can afford new shoes? Also, I don't really like... I know this is a crazy take. I don't really like IRL streaming that much, dog. IRL streaming just feels like a nuisance, if I'm being honest. It feels like I am inevitably bothering other people just by existing. And I don't really like bothering other people just by existing. I try to keep myself very, low-key, so to say. And even when I IRL stream, is because of the emote Nin made. Slightly because of the emote Nin made. Yes. Yes. Before that, I kind of didn't like IRL streaming. Now I know I definitely don't like IRL streaming. I will say, Nin is a fucking op for that. He is on as many lists as Drake for that shit. I'm not gonna lie. DustyWhy. It's never seeing the light of day. It's never seeing the light of day. Your IRL stream almost broke my streak. No, your lack of commitment to my stream almost broke your streak. Let's work on proper phrasing here, Monfair. Let's establish fault where fault is due. Am I at fault for streaming, or are you at fault for not watching? I, the streamer, must stream. I feel as though you have chosen your fate. Take some accountability. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Go watch a VOD, you dorks. You're a loser. I wrote a script on my server to check if you're live and open it. How can you still not beat Leon to a first in chat? How's your legendary search been since yesterday? Terrible. So, you could go back to day 1 of my legendary search, and it would be the exact same. Everything has been absolutely awful in every way, shape, and form. I'm sorry. At least somebody is. I, too, am sorry. It's fucking tragic, because you start streaming at like 2 or 3 a.m. Okay, hear me out. Is that my fault for starting stream, or is that your fault for living in fucking Australia? Take some goddamn accountability for once. What the fuck, Ood? His fault. That's what I'm saying. Why the fuck would you choose to live in Australia, brother? I feel like there is a lack of accountability in this chat today. And I don't really know what's going on with it. But I need to implore y'all. Just stop being so bitch-made. Just stop being so bitch-made. Just own it. We got a lot of pirate softwaring going on right now. Well, for birthing you in the wrong country. Why would I want to be birthed in Australia? Brother, I don't like bugs. I don't like going hiking in Maine anymore because ticks got really bad a couple of years ago. And now I have a preconceived notion that if I go outside, I'm just gonna have like a million ticks eating me as soon as I come back in. It's so fucking tragic. Would it be good if they had a pity system for the legendaries? I like the streaks. I feel like a pity system basically takes away the raw it could happen at any point element, and it becomes I complete a minimum of this amount and then I guaranteed get it. There's like a road to completion, and I almost think that a pity system takes away that grind incredibly heavily. I think it also devalues the legendaries heavily. I feel like, as I was saying before, not every player should have access to legendaries. Not that, like, you know, players should physically be incapable of them. But with legendaries being your highest commodity that you offer within the game currently, that shouldn't be a thing that is just readily available to everyone regardless of the level of investment that they put in. That should be something that you either have to get ungodly lucky for if you're getting it early, or you have to farm. Motherfucker, I suck at this part so much. Holy shit, I hate jumping puzzles. Or you have to put in a lot of... Not like this! Chat, we're so fucking cooked. I might actually die to this. Holy shit, I hate it here. I don't even understand the fucking point of this right now. I hate jumping puzzles so fucking much. It's part of the reason why I wouldn't go back to Guild Wars 2. A lot of people try to get me back. Also, Maine. Yo, Maine's fucking beautiful, dog. I love it up here. I'm born and raised up here, and I don't necessarily know that I would ever, like, move away. It's just, it's so beautiful. There are parts of it that are so, I don't know, just, like, raw nature. It's nice. I kind of grew up in the woods. My dad was a truck driver and then did, like, excavation and stuff. So I grew up knowing how to operate an excavator, a bulldozer. I'd come home from college on breaks and I'd go out and work a job with my dad, and I'd like run dozer or excavator for him from time to time. So I grew up in the woods type shit. and, you know, four-wheeling, snowmobiling, all that. But I also grew up playing video games and sports. I kind of did a lot of everything. And when I visit cities, like, we just went to Boston for a day trip yesterday, right? And Boston is gorgeous in its own regard. But when I look at the prospect of living in Boston, I'm like, all right, well, we saw one Trader Joe's the entire time that we were there. So, like, where are you getting your groceries? Most people are probably eating out every single day that they live there, which on top of paying $17 trillion a month in rent, you're also then factoring in eating out on a daily basis for pretty much every meal, which is, again, incredibly expensive. I don't like the prospect of ever living in a city. I like the prospect of visiting cities and living in a place that is developed enough to have fiber, and if the power ever goes out, I want it back on quickly. Those are like my two priorities for a place. Other than that, I'm not really too picky. You know what I mean? Relax? You fucking relax, bitch. What do you mean relax? I'll fucking relax when you relax. Golly. This guy. Live in New York City, there's a grocery store down the street. I don't eat out like ever. That's good. That's good. I think New York City smells like poop. And I don't mean like it just smells bad. I mean a majority of the time that I've spent in New York City, it kind of like actually smelled like poop. Just like human fecal matter. So I'm a little like hesitant there. In some areas I agree. Yeah, definitely poopy in some areas. New York City is a big place though. Like, I have friends that live in the Wantagh area, and I went down there one summer and visited, and it's a beautiful place. But man, parts of the actual like city, Long Island, yeah, exactly, like Wantagh, Levittown area over on Long Island. Yup. Apparently calling the Long Island Railroad the Lur is frowned upon there. Yep. So, you know, but that shit is suburbia, if I'm being completely honest. I grew up in a mobile home in a 4,000 person town in the middle of Maine. And I went to visit my friend's place, and they had a saltwater pool that fed into a jacuzzi that was also saltwater. And they had this beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood, and everything was beautiful, and I immediately hated it. I felt violence towards them. I moved from the city for the suburbia. We wanted more space. How, if you don't mind me asking, how much is your mortgage living on fucking Long Island if you bought out there? Because I was in the housing process recently, and we learned a lot, and we didn't end up following up with the housing process whatsoever. We're now out of the housing process, doing a couple-year reset, and then having a long-term approach to it now that we know a little bit more. And I learned a lot about different areas. I had people in chat that were looking at upstate New York, and they were saying their houses are going from 300 to 500,000 over asking, depending on the house, of course. And this was on like $300 to $400,000 houses. You cannot get an inspection. And then in nicer areas in the city, I've heard of people for just a normal like 3-bed, 1.5 bath. I've heard 7 digits is not unfathomable. Over asking? Yeah, over asking. So keep in mind, when we were looking at houses, we were looking in the like $200,000 to $250,000 range. And we were looking at some older houses, right? It was, you know, 1900s houses to late 1800s, which is honestly a lot of Maine. But we were able to get an offer accepted and like under contract. The contract ended up falling through because of some things that the bank didn't tell us about, unfortunately. The bank should have directed us towards a different type of loan, long story short, because of a 1099 they didn't. So my taxable income looked a lot different than it was supposed to. And then some other factors came in as well, but more or less that side of it. And the bank just didn't realize at any point that a 1099 should be on a non-QL loan because naturally you're gonna have deductions. That's not the point. So we basically were putting in offers at or under asking, with seller paying closing, us getting an inspection prior to buying, the inspection came through, and we got more money off of the, you know, the offer that we had put in on the home. Like, Maine is the opposite of competitive comparatively to, like, New York. I don't know why people choose to live in areas like that, where you physically, like, can't get fair housing markets and shit. Like, I understand work opportunities and shit, but, like, the fuck are you doing there that you can't do anywhere else in the world? Unless you are quite literally playing for one of the New York sports organizations professionally, you can just sell your house in New York, move up to Maine, take the nest egg that you get from selling your house, buy 3 houses in Maine, 1 to live in, 2 to rent out, have land, have long-term rentals and passive income, and then get a job that does whatever you want to do as a for fun thing, making $30,000 a year and live off of interest for the rest of your life. And never have to worry. Simply for owning a house in one of the expensive areas of the United States. I don't understand why people don't. You can literally, bro, if you sold a house for $800,000 post-tax, you could buy a fucking multi-unit that instantly gets you in the green monthly that's already established. Exactly the plan. That's funny. Bro, I'm telling you, I don't understand. Yo, Friday, thank you for the kind words, dude. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ. I appreciate you. Exactly the plan. Bro, I'm telling you, Maine is beautiful. I grew up here. I still have to pay taxes on the money. Well, that's why I said post-tax. That's why I said post-tax. Because if you're living in an expensive area with a reasonable house, like if you're living in one of the crazy hyperinflated areas, it's motherfucker. It's goddamn piece of shit. It's not uncommon for houses to be 7 digits actual sell price if it's anything that's appraising over 750. Like, shit goes crazy over asking in contested areas right now. It's kind of disgusting, dog. So, all things considered, right? You could sell. To make money, I just need to already own a 7-figure house. I mean, you could also just sell your house out there and move up here. And, like, literally regardless of what you have, the cost of living in Maine is probably, I shit you not, less than 50% of the cost of living in New York, in 99% of the city, if not all of the city. We were looking at, you know, with insurance, with everything all said and done as a mortgage, we were going to be looking at like, I want to say it was like $1,300, something like that. So, we kill those mobs to shoot cannon. Anytime I try to do that, they play Victor Wembanyama-esque defense on me, and I can't actually get my shot off. It's fucking toxic. So I just go up and kill the mob real quick. It doesn't really make much of a difference, but living at my grandma's house for basically nothing. I mean, that's good though. How old's your grandma? And how much do you love her? Is this like, I live with grandmother because I love her, or is this I live with grandmother because of the advantageous future? I don't know, TBH. You don't know how much you love her, or you don't know how much she pays. She lives somewhere else. Oh wait, what the fuck? That's lit. Rich grandma? Because honestly, the realistic stance on it, this may sucks to hear. All of us will die at some point. If you have somebody that owns a lot of assets that already is really nice to you, embrace them closely. Because there is a good chance that if you're healthy, you will outlive them. And then you have a cheat code to starting your wealth journey. The easiest way to make $1 million is to be given $1 million, chat. Never fucking forget that. Never forget that. So you just have to find somebody with $1 million and a joy of you as a person. And then you physically have nothing to worry about ever again in your life. Subscribe for more financial tips and tricks, not financial advice. Selling me the house for 200K, but I need to get the money together fast. Do you have any unhealthy family members? You're in Australia. So, like, insurance fraud? I've heard that insurance fraud goes crazy out there. Like, people will just jump in front of cars and try to get hit so they can claim insurance frauds. She's an unhealthy but old. Could probably come up with a feasible story. Okay, okay. Any history of falling? Just general... Uh-oh. General clumsiness at all. Any form of that whatsoever. This is all important to the story. We just need to build up the narrative a little bit. Need to make sure that there's a, you know, a feasible path to follow here. Cross all our T's, dot all our I's type shit. But I think we might be on the right path here. Also, Strag, hello, my friend. Did I hear Drake drop 3 albums all at once? Yes. We listened to Iceman on the way back from Boston. And I'm not going to lie. It is overwhelmingly fucking mid. Iceman, to me, as someone who has listened to Drake from his early projects, post Degrassi, to Iceman, I don't know if this was intentional for some form of like high style art, but it sounded like the most soulless project that his heart was not in whatsoever. And I know part of the whole Iceman thing is like, you know, the personal journal of like, my dad's sick, life sucks, blah, blah, blah. I only have billions of dollars for me. And I get that. But it sounded like he just didn't want to be making the album in the first place. And again, I'm not sure if I'm just missing some artistic journey with the Iceman album where he's supposed to be so emotionally cold because he's the Iceman that the music is fucking garbage and uninspired. But we listened to the album while locked in a car driving back, and Carla and I both really wanted to like the album. And Carla just kept saying, none of the songs so far have really hit for me. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like some were boppy, but they were not what I would expect from this hyped of an album drop. But is being generous? Yes. Yes. I think it is far from my favorite Drake project. Like, far from my favorite Drake project. I haven't listened to Habibti or what's the other one? The third one, whatever the fuck it is. I've only got through Iceman so far. And I'm kind of scared to get into the other two because Iceman is the most hyped one by far. And I'm hoping that the less hyped stuff is maybe more palatable. But I just felt like it was an overwhelmingly uninspired project. We've been dog shit since Wayne stopped writing a shit on God, for real, for real. Yo, Lil Wayne's coming to Maine in July, chat. There are probably still tickets available. I don't know if there are. But you guys must pull up. You guys must pull up. It's Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz, brother. It's a summer concert in the summer heat with 2 old men just spitting bars. Bro, it's going to be fucking fire. And honestly, I am hoping nobody throws anything out or dies. That's the largest goal. But I think it'll be a fun show regardless. I like Shebang and Burning Bridges. Shebang was the first one where I was listening. Like, just as a listen through, no skip, right? Shebang was the first one chronologically where I was like, okay, this is boppy. This is kind of like what I expected out of this with the entire vibe going into the whole Iceman thing. I expected more of that side of it. And like the intro, for instance, that played. And Carlo was like, okay, like I understand that was supposed to be a personal journal, but it was also like a really unlistenable personal journal. It kind of, y'all know how Blueface used to basically like write his bars before he heard the beat type shit? That was kind of how most of the songs on Iceman listened for me. It was unfortunate, but I wanted to like it as well. I really did. But I just don't know that I fucked with it on the heaviest level, and I'm sorry if you're in here, Drake. I still think you're way more talented than I am, dog. But I do think that my first listen through, again, just first listen through, I was not as impressed with Iceman as I would have wanted to be. And it is unfortunate because, again, I wanted to like it. I wanted to enjoy it. Unfortunately, I could not. And it is truly a tragic state of circumstances, but, you know, we move on. We move on. Anyways. Gonna start a budget and stick to it. Wait a minute. Are we talking about his hobby for race cars? Brother, I feel like some hobbies are just too fucking expensive. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Carla has a Lego hobby. And when we look at the amount of money that she could possibly spend on Legos with all of the sets that drop, I get incredibly scared. I'm glad that she has some form of restraint, but he said he has a spending problem. That's fine. Just make more money. Reverse lifestyle creep. Quit smoking a couple of years ago and saved heaps. Yeah, but that's for pussies. I feel like quitting is for bitches. So basically, the easiest way to save is to just cut back on your groceries. Just cut out 1 meal a day, smoke the same amount, and then you're fine. Jabinley, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, realistically, if you just cut out breakfast and you smoke a bowl to start your day, and then get so high that you forget that you need to eat breakfast, do you really need breakfast at all? Because I don't eat before I get on stream. Carla will come home from work, and then she'll basically just throw a plate at me. And before she lived up here, I would fast in the mornings before, I would say in the mornings, I'd fast throughout the entire stream. And then I'd just, like, eat a big meal at the end of stream, and I mean, like, 3,000 calories. I'm shocked I didn't have one of those, like, post-Thanksgiving heart attacks that people's grandpas have and shit. But Lego, every year my family does a big Lego. This year, they're releasing Minister. The set is $600. Yep. No, I've seen all of the 3-foot and taller sets, unfortunately. I have unfortunately seen all of the price tags. Do you guys want to see what we have in the living room right now? Like, I can't bring y'all into the living room, of course. The camera doesn't go that far. But I will just pull out one of her sets that we have yet to build. Because we were in the housing process. Wonderful. So we didn't want to build too much and then have to move with an entire shitload of Legos. So now that we're not moving for a couple of years, we have to deal with the inevitability, or I have to, that she's going to want to build all of her fucking Lego sets. I am doomed. So, after this clear, I'll show you what we have to look forward to as an immediate. Keep in mind, we probably have... It's gotta be like 12 to 15 boxes of Lego at this point that are just sitting out in the living room, and that's not counting the ones that we've completed. Like, we have a lot of Legos out there. We have Lego plant decorations. We have... Uh-oh. Oh, the glider redeploy saved me. That's so clutch. Holy shit, the glider redeploy. We truly love to see it, chat. I will not lie. I also kind of want to enchant my RAM. Although I can't ethically get too invested in the RAM build. But I do feel like a little bit of crit would go well with this bad boy. I'm not gonna lie. A little bit of crit would round this out. Still say just build a Lego house? Nope. Nope. It's got a room full of Lego, but no Lego. Honestly, I'm probably cursed because there's a Labubu in my room. Like a giant one. Again, Carlos. She sold me on the purchase by saying it's this much retail, but we can resell it for this much. He never got resold. It existed here. Forever. Has not gone away. Oh! Alright, double blues. That's absolutely tragic. Okay, hold on. Let me show you what we have to look forward to in terms of our building. Chat, we're fucking cooked. This is one of like... Keep in mind, this is a big-ass box, chat. This is a big-ass box. This is one of, like, probably 15 boxes that we have just out in the living room waiting to be built. This one is, I think, like 4,100 pieces or something. 4,056 pieces. Shit is cooked. Be right back. Come back! No one knows what those are because you're not into Legos like I am. They're Bricklink super mega rare Legos. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Yeah, so apparently those are like super hard to get and they're only like limited drops and stuff like that. They're effectively like the supreme of Legos. I don't, Corla, type out the lore on your whole bricky linky things. Cause those are like, is mic working? Yes. Refresh. This sells for more than a minute. What is the most expensive resale set right now? Out of like the Bricklink stuff. Invest in fancy cardboard, not Legos. Invest in companies that you really believe in or could potentially be a part of a short squeeze. Not financial advice. Also, hear me out. A quick pitch. Quick pitch. Robots. Lasers. Weed. That's your future. No matter what. Invest in a Roth IRA instead of a 401k. Set up a fucking YOLO into some Starbucks calls, pussies. Sorry, not financial advice. Not financial advice. But y'all hear about like the massive position of Starbucks calls that was opened? Massive! Anyways, not financial advice. Not financial advice. Moving on. I don't really know what's going on with the whole Starbucks situation. But something tells me they got something cooked up. Maybe like a Labubu collab or something. I'm not quite sure, but don't recommend anyone use options unless they know what they're doing. Nobody fucking knows what they're doing. Shut up, pussy. Are you in or are you out? That's all I want to know. Can I write you down for like 200 bucks? Invest in red. I'm sure there's a ticker out there that's red. That's most of my portfolio. Other than difficult, it's better to set it and forget it. Bro, discovering America was difficult. The Boston Revolution was fucking difficult. What do you mean it's difficult, so it's better to not do it? Can you imagine if everybody looked at something that was difficult and just said, oh, that's not for me? I recommend nobody does anything that's difficult. Brother, we wouldn't have walked on the moon, allegedly. We wouldn't have built the pyramids without the aliens' help, allegedly. We wouldn't have put space rocks into a box, harnessed lightning from the sky, and made those space rocks communicate with ones and zeros in their own languages to project pictures on the screen across vast expanses without the help of aliens, allegedly. Imagine if we took difficulty at face value. Brother, YOLO that shit. Your wife will understand once you hit big. And if you don't hit big, you just don't tell her. Squatters' rights will buy you a few months while you recover. You just have to explain why the water's off and why you guys have to shower in the river down the road. All will work out in due time. You're just gonna have to trust the process. Just trust the process. Bit over 100% on loot. Just gotta invest in your dusty stomps, honestly. I feel like those who believe in the dusto will be rewarded. I go back and forth between wanting to invest and then thinking, fuck it, YOLO. See, the trick is to just ask chat for enough money to max out a Roth IRA at $7,000 a year, and then also start contributing healthily to a 401k with a hoofsy match. But basically, like, that's dependent on you guys. I'm gonna be real. So those that are like, oh my god, Dusty, you should invest in like a Roth IRA. I can put $7,000 a year in. If one of y'all got $7,000 for me to put in the Roth IRA, I am fucking down. Hear me out. I will not turn that shit down. I am putting away 80% plus of my, actually it's like 85% plus of my income last I checked. Bordering on 90% plus, but I'm also investing some. So like, I'm saving a shitload of my income. I spend nothing. It makes it easier to stream full time if you literally have no builds. Max my spirits, so I don't need to eat it. I can just regen. We'll be talking like IRL. Here's $1 a day under the raw if the compounding interest, even if that is huge. Yeah, but $1 a day is going to be really subject to the payment processor fees on the dono side of things. It's going to be a little bit of an issue. Because, like, you guys get charged every individual donation. I think it's important for streamers to point out to their communities, the only money the streamer has at my level is the money that the community gives them. If I told y'all how much I made off ad revenue a month, you'd be shocked at how low it actually is, because I also don't necessarily force ads down your guys' throat if you're not subbed, which some people do. Some people literally run 20 minutes of ads an hour. I only run some. Nowhere near 20. I run 6. So I'm basically like PBS. I'm getting through with help from viewers like you. Our ad rev hasn't been as good from a lot of streamers this year. I mean, mine's still mine's still consistent. All of the Adpocalypse stuff was more pertaining to a type of ad that most streamers will never see in their life. So, like, in terms of Adpocalypse, what the large streamers that were freaking out failed to tell you is that the ads that they were, you know, no longer seeing wasn't the actual ad revenue from Twitch ads that were running. It was the outside advertisers that were no longer wanting to invest in Twitch because of the view botting epidemic. So then you're looking at like the hashtag ad sponsored content, right? You're looking at more of the third-party advertisers that would partner directly with the streamers through the talent agencies. And talking to some smaller agencies myself, I'm not represented by any or anything like that, but talking to some of them myself, they very much value the YouTube side of things over the Twitch side of things, because it is more marketable to these companies who are bringing in their investments from the outside and who are doing the, you know, the hashtag ad type content. So the big like Twitch adpocalypse was more focused on that, right? You didn't have people that were coming in being like, oh, here's my, you know, clothing brand. I'd like you to wear this on stream, have a link in the chat for people to click through and see what you can sell type shit. They started to go more towards the YouTube side, your NordVPNs and shit like that. Those went to the YouTube side. So it's a lot harder to market those through the agency side of things when you don't have a YouTube presence, which is, I would say, the largest ramification of the whole adpocalypse. But that's also, you know, subsequent to the view botting problem right now, which is huge. Have a video do item came forever on YouTube. This season make it white. I mean, it just doesn't really, like, I'm gonna be real, it doesn't really make a difference if there are dupes and exploits in Forever, because none of the content is competitive and none of it really forces the other side, so to say, to interact with you. Like, if somebody's duping, yeah, it sucks because eventually there will be an auction house that comes in, but like, it's the real impact of it. There's literally nothing that's like head-to-head comp or anything like that. It's all just kind of, you know, cozy, cushy, everybody exists together content, which I don't think is a bad thing by any means, but it's also not something that is inherently impacted by dupes in the way that something a little bit more player-to-player based would be. And I do feel like some people have maybe freaked out a little bit about the dupes in a way that's not quite necessary not to devalue them. Ood. One a day, baby. One a day. Wait a second. Ood.
Euro, dollar, one.
Ood.
This dollar is for your girlfriend to buy more Lego. This dollar is for your girlfriend to buy
No,
more
it's not.
Lego.
No, that's not. That dollar is getting scammed directly into my pocket. We do not support her Lego habit here. She just got a new goddamn job. She got a good paying job. Can get her own goddamn Legos if I say so myself. What the heliante is this? I am a struggling artiste trying to get by on any generous dollars that I can. And we're out here supporting her brick habit. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. She's a successful one. She's got a real job. God damn. Those relevant. Your fate to forever have epic weapons. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I genuinely, I think it might be cursed. Storage container streams would go hard. See, the true double dip, I feel like, would be if I just started panhandling. Like, 6 hours a stream is panhandling, then I come home for 6 hours of games, do a 12-hour stream each day. Because then I could IRL stream the panhandling side of it, and we could double dip a little bit, so to say. I think that would probably be a pretty solid IRL stream setup. Wouldn't be the worst, because that's effectively where we're headed. If MMOs continue to die, it's gonna be quite sad. So, 104th weapon skill slot selected. Game's too easy with it. No, I run a passive. If you have a passive, it just doesn't show up on your bar. If you run both actives, then it'll show up. But I'm a passive enjoyer with a few of the weapons that I run. So right now I'm running B Fury in my arsenal slot, which I have the cleave selected, and then I have the passive, which whenever I use a weapon ability, it gives me a B shield for 10 seconds. That's doing damage and healing me every 2 seconds when it ticks. And since this build is just very frequently casting weapon abilities, I can just perma keep up the B shield effectively. So it's a nice little benefit to have, just some constant healing tick, complements the build really well. How to use your Twitch Prime? Well, you click on the subscribe button and then you see if the use Prime box is checkable. And if the use Prime box is checkable, then you have a free sub available for that month that helps support any content creator on Twitch. Holy shit. Your donator thing reads it twice. Yeah, I don't fucking know how to change it. You think I have any idea what to do when it comes to troubleshooting anything related to my Twitch? Brother, I am useless. I've had the same overlay for like 10 years. It was made by one of my IRL friends one day. And I've just rolled with it since.
Apes together.
The Ross. Thank you for the Prime, dog. I appreciate you, chat. Check those bad boys. That stops me from having to pump ads up to 22 minutes per hour. I paid for one message and got two. No, that's okay. That's okay. There's a sale on them for everybody. I wanna incentivize people feeling like they're getting their money's worth out of it. And without that feeling, you know, what am I? Other than a scammer myself. I am a man of the people that tries to make the people feel welcome in the community in the way that they come. And it is an honor for me to encourage the double TTS read. Also, if I miss anything the first time, it allows me to hear it the second time through. Skimming a scam. Listen, I'm pocketing that $1, by the way. That is not going to Legos. I want to establish that publicly. That shit's not going to Legos, and if you think it is, terrible news. Genuinely awful news. Hop over here real quick. Nuke that. Hop back over here. And we're Gucci. Going to flower. Ooh. You know, when you mention it like that. When you mention it like that. Could always become a COD zombie speedrunning stream. No, I was already a zombie speedrunning stream whenever I would war against him. What are good weapons for Warrior to run? Are you trying to abuse unethical exploits? Or are you trying to play the game as a man of honor? Because those are two different routes. Those are unfortunately two very different routes. Honor? Okay, well then anything except Wing Saber. Warrior is really solid. Wing Saber is absolutely fucking stupid right now, if I'm being honest.
This is absolutely S tier.
Appreciate you, dog. Dupe Glitch OP, I have almost every legendary. abusing dupes is still bad, even though it doesn't really impact things that much. It creates more work for the developers. George Arsenal and Twin Pillars feels good for me. I'm assuming Warriors still have a nasty ass Ram build, right? They must with Ram Dom. Given employed saving MMO jobs. Ay, 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 ay. I mean, honestly, hear me out. Best case scenario, just from a business standpoint, Cheese Moon's top warrior DPS now without bugs. Cheese Moon hits hard as fuck. Cheese Moon Dom and then two-hander in the offhand, right? I believe. Judgment Arsenal's OP. Yeah, you hit hard as fuck. What makes it so strong? I mean, Cheese Moon in itself is strong. What's the Judgment Arsenal that people are running? Cause yeah, that shit definitely be hitting hard. I will say. I have been a witness to that. And I can vouch that shit smacketh. So, yeah. Judgment Arsenal for everything as warrior. You just always Judgment Arsenal. 25% more damage every time, no conditions. Huh? Like, define always? I'm sure we have like different versions of always. Right? I'm assuming we have different versions of always. Where like it's not like all the time. Or are you telling me that it was just all the time? As a warrior, there's no reason to ever use any other arsenal. Why is that a thing? Who decided that that should exist in that way? Does like a 25% bonus damage to stunned enemies, then gives a bonus to mobs immune. So mobs and dungeons that are immune equals free damage. Oh, right, it's the immunity scaling. You're so right, bestie. Yup. Yup. Uh-huh. That checks out and can confirm is strong as fuck. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. So, even without bugs, like, that scaling alone is part of the reason why Warrior is just, like, for lack of a better term, stinky. Like, Warrior is just really, 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 really fucking strong. Pure Judge with Dom and Warriors hitting back shots. Oh, big back shots, Mandingo back shots. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That does check out as well. It's part of the reason why Priest damage is going to feel substantially different than Warrior. No bugs, Warrior can 40-second crab before first wave. Yeah. Yeah, you just get full geared and then you just blast. Both 100% need a nerf. See, that is the thing about my... like, my build. The fuck? You good, love? Oh, no. Do you need help or are you good? Okay, she's good. Anyways, that's the thing with like my B Fury build. I know that the only way that the B Fury build is going is up. And I can absolutely see the B Fury build just getting substantially better once these bugs are fixed. Once the trinket works, once we have interactions with Crab Shield again. I mean, even if I end up using Dom, but Dom being the biggest DPS by a mile as the shield is ironic. Yeah, I think Dom needs a couple of scalers. I think instead of 100% additive armor on the active, it should be a flat value of armor. And then the 15% armor modifier to the finisher should probably be a lower modifier. Just as a baseline. I think a flat armor percentage is still good. But I definitely feel as though the 100% armor scaler is kind of crazy. When you're just straight doubling anything, it's quite rough. Just nerf it, but also lower the cooldown so it doesn't feel terrible. I mean, if they... Ni hao, brother. If they nerf it and then, like, buff the nerf, then no one's going to really have incentivization to use Crab Shield. And I feel like the best set of circumstances is a kind of like a dichotomy between Crab Shield and Dom, which I love Crab Shield and really would prefer to use Crab Shield for my Bee Fury build. But Crab Shield just like isn't anywhere near competitive with Dom in 99.9% of scenarios right now. Crab Shield level so satisfying. I think is one of the best abilities in the game. Just outside of like your, you know, your clearly egregiously far ahead scalers. I think from just a general like, is this ability good standpoint, Crab Shield is one of the better and more satisfying abilities to use. Or sorry, Depth Shield on Crab Shield is one of the more satisfying abilities to use just in the entirety of the game. It's been very consistent, very fluid, very nice. The stun at the end is great. This brings a lot of general utility with it. I really like Crab Shield, and the on block with the AoE explode is also quite satisfying. Build up 3 stacks, drop the 3 stacks on a little splody, and then you're good to go. I enjoy that shit. I enjoy that shit, genuinely. But it's just not in the spot that it needs to be. Golly, man, I'm getting hosed today. Top down on Icy's weapon VFX and visuals and feel is super good. Oh, dude, the baseline of the game is fucking phenomenal. Let's call a spade a spade. The baseline of this game is incredibly strong. It is incredibly well established already, despite being in early access. And I am very optimistic for the future of this game as they continue to add in more content. Yes. Yes, I would 1000% like that on record. I am here because I believe in the future of this game, and I holistically believe that they may be looking at their most retentive game yet, as well as their game that has the most potential to pop off and be an actual stabilized part of the gaming industry. I do feel like this could genuinely have longevity to it. Their other titles have, you know, at this point in time, it's been years since their peak. So their other titles have more or less fallen off into a very small state of affairs. And I don't speak for the developer whatsoever, but I can only imagine the level of sustained success that they've had through this title so far has been a little bit of like an, oh shit, well, didn't expect that to go so well. And I have an appreciation for the ground up approach that they're taking. I really feel like they've got things off to a good start. They've got the exploration, they've got the cute and approachable world, they've got combat depth, they've got build variants, they've got to get some balance in shape, but that's the easiest thing to do. That's just changing numbers. Their builds feel engaging and fun to play. Like, they really have something special here at a baseline. So, good server performance this weekend, at least for me. Oh yeah, it's been really good. I have been getting a little bit of a frame drop as of, like, extremely recent. But all things considered, not the worst at all. Part of me wonders, do I want fiery or do I want more crit on my RAM? Because I probably have enough to enchant it here. Let's see. It is Zealot, I think, for the crit. Bright Void Orb, Bright Spark, Concentrate. I have enough for this. And then I need 9 more of these. And then I make 10 of the concentrates. And then I think I slap crit on the weapon. Get mild frame drops at times, too, but not game breaking. Yeah, like, I've died to him a couple of times today, but it's not the worst by any means. Real talk, how's this game for a casual grind with no monthly sub? Do you actually want a casual grind? Because it's the best case scenario. Are you just trying to go into a world and explore and be able to hop into a group if you want to? And if you don't want to hop into a group, just fuck off and do your own thing? Because genuinely, that's like, I think, the ideal type of player, if I'm being honest. You can, at any point in time, find a group to play with. You can do every bit of content that's currently in the game completely solo. I have played entirely solo at this point, which is out of character for me. And I have had a lot of fun the entire time that I have been doing so, to the point where I continue to do so each day, right? I hop back in and I enjoy my time. All right, so Zealot is going to give 30 crit at max stacks, which should be another like 3% crit. I also feel like fiery equates to more damage, because that's 11. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think they should make people start over when a big content update comes out at like level 50, etc. Or you think it'd ruin it? I just don't really think that with this game there's a lot of like a lot of negatives associated with just allowing the world to play out in the current state of affairs. I really don't feel as though the world is as broken as some people would lead you to believe, if I'm being real. I think that dupes, exploits, yes, bad, obviously, of course. But I don't think that dupes and exploits in this game are impacting things as hard as they may in a fully player-driven economy. I think it is always, as I mentioned before, it's a cat and mouse game entirely. The bugs are always going to be found, and then they're going to have to inspect the bugs, figure out the bugs, and see what they want to do about the bugs. And any other form of, you know, any other form of like address just isn't reasonable to expect. It's always going to be that. So no anti-cheat developing forum. Don't know who thought this was a good idea, even in EA. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be a game developer. I'm not, and I can't speak to their decision making or anything like that, right? I'm not quite sure. But I will say, just from a playing a shitload of games, even with anti-cheats, people find a way. And not to say that it's okay to not have any form of like protection around it, because that's obviously less than ideal. But even in games that have very staunch anti-cheats, it's more a matter of the anti-cheat finding them after they've cheated instead of preventing them from cheating in the first place, which is really important to remember. And the anti-cheat just helps find them after the fact and makes them evolve their catalog a little bit. So right for now, second PvP side of that doesn't work. PvP is going to have its own individual gear. So it'll have dedicated gear. Glad you're okay. I saw the mill explosion on the news. Wait, what? Was there a mill explosion? What do you mean? In Maine. Searsmont. Shit, I didn't even hear about this. Oh, yikes. That's less than ideal. Jesus Christ. I'm dead. The Associated Press article that I'm seeing is saying 1 firefighter killed and then 11 other people injured. But I'm only seeing the firefighter that died, which is still shitty. This is the AP one. I don't know when this was last updated. May 15th. So I don't know if anybody else got yet, but no, that's fine. That's fine. Kind of crazy, all things considered, that a mill fucking blew up and only one person died. Sucks that anybody died, but kind of fucking ridiculous that only one person died with a literal explosion. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no clue what happened. Like a silo blow up, it said? Weird. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I hadn't heard about that shit. Honestly, I don't really go on the internet, bro. Like, unless it blew up, like, unless one of my pigeons blew up, I probably, like, wouldn't know. Recommend it was a combination of fuel, fire, and oxygen. Spontaneous combustion, a bitch. But yeah, someone probably smoked a ciggy or something, bro. Motherfuckers do be smoking ciggies. In Sea of Thieves, easy anti-cheat did nothing, for example. I mean, a lot of games with anti-cheats unfortunately get absolutely pillaged by cheats. Yeah, you are absolutely correct there, if I'm being honest. And it is quite unfortunate, but at the end of the day, like, all we can do as a player is choose whether or not to engage with those, you know, those behaviors. And in a game like this, somebody having better gear than you doesn't really impact a lot. Is there mount guarding and stuff like that? Oh yeah. So you have mounts, gliders, and companions, and then you also have transmog. So with your mounts, you have mounts that are from chests throughout the world, quests, achievements, boss drops, trash drops, Gliders, same thing. And then companions found throughout the world. You also have regular versions of the companions and then shiny versions of the companions. The shiny ones can be found through different, basically like rare spawns. So you can farm the companions over and over again on different layers until you get your shiny version. So there's a lot of horizontal prog as well. So Old Soup isn't really locked on an anti-cheat. It's probably a feature being misused or abused. Could very well be. I mean, a very prominent dupe in Ashes of Creation was, this is obviously isn't applicable here, but it's something as simple as you open up a trade window with somebody, and in that trade window, you would put the materials for the things that you were crafting, and then you would craft them in the trade window, like while your trade window was up, and it would craft the thing, and then it wouldn't consume the materials because the materials were in the trade window. So it registered that you had them, it just didn't, like, spend the mats. It's small shit like that. It could be moving something in and out of a storage at a certain point in time. It could be anything. So, Biscuit from crafting. A lot of it is grinded right now. And crafting brings in a lot of, like, augments to your gearing. So you have cooking, which is consumables. Blacksmithing, which you have these bronze plates. So you can apply these to your chest piece. And there are different types of plates that'll give different stats. Outfitter is like castery type gear. Alchemist is pots, consumes. Jeweler cuts gems and makes jewelry, and then Enchanter does enchantment. So crafting is usable for pretty much everything. You have housing or anything? No housing yet, nor is there any housing named on the roadmap right now. The roadmap does cover a lot. I'm gonna pee real quick, so I'll leave this up for a second. And then I shall smack. I shall smack. So, blue is this year, purple is planned during EA. So, alright. I'll be right back. I really have to pee. Good momentum. Good day. I've returned. Instance Battlegrounds. And a PvP region as a whole. Yes. Yes, all large, Jefferson. Think of that here, brother. I appreciate it. Okay. So, basically, on the topic of dupes, like, there are some games where power imbalance is very impactful. There are some games where power imbalance is next to nothing. I feel as though this is one of the games where power imbalance is next to zero impact on other players. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. As a matter of fact, it's good that exploits are surfacing now, not post 1.0. Yeah, I mean, I 1000% agree. But, again, you don't really see a whole lot of competition in this game. I just need to use those to max weapons, so they're definitely not useless. But, like, you as another player are not impacted by somebody else's dupes for this, if that makes sense. Like, if I were to dupe right now, it wouldn't have any impact on anybody else whatsoever in the game because so much of this game is isolated. If anything, someone duping would make the game easier for everybody else. Oh, excuse you. Because they would then create more of the goods in the economy. So I feel like the worst case scenario is somebody dupes a lot of shit and then eventually when the auction house is in, sells it for a lot of gold. But then you just have somebody with gold if there's a market in PvP rolling in. Yeah, but PvP is dedicated gear when it rolls in. So immediately that doesn't really matter. Duping ruins the trade aspect of the game. Nobody's gonna buy my items. When anyone can sell a toenail for a legendary. Like, I totally understand that. And it does impact the trade aspect of the game. But I'm gonna be real, the trade aspect of the game is not at the forefront of this game, and this is not a massive multiplayer incentivized game. Leon, the 16 months, my god, the greatest day, brother, the greatest day. Goodness gracious me, oh my. But like, this isn't necessarily, again, the most player-to-player trade incentivized economy that we've ever seen in a game. This is very much a... Too close. This is very much a co-op adventure game right now, more than it is a true MMO. And like, trading exists, yes, but again, the aspect of trading impacts literally next to nothing. It just doesn't really impact much. Just from an economy standpoint. Even trading on a multiplayer standpoint in this game, if somebody trades me full legendary, what am I going to do with it? Go farm mobs? That's literally it. There's not really anything that I like benefit from like crazy other than just being able to play the game easier. How to get legendaries? Very low drop rate. Like a 1% drop rate from content. I still haven't found a singular legendary. Also, the orb genius was a fast travel. So there are different objectives on the map, and then there are these purple icons called obelisks. So can I ask you to farm your Dominion? Yeah, I farmed all my gear. I did not take any streamer loot handouts for the exact reason that I like to be able to say that I can actually farm my own shit. Yeah, I farmed it. So I only have a level 18 one right now. I did not get lucky with a level 20. I did not do any alt farms or anything. I just happened to get incredibly lucky with a level 18 drop while I was on the way up. And I just kind of said, fuck it, that's good enough. I'm a crab shield preferrer, but honestly, I'd like to run Bee Fury main and then Pocket Hive in my arsenal, and then just run Bee Summon build with a Bee Trinket, but unfortunately that, like, entire interaction is unfortunately fucked up right now. So, Alt's fried me for this thing. Yeah, dude, that's part of why I was cool with the level 18. It's one of those where you kind of hate that you gotta farm that shit, but you definitely know that you gotta farm that shit a little bit. Yeah, I feel your pain. I said an 18 was good enough. Run me through the hammer. What do you mean, like from a functional standpoint? Or what you talking about? When you kill it? Because from a functionality standpoint, hammer is basically... Haven't seen it? Oh, word. Okay. So, it's kind of a builder spender. So, on my buff bar, you'll see the first buff, the W8. When that hits 5 stacks, I want to use my 1. And I basically have ways that I can get the cooldown off of my 1 and pop that. And also, if I crit, then I get to instacast it, effectively. So... as I am building my stacks, I wait for them to be at 5 anytime I cast a weapon ability. My next 3... I want to say it's 3 attacks give me a stack of that buff. Again, I just stack it up to 5.
Cat with abs is absolutely S.
Drop the nuke. And every time that I drop that VOP, thank you for following myself. Every time that I drop it at 5 stacks, it gives me 10% crit and 10% fervor. So, Sasuko, hope you're having a good day, dude. Benediction? Yeah. So every time you drop it at 5 stacks, you're getting 10% crit, 10% fervor. I enchanted the weapon with crit as well, so I'm getting more crit scaling during that. So I'll drop that real quick. And then I'll do it again after this and get all my stacks up so you can actually see what it looks like. Because the scaling truly is quite solid. So I'll drop it at 5 stacks, then we go to more stats. 28.4% crit chance, and that's not factoring in the other forms of crit that I have that don't show up there, like additional weapon crit in the talent tree. And then things like Sunlight have their own additional crit modifiers. So there are builds that can scale up way more crit oriented. I also, like, this is not the fully optimized version of the mace build. This is more I threw it on at the start of the day today out of an inquisitive nature, just to see how it would be, and it's really solid. There's a reason why Ram Spear is the meta build, right? Even running Ram Beef Fury, there's just so many instances of damage that are going out. I do still think the largest separator, though, with this build is the fact that it consumes your sunlight. Sunlight is so important to actually consume for all of those damage bonuses. And if you're not consuming it frequently, then you will unfortunately be missing out substantially. Sunlight is just, it's such a large facilitator of damage, healing, sustain, everything that a paladin wants to do. So, infinite crit, the lesser of Ram if you only use 1 mid-melee chain. Right. So you basically just pop your buff during the last hit of your Ram, right? Or right before the last hit of the Ram. I just started fucking around with it. But yeah, there's effectively a force crit with it from what I've gathered. It's somewhere along the chain that you want to use your buff. And then you can force crit the final hit of the Ram, which is interesting. Even with that, though, like, without focusing on it and just scaling up crit in general, it's so fucking fluid. Now, I still think... Someone say Sunbreaker? No Sunbreaker. No Sunbreaker in this house. I still believe, like I said, that Beef Fury build is still going to pump out a lot of consistent damage and sustain as soon as the bugs get fixed with it. Especially having the trinket on board, too. It is a substantial game changer that we, unfortunately, don't have access to right now. And I would like to run Beef Fury Pocket High, but it's just... it's not feasible with the bugs right now to try to keep up with, like, this level of damage or even meta levels of damage. It's not a huge difference, but having sunlight versus not having sunlight, it's, I'll be real, very noticeable. And there's our frame chop. But the consumption of that's, again, the largest thing. I'm doing double shield, targeting a toothpick. Just hate doing volcano because stupid golems that don't know how to follow you. Volcano's fine, brother. You just have to learn to live in love and laugh a little bit. Volcano is friend, not foe. And I feel like he gets a bad rap. I don't think the Volcano fight was that bad, if I'm being real. I've had fights that annoyed me much more than Volcano did. Maybe I'm just tripping, but Vice is not the problem. The everything else. because, yeah. Yep, I understand. It's going to the fight. That is fair. Listen, I understand. I understand. I'm not saying it wrong. Chat, where's my fucking legendary? What's your playtime? I have 76.8, and then today's session of 6.5, so 83 hours with no legendary. I have definitely killed more than 100 bosses at this point in time. Like, I have definitely killed more bosses, more than 100 bosses. The 1% drop rate is a fucking myth, my brothers. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. It's not real. Legendaries aren't actually a thing. I don't buy it. I feel like it's all a big conspiracy just to keep us engaged in the game. And they give legendaries to streamers that actually have motion to try to peddle the American dream of finding dank-ass gear. And it just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. A pity system for legendary items badly? I actually would hate a pity system, if I'm being honest. A pity system would have killed this entire grind for me, and I think a pity system lowers the reward of eventually getting the legendary because you know you're due for it statistically at some point. And it's no longer the I conquered this thing that has been the thorn in my side, and it's I completed the arbitrary minimum number and I just got a bad draw on it. I would genuinely hate a pity system with this style of grind. And this is someone that, like, doesn't have a legendary yet, right? Alright, 3 energy station dungeon and still not a single legendary from the boss. On the other hand, already got 3 legendary clams and a shield from Gargantua. Yeah, I mean, I haven't got a single legendary yet, which, again, for me, makes the chase sweeter when I finally get it, right? Which is a big thing, right? I really, at this point, as soon as I do see a Lego drop, am going to immediately be like, oh fuck, I conquered this. This is worth investing in now. You know what I mean? I have legendary cheese moon and I don't even use it. Yeah, multiple people in chat have got legendary bee furies, and I'm just like, man, why can't y'all share? Where the fuck? And granted, people have actually offered to share. I don't want people to share. I must grind my own. But I will say, I'm incredibly jealous of everybody that has found all of their Legos for their build, all of their dream pieces. It must be fucking nice. Because I have not. I am absolutely down bad. I am salty. I am really sad. Anyone know which boss drops a lightning trinket? Are you talking about the trinket to build up charges when you do damage and then send out a lightning bolt? Because that one is jewel crafting, and I'm not gonna lie, I made it, and I was very underwhelmed by it. Not jewel crafting? Hold on. Jeweler. Not jewel crafting, alchemy, sorry. Other one. Hold on. I think it's alchemy. Not jewel crafting. My bad, my bad. It is... I'm gonna die if I check for you right now. Chat, it's alchemy, right? Apparently it's good on mage. I tried it as a priest and I was a little underwhelmed by it, but could definitely just be a matter of a different, you know, different class or different build capitalizing on it a little bit more. I just felt like the actual stack accumulation was weird, and I didn't feel like there was a big amount of, like a large enough amount of damage going out, so to say. Can I change my FPS stuff on the game? I don't think so, and also the only way to turn on an FPS counter is going into the game files and, like, enabling it within the game files right now. Welcome to early access. It is still early access, but lightning trinket sucks dick. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Level 4 alchemist is level 15 trinket. I appreciate you. Yeah, I haven't been too, like, outwardly crazy about it. Like I said, I tried it for a little bit and just ended up salvaging it eventually. I don't know. I think I might have sold it. I either sold it or it's in my bank somewhere. But can you just use Steam's FPS counter? I don't fucking know. I'm an idiot, brother. I don't claim to be smart. Got a NVIDIA card? You can just hit Alt-R. Is that a real thing? Use any weapon you want, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, like, your class determines which weapons you can use. So every piece of gear and every weapon is eligible for 2 different classes to use, which determines the scaling on the weapon. So, four classes right now. So you have Priest, which scales off Faith, Mage, which scales off Int, Rogue, which scales off Dex, and Warrior, which scales off Strength. So anything that you get is going to be a hybrid between those. I don't believe there are any like pure class items in the game right now. So that's basically going to be like if you get a Warrior Priest item, that means that you're going to be scaling off of both Fate for your damage as well as the strength side of Warrior for some of your damage coming in. So you'll always want to make sure that your scaling is proper and that you are using like the right stats to complement the weapons and make sure your build's good. But there is a lot of ability to cook, right? It's a very, very, very chef-friendly game, if I do say so myself. I am not running the meta build by any means. I'm on Ram. The mace that I'm running is regarded as one of the stronger weapons in the game right now, but it's typically paired with something else to just complement the build way more and make it a just disgusting walloping combo of doom that makes you literally invincible. Granted, not far off here. I understand that. But this is still far from like the best of the best of the best build. It's also a priest, so you're not killing things as fast as Warrior, which is just disgusting right now. So all things considered, right, the builds will still improve a lot. Trinket is good if you have insane amount of magic damage and a decent crit. So what's it scale off of? I can't remember exactly what it scaled off of for like the lightning damage. Do you multi-stream? I multi-stream on YouTube, yeah. Yeah. I do YouTube horizontals. I don't do like mobile streams because mobile viewers scare me. Whoops. You kept at 60 FPS or 240? People are pushing more than 60. I don't have mine turned on, but people were saying that they were pushing like above 120 after the latest update. So, takes 12 years to build up to 20 stacks. I agree there. The build was a little bit slow for me. I don't know if it was necessarily like... I don't know if it was an internal cooldown levels of slow or what, but... B-Sword skill strips magic res could be nice. Yeah, my worry is that nothing on the B-Sword actually fucking works, because everything I've tested doesn't work. Makes me very sad. Part of the reason I don't run it as my main hand, I want to run a B-Summon build, which is B-Sword main hand and then Pocket Hive offhand. Well, not offhand, but like Arsenal. Problem is, motherfucking B-Sword doesn't consume my sunlight. Just doesn't. And B-Trinket doesn't actually summon bees. From what we have gathered, those shits are absolutely broken. So everything is sad. Bees-O-Matic, so when the build gets fixed, could be interesting. Yeah, so basically, the build when it's all set up is going to look like this. Or even, excuse me, Crab Shield. Because Crab Shield is more frequent instances of damage. Only problem with Crab Shield is Bee Fury. Finishers also don't stack Shell of the Devourer. It just doesn't play well with others, I guess. Doesn't play nice. So, ideally, this is the build. Now, the entire point of it is summoning a shitload of bees. Well, technically, this is the build. And the point of it is summoning a shitload of bees. Every single bee that I summon, because of Mad Buzz, increases the duration of all other summoned bees by 3 seconds. So, if I'm just shitting out bee after bee after bee after bee, I could extend the duration of those bad boys, and from what we've gathered, this isn't capped. So, some pure 1 class weapons, maybe 1 per class. What's a priest one? I haven't seen him yet, I don't think. I want to do a Hellfire, Lightning build. Or does it want to cook for me? Yeah, it is slightly tragic. I mean, some builds are going to take a little bit more to come together. Some builds will just flow a little more naturally, but the cooking is the joy. Mage only weapon, Radiance is sick. Oh, yeah! Yeah, Radiance is the flamethrower staff. Yeah, that's true. Using Almond Ram, Maze, and Toothpick. Yeah. You and your stupid slimy meta build. I know what you are. I'm aware of you. Yeah, that's what a lot of people have as a consensus for like the #1 priest build right now. It is really incredibly, whoops, don't mind me. It is really just an incredibly strong build overall. I 1000% understand why people run it. I honestly feel like it is so strong that it is all but guaranteed that it will be getting nerfed sooner rather than later. I feel like their approach so far, yes, they took down some bugged builds as their first priority, but I also have a growing suspicion that they're going to be taking down outlier builds as their next priority and kind of bringing the balance in a little bit as they prep for eventual additive content, like looking at heroics and shit like that. I do have a growing suspicion about the highest tier builds right now, but also they could go the route of fixing bugs with the builds that are still clearly bugged, letting those builds scale up, letting people get their hands on those to cook, and then from there, adjusting again, seeing if you need to go, you know, more scaling, less scaling, more aggressive heal scale, whatever it may be. I feel like it's almost a little bit too early to freak out about strong builds and not just like specifically bugged builds in particular. Because when we start freaking out about strong builds that are just working as intended and we don't buff up, then it can almost be a matter of like the game feeling bad from a player standpoint. And if we as a community advocate for them to just nerf, it'd be tough. It'd be tough. It's way too early. Yeah. I think good builds should be allowed to exist. Very broken, obviously busted one-shot builds that, you know, are abusing mechanics that are not intended. Flame is pure priest. Oh wait, flame is pure priest? Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, that's a candlestick. Fuck, I didn't realize that was pure priest. I thought that was priest mage. I don't know why I thought that was priest mage, but huh. That's crazy, I just assumed. Interesting. Notice Faithful Wind, Healing Rune doesn't always work, especially when you have shields. Huh. I haven't had a problem with it. That's interesting though. Back from ads? You're a brave soldier genius. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. It's great to have you from the front line. I'm glad you returned, dog. Safe and sound. How do weapons work? Doesn't matter what you use. Yes. So, my R ability, and then the abilities on the right side of my bar are my class abilities. Every other ability on the left side, so my 1, 2, 3, 4, and then my attack, and, you know, modifiers on my block, those are, oh god, those are all based off my weapons that I have equipped. So, you have your weapon itself, right? Your main weapon. So that can be, depending on what you're trying to build, a two-hander, a melee weapon, a caster weapon. You can go a one-hander and a shield. I think every build has access, or sorry, every class has access to a ton of different weapons. Really no like yearning for more cook or anything like that. Plenty of options. But from the weapon standpoint, you have your primary weapon, which you get all of the abilities from, and then you have your arsenal, it's called, where you equip an arsenal weapon, and that arsenal weapon, while you're leveling, gives you one ability, which is your 3, and then your last ability, your 4, you unlock at level 20. Now, no, I run a passive for my arsenal weapon as one of the 2 abilities that I get. So my arsenal weapon doesn't show 2 abilities, only shows 1. I like the passive because it gives me a little B shield with B Fury that constantly ticks, does damage, and heals me. Insane sustain. Very, very good. Also gives 10% more armor. So when you're scaling off a Dom build, that is, you know, very important to have good armor scaling for because of the proc. It's very, very, very appreciated to have. So all things considered, I enjoy it a lot when I'm not using, well, not that I've been using Toothpick or anything, but, you know, since I'm not using Toothpick, since I'm not really cheesing the meta build, I've enjoyed this as a nice carryover. It's kind of like the ethical version. But yeah, I use a passive. Funny enough, I use a passive on both of my arsenal weapons of choice. Between Pocket Hive, I use the passive there to summon the bees, and then on my Bee Fury, I use a passive because of the shield. Which, again, the shield is fucking nuts, I think. It is incredibly consistent, 100% uptime. I'm assuming it's supposed to have a 10-second internal cooldown on it, because it shows a 10-second cooldown, But for whatever reason, anytime I use a weapon ability, no matter what, it's meh. YouTuber did some nerd number crunching and claimed your setup as the best pre-CPS right now. What's that, Ram B Fury? Or are you saying my full B build? Because Ram B Fury, I would definitely believe. Ram B Fury is slapping. Now, I also... a sword magic pen thing helps a ton. Yeah, any magic damage going out is great. Because it's a 40% magic strip. Like, it strips 40% on Hive Sunder, and then gives me the 40%. It's really, really, really strong. So, that makes Judgment go absolutely crazy, makes Ramville go crazy. I like it a lot. So, that's really why I'm super high on the B Fury and the Pocket Hive build. Once the bugs are fixed, being able to summon a shitload of bees, all of which are doing like 75 to 100 magic damage per hit every 3 seconds. If I have 10 bees, that's 3 per second and change. So I'm doing 300 DPS off of that, which 10 bees is going to be very, very easily acquirable once Trinket's fixed and the actual sword interaction is fixed. Run into the bug with Pocket Hives. Some bees going to last on our boss and not getting credit. Yep. A worthy sacrifice, though. A worthy sacrifice. I love my B build. I think it is just... I think it's incredibly fun, dude. It's so safe. It's so consistent. It's so cozy, so peachy. It does no wrong, in my opinion. I love it so very, 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 very much. I wish that it weren't bugged right now. For its own sake, so people would give it an honest look. Because they aren't willing to right now. Everybody laughs at it. Everybody says your build does no damage. And I don't know why. It does respectable damage. It does above average. Never happened to me, but apparently if he's gonna kill him on a boss, you don't get a chest loot. Yep. Happened to me multiple times. It's unfortunately an unavoidable side effect with the build. You will inevitably run into it at some point if you're running Pocket Hive. But again, that's gonna get fixed. It's gonna get fixed. So, right for not having synergies working right. I think it is phenomenal for not having synergies working properly. Because keep in mind, the synergies that we're missing, on top of just the actual, like, B Fury procs, right? The interaction with Crab Shield, we're not getting our sunlight. We're not consuming that at all, which is a huge percent of damage. That is a massive source of healing when my sunlight gets consumed. Bro, it's so strong. And we're not able to get that whatsoever. It is very, 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 very tragic. Wait, what? Yeah, B Fury doesn't consume sunlight. You just won't do any of the sunlight damage or get the benefit of it. So when B Fury's in your main hand, you're literally down horrendous if you're trying to proc your sunlight. That's so fucked. Yeah, I mean, it's a bug. But I've run it with that bug, and B Fury Pocket Hive still does great damage. But yeah, keep in mind, part of the reason why you can't summon enough bees is A, the bee trinket is bugged, and the bee trinket doesn't actually summon bees. B, we're not triggering our sunlight, and to summon bees with Pocket Hive, you have to do instances of damage or take instances of damage, which sunlight is an instance of damage on literally every single one of our attacks. If you are using your sunlight properly and you're channeling it frequently, you're getting it off. Dude, it's such a game changer to actually summon the bees. And the bees hit fucking hard. It's not like they do no damage. They're a range that just targets, oh shit. They're a range that targets the shit out of the boss or whatever you're smacking the hell out of. And even if you have to relocate, reposition, not a problem. They just do all the work for you. But they hit so fucking hard. And once you get 10 up, you're just gonna notice like Gatling gun bees all the time. It's a really good build, just the synergies are borked with it right now. And the fact that B Trinket doesn't work is another large negative with the B build. Whereas soon as those things are fixed, That's why I'm farming up a Lego Bee Fury right now, dog. Lego Bee Fury is going to be my main hand. And then after I get my Lego Bee Fury, I'm going to start farming a Lego Pocket Hive. I don't need a Lego Amon Ram because I'm not going to use the Amon Ram as my primary for the long term. I know for a fact that Bee Fury Pocket Hive with the Bee Trinket is going to be a dominant build as soon as everything is fixed with it. It's an ungodly amount of damage. And it's so consistent. I like this game. I like this game as well, dog. What you been up to, Hank? Hope you've been well, brother. Yes, I too can say that I very, very, very much enjoy this game. The thing that I yearn for the most is incentivized multiplayer. And that is, you know, on the agenda. Harder content is on the way. PvP content is on the way. There is a lot to root for with this game. And I'm really, really, really hoping that they can follow through on the game's early momentum. I think a lot of games are able to establish initial hype with communities, but it's become incredibly rare that games can sustain the hype. So, doing pretty well with the numbers too. Dog, the retention, it came out on Steam on the 6th. The retention has been really good with the game so far. Like, surprisingly good. Woo! Double blue once again. We love to see it. Oh my god. Bro, I can't make it up. I can't make it up. My luck in general is just really bad. I have saved all of the purples that I've got so far today. I've got 7 purples from the day so far. Can't make it up. That's it. That's it. I'm getting a purple an hour, basically. Bro, you hate to see it. I just have a feeling we're going to run out of content before they add more. I mean, if you're an everyday player of a game, tell me a game that doesn't really run out of content, so to say, outside of MOBAs and shooters. Any game that has a content catalog, the developers physically can't develop 8+ hours of content a day for people that are playing 8+ hours a day. It's just, like, impossible. Even the people that have been playing WoW for 20+ years, the people who have been on the highest end of content for all 20 of those years have run out of content every single phase and then have continued the content every single phase. Like, it's just live service games. You are not trying to pace your content around the people like us that are playing 8, 10, 12, 16 hours a day. Your content pace is around your casual player, which casual players, as much as everybody wants to say, oh, you can't make a game around the casuals, brother, the most successful games player base wise appeal to the casuals, because guess what your largest player base is numbers wise? Casuals. You want to see a high concurrency, you're looking at a game with very high casuals. Casual fun games. Casuals fun games. A casual copy is the exact same price as a competitive copy of the game. And if they can market the game to 1 million casuals or 10,000 sweats and competitive players like us, they're going to market the game, pace the game, and pace all of the game's data implementation and feedback around the player that is going to make them the most money, because that is the most realistic way to run a business, right? You have to make money. And from a success standpoint, that's part of the reason I'm very high on this game's potential success as they continue to add in more content, especially some more try-hard content, because they already have the casual accessibility so fucking down. Anytime somebody comes in and they're like, Dusty, can I play this game casually right now and just kind of grind while I wait for them to add more content? I'm like, yes, and you are the perfect type of person for this game right now. Please come play this game. You will have an incredible amount of fun. You will not regret it. And it's only going to get better. But when you're looking at players like us getting into early accesses, it is this vicious cycle of, you know, the dude riding a bike that puts a stick in the spokes of his bike and then, like, you know, flips himself off the bike type shit? That's competitive players in MMOs, right? We play the game 8, 10, 12, 16 hours a day, exhaust all of the content because we don't do anything else other than play the game. When the developers themselves work their job, and then, I know this may sound crazy, but as normal human beings do, when they're not working their job, they do other things that aren't related to developing the game 24 hours a day, right? And if we're sitting here playing the game twice the amount of hours that people are developing the game every single day, including weekends when they have days off, then how can we expect them to just put the raw ones and zeros and shit like that together when we're just sitting here consuming the catalog? It's just, It takes more time to write a magazine than it does to read a magazine type shit. And we are reading the magazine. Can you just skip those mobs and shoot the cannon? Yes, but have you ever seen Victor Wembanyama play defense? If you haven't, look up Victor Wembanyama on YouTube and you will understand. It is more or less Victor Wembanyama playing defense at all points in time the second you step on that cannon. It is less than ideal. And I've never seen mobs more intent on denying my fun than those. Talking about the elbow. No, the fact that they are just apparently like blocking everything in 18 fucking feet tall out of nowhere the second you step on the cannon. Every time I've tried to skip them, they like jump over to me and I physically can't get the reticle to go past them. I hate it. I hate it so much. Defensive player of the year. Yeah, literally almost 8 foot tall, capable of running point guard. Yes. Has more blocks than most of the teams in the NBA playoffs right now himself. Like, generational athlete and human being whose body when he dies will probably be studied if the estate decides to sell it. He is an actual genetic freak and is the closest thing to an alien that we have seen at this point in time on planet Earth, other than LeBron James. I also think LeBron James is one of the peak athletic specimens to ever fucking exist. We're not even talking about basketball. I'm just talking about from a raw standpoint of sheer human athleticism. Fucking freak genetic specimen. Freak. KD. I think KD is one of the best raw skills basketball players, but I'm talking about a raw athletic person. Like, KD is 7 feet tall and an absolutely phenomenal basketball player, and I think skills-wise, one of the greatest players to ever touch a rock. And unequivocally, in my opinion, the greatest raw scorer of all time, followed closely by, in my opinion, Prime Melo. I think those are a couple of your greatest scorers of all time. You give them the ball, you clear out. I also have a lot of love for ISO Joe in terms of you give them the ball and you just expect them to score. A lot of my favorite scorers in the game. But KD also phenomenal, but I don't consider KD to be as much of like a raw athletic specimen as LeBron when you're talking about like the body stature and the raw physical imposure. Like, KD is still an incredibly phenomenal athlete comparatively to anybody else in the world. But it's like LeBron, Wemby. I wouldn't go as far as saying Giannis, because I think we've seen Giannis type before in like Sean Kemp-esque players, but they were less refined in the 90s because of the lack of refinement of basketball, honestly. They weren't allowed to play in the same capacity that Giannis was allowed to play in his prime, and I'm a huge Giannis enjoyer. But back-to-back Giannis MVP was able to basically just run downhill at people and slam on their heads. And if Sean Kemp did that during Sean Kemp's prime, he was probably going to get fucking like suplexed or some bullshit. So, King Crybaby. Okay, hold on. If we're gonna talk about flopping, let's discuss the back-to-back MVP. I'm seeing lots of people call SGA Falmers. Alright, hold on. Are you SGA? Are you SGA? So, I personally think that there are multiple facets of basketball, right? Luka is another phenomenal player who is better at drawing contact than most, but Luka also has more options around him where the offense doesn't run as unilaterally through Luka as it does with SGA in terms of like a possession share. And SGA with the ball, I'm a Canadian, I have to defend SGA. So, I think SGA just plays a very adapted style, right? I think, again, it's the path to least resistance. I talk about it a lot with MMOs, where if you give people an easy path to get from point A to point B to get to completion, they will absolutely take the path to least resistance. And what's the path to least resistance for a high volume minutes player that is intended to have a high offensive share and a high volume of ball in their hands? You draw a foul, you get to the line, you shoot a high percentage from the foul line. It's called a free throw for a reason, right? So, while I do absolutely think that the flopping epidemic, and not just SGA in general, has gotten out of hand, I do also completely understand. Like, I played low-level college basketball. Nothing amazing, nothing remarkable, but enough that I played my entire life and have an understanding of basketball, right? And I damn sure know that if you are driving to the hoop and there is contact, you are damn sure supposed to, one, try to finish through the contact, but also, at the very least, you bump the contact, and the most subtle sell of a foul is, hey! And you just go up and give a little, I got hit. That's literally it, Doc. That is literally it. If you bump me and I'm driving to the hoop, even in pickup, it's just instinctive. Hey! That's it. That's it. It's like a battle cry. And you try to call out to the refs for a little bit of help. You mix that with the fact that SGA is kind of like Twinkie and adorable in the NBA and definitely gets thrown around like a little rag doll. Like, he's a small human when it comes to the NBA, and genuinely contact absolutely rocks his shit like a Prius hitting a Mack truck sometimes. Harden's good at it too. Harden's phenomenal at it. I think one of the things that Harden was incredibly good at is similar to ISO Joe, creating his own shot and creating space. The Harden step back revolutionized step backs in basketball in the same way that, in my opinion, the AI crossover revolutionized crossovers. And after Harden retires, I think the step back is very likely to be looked at as, a much more monitored move. But Harden revolutionized, I think, a lot of the space creation off of a singular move that was unstoppable. The Harden step back is like the "lay fuck you" 3, but less of a meme and more of an actual, like, just deadly accuracy. Granted, the "lay fuck you" 3 is as much meme as it is actually valid, because for whatever reason he just hits those. But the Harden step back is, in my opinion, in the same caliber of move as a Dream Shake, as a fucking traditional up and under. Like, when you're looking at the all-time moves of basketball, I think you're looking at the Dream Shake, you're looking at the AI crossover, you're looking at the Harden step back, you're looking at the Rondo half spin package, you're looking at revolutionaries of moves within the game that very much took it to a level. Like, were there step backs before James Harden? Yeah, absolutely. Were there step backs that were covering foul line extended to the wing without being called a travel before Harden? No. Is that possibly an adaptation of the game itself and how it's ref nowadays? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Is there more leniency within things? Quite possibly, yes. Is the NBA much more lenient than college? Yeah. Is college much more lenient than high school? Yeah, can vouch. But the evolution of the game has led to people taking the roadmap established moveset and stretching them as much as humanly possible. It's something as simple as a windmill gather when you're driving to the hoop, gaining prevalence because not only is it going through the traditional route of contact where people are trying to stay low and get contact low, it's going up, and then you're exposing your arm to a lot more reaching fouls if people do try to reach in. So when you're driving, something as simple as a hop step windmill gather is seeing a lot of prevalence. All I hear is gibberish. That's how everybody that doesn't play the game feels when they come in. I want you to know. But yes, the many levels of gibberish. When the sports ball becomes the route of discussion, I can very quickly get into the sports ball. To me, like, this is the last I'll say on it, then we'll go back to Lady B farming. But to me, basketball is like art in motion. I look at basketball the same way as I look at, like, a choreographed dance routine. Only thing is, there are defenders on the dance floor that are trying to stop you from completing your dance. And if you're able to complete your dance flawlessly through the defenders, then you win the game. And if you're able to stop them from completing their dance, then you also win the game, right? Multiple facets of it. And every little dance is unique. Everybody moves different, and it's like dancing but improv, right? You have your sets and you have your choreographed parts of it where it's like, your steps and your 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and this person moves left and this person moves right. And then you have your breakdowns where your offense gets into an, oh shit, we didn't plan on this, and the true improv of basketball comes out. And that for me was always such like poetry in motion. Watching people who understand the movements and how to direct their teammates and 5 people, including themselves, around the floor while they're simultaneously playing and adapting to those situations, both on offense and defense, was always so fun. And like, Carla, my girlfriend, was never a sports ball person at all until we started talking. And she always used to say, like, I used to rant about basketball and stuff, and she wouldn't really understand what I was talking about, but she tried to understand. When we visited her family in Phoenix, we got to see multiple Suns games, and after we actually, like, saw the games and watched the actual live basketball, she was like, wait, that was so fun. I understand why you like basketball so much now. And like, it's truly, when you don't understand it, it just looks like a bunch of people run around and shit. But the small movements, every single step on a basketball court has a reaction from somebody, which triggers another reaction from somebody to keep the entire 5-person unit cohesive and working together. It's really fun. It's like, bro, we're nerds. I'm fucking talking about sports for. Listen, multi-facet channel. Multi-facet channel. We have hoop dreams here. And those dreams are to be able to react to NBA content rather exclusively. Do I die here? I might die here. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I would get so bored just reacting to content. But I would love to be able to throw up a game on stream every now and then and just kick back and watch an NBA game. I feel like that'd be fucking fire. Just discuss what's going on and shit. I feel like that would be an absolute treat. Gonna play a different class after this Pally build? I don't know. I'm kind of autistic. So I really like to just master one thing and stick with it and kind of understand the ins and outs of everything, right? So in terms of the, in terms of the priest pally, whatever the fuck we want to call it, there's still so many variations of this that I could fuck with and bring in over time. There's still so much farming that I would have to hit to see everything on the top end. If I do truly want to farm my, if I do truly want to farm my own stuff, there's so many variations of gear that I'll need to farm up to truly min-max all the builds. There is a lot of content if I truly want to experience things on the highest level with the Paladin build. And I do like to kind of push these things for all that they're worth, so to say, and get my money out of it. So I don't really see like a quick expiration to me exploring the Paladin way of life. And honestly, Warrior right now seems like it's in a very OP state. And Warrior is the thing that I'd be most likely to play, not because it's OP, but because I like melee. And things that are in an incredibly OP state, I tend to like gravitate away from unless there's a reason for me to actually play them, right? If the content's so incredibly hard that I need to embrace that meta to physically clear it, and I'm not clearing smooth without it, then, it is what it is. It makes sense. But right now, all hard mode content in the game can be cleared with every single weapon combination that you could possibly cook up and think of. No questions whatsoever, in my opinion. And a lot of people, I think, just kind of overreact and think that this shit's a lot harder than it actually is. So I want to explore the builds. And I want to prepare myself for when new things come in. To almost be like the lexicon of builds for the class that I choose to play. And whether that's, priest in the long term with the pally emphasis, whether that's something different, that'll be determined at that point in time. But as of right now, I have really no reason to abandon the pally side of things. It's been fun as hell. Made a roll call for space, and a little bit I played was really fun. Probably end up leveling more later this week. Yeah, I think their class designs are really well liked. I'm somebody that focuses so much on one thing through to completion. I've always been not really an alt enjoyer, if that makes sense. Like, I will play my main in a game for thousands and thousands of hours. Even if it comes down to the point that I have everything, then I'm just like, all right, well, I can prep for when new content comes out because I play live services. So even if I have everything, then I go into the, okay, well, let's get more. If I have all of my legendary gear, let's go to very sought after mount farms and try to get mount drops. So that way, when the auction house drops, I can sell mounts, or I can give away mounts to the community and make sure that people in chat have cool mounts to ride around on. I always feel like there are so many things that you can do in a game like this if you truly embrace the content catalog and what's available. And I'm really gonna try to do that over here. I've been already storing a lot of extra mounts on my alt. Just shit that I found over here. And I plan to do like mount giveaways and stuff as I continue to get enough to support it. I'm trying to get a little bit of a nest egg so we can do some cool giveaways to get it all started. But just small things like that, man, they motivate me a lot. Gave Sewer my extra hound that I got. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I have an extra hound. I have multiple extra ladybugs. I don't think I have an extra crab, but I'm trying to farm up a shitload of extra mounts. And then around like big launches, I want to do mount giveaways for new players. So like honestly for anybody, right? Do them, but primarily to get new players in and have them with cool mounts as well. So whenever there's a big update, there's naturally going to be an uptick in people coming through the directory. So if they add like raids or if they add PvP or something like that, people want to check that out. So whenever there are big updates, I'm almost thinking we give people a little bit of something to look forward to with the mounts. Yo, 4 blue crab mounts I can donate. You're a fucking legend. You're an absolute legend. I will definitely be open to accepting mount donos for that. What do you think the rest are going to be like? I think it's going to be like New World Corruption Portals, if you know what that is. Unfortunately, I know too much of New World. I played over 7,000 hours of New World. And I went like full-time on stream in New World and everything. New World was unfortunately home for me for a very long time. So yeah, I know those bad boys. Went full-time in New World, got partnered in New World. I played 4 digits of wars in New World. I had 8 characters on 8 different servers. At one point, I played on every NA server as well as an EU server, just so I could get more war content. When I was streaming full-time, I would sometimes hop on and have a war at 2 p.m. when I would start because EU wars. And then I would have an 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m., and 1 a.m. war on a packed night because I'd play EU, NA, and then NA East, and then NA West. I spent too much fucking time in that game. I'm gonna be completely upfront with you. Yeah, I'm almost hoping that, if I'm being honest, they go more akin to Diablo 3 rifts. So with Diablo 3 rifts, you basically like, with the normal rifts, of course, those were dependent on game difficulty, but greater rifts in Diablo 3 basically gave you a keystone. And think like the Mythic Plus system in WoW. You get a keystone or you select the level that you want to do, and then the rewards scale off the level that you complete. You have a timer to go through and complete that bad boy, get enough trash mobs, kill the boss at the end. And if you complete it, then you upgrade your keystone or your ability to actually select another rift, you know, the level of it a little bit higher as a result. And you can push up levels infinitely, and it's just percentage scaling that keeps getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. I've never played not hardcore Diablo. Really? Huh. Hardcore games stretch my mental too much, I'm not gonna lie. Even with things like Diablo, I tilt out too easy when it's hardcore. I will say I did play hardcore D3 one season with my older brother, and basically it was going really well. We actually had a lot of gear, a lot of momentum, and he had one character that died, and so we went to power level him another character, and during the power leveling the other characters also kept dying, and then we ran out of all of the loot we had accumulated, and then we just quit. So yeah, hardcore is interesting. I've always been a little bit like, all right, well, I played ladder anyways, or seasonal. Everything's gonna get rolled out. Might as well just grind as much as I can during the season and then, you know, take my victories. But did the hardcore deal with D4 ever did the server issues? I said, fuck that noise. Oh, brother, part of the reason why I never did hardcore was because I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 on fucking dial-up internet. You think I'm gonna do fucking hardcore on dial-up internet as a 4-year-old? No. No, brother. Brother, I was born in the gaming trenches. I was born young enough to not know a life without gaming, but old enough to know the entire existence of online gaming and to have witnessed it. I bore witness to the scriptures being written that they reference today. I lived through, motherfucking piece of shit. I lived through it. I was here. Written WoW on dial-up was a Brother, people don't know the fact that, like, in WoW, it was extremely common to have red bars for your latency. Like, if you had anything other than red bars, you were doing extremely well. It was pretty much full red. Did I miss? No, we're good. It was full red all the fucking time. Want to get off the phone? No, bro. The number of times, because my dad ran a small business, right? And he had our home phone number, like, on the side of his truck. So he had, like, free estimates. He did excavation and stuff. So people would always call the house trying to get business stuff, right? Trying to get an estimate, trying to link up for that side of things. And I played before we could afford a computer for me, because we were really not well off. I played on their office computer that they used to use for, like, spreadsheets and bookkeeping and stuff like that on the business side. And then my dad used to smoke ciggies and play solitaire on. So I convinced them to let me game on it. Only problem is we had the phone in the kitchen, which was the primary landline, lived in a mobile home. And then in their office was the PC with another phone. Anytime the phone rang, I immediately knew my fate and that there was nothing I could do about it. And it may be part of the reason why I'm so patient with games now. Like, looking back on it, you know how childhood traumas help shape us as adults? Like, I experienced such frequent disappointment from video games as a child that I feel as though now as an adult, I have basically seen every level of disappointment that one could see in gaming. I have been scammed on trade scams in games. I have seen the depravity of the player-to-player trader. I have stayed up for midnight launches and beyond, only to get Error 37 into oblivion. I have felt the disappointment of trying to play an absolutely terrible build. I felt the joy of playing an absolutely insane build on launch and absolutely knocking it out of the park with my build predictions. I've been there. I've been there. And I think a lot of it's led to me just kind of appreciating gaming as a whole nowadays. It's hard to not love gaming when you've had a journey across like 20 plus years. Hardcore PoE was fun, but holy hell, did you think was so bad in the early days? When PoE was first coming out, I was playing with my brother and his friends. Go figure. That's how I got into most of my games before I was a streamer. I'm not gonna lie. Just kind of like coattailed to whatever my brother and his friends were playing. So, you know, I was playing with them and my PC was so bad that I ran sport totems like very early on. It was like one of the only things that I could run. And then when the early, you know, the aura supporty type builds, the aura culling strike builds came out with increased quantity, increased rarity, I was literally running culling strike totems with IR IIQ. And my job was just follow everybody around and fucking drop totems and hope that I got the last hit on all the mobs with my totems. And by golly, I did that to the best of my ability on about 4 FPS. Let me tell you what, I put on for my fucking city. And there was nothing that they could do to stop me. I was so determined to be beneficial in any way, shape, or form. And there wasn't much that I brought to the group. But there was a little bit. Ooh, wait, +1 fit. We're up tremendous. Do I have anything else that's not level 20? Because I feel like that would be less than ideal. Pretty much all of my gear is from here, I'm not gonna lie. It's either here or crab. Because I've just been trying to isolate drops so heavily. I need my weapons. Orobotting was a crazy time, it was fun. Dude, Orobotting was so beautiful. You just followed people around and made so much money. So I was into attack shooters, then RuneScape, then in high school, I watched my classmate drop a 50 kill blitzcrank game in League, and I got hooked on site. That's awful. That's awful, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. The entire reason why I got into Fortnite, which was a lot of the reason why I fell in love with streaming, is because somebody came up to me while I was in college, and this was my 3rd year of college ball. And they said, hey, so-and-so on the team said they're better than you at Fortnite, because I was known as the gamer on the team. I didn't play Fortnite. I have an ego. I said, no the fuck he's not. I will shit on him any day of the week. I didn't have Fortnite installed. I never played Fortnite in my life. I started playing Fortnite. Fast forward a few months, we ended up 1v1ing. I absolutely fucking destroyed him. absolutely destroyed him. Hooked was not a pun. Strag, I don't know, man. You might have a kid out there. You might have a kid out there. You're genuinely, it's just, it's hitting for you. How's the hunting going? Still no legendary. So, good news is the hunting is going well. It's the finding that's not going very well. Hunting, awesome. 7+ hours of hunting today. 80+ hours of hunting in total. Great hunting. Phenomenal hunting. Problem, no finding. Hunting in empty woods, one would say. So it's a little rough. I feel as though eventually, if I continue taking bong rips, then I will find a Lego. I got clean of League because of League. You got clean of League because of League? Because, brother, that does not sound like you're clean at all. It's like saying, I stopped smoking Fent because I started injecting. Something tells me one of those is supposed to be Fortnite. Shitter, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Like a 98% chance of the father at this point. You really might be, dog. It's getting like chronic. It's chronic dad illness. They got creep of wheat. Whoa, wait. Jess. What the fuck? Yo, I appreciate you, my goat. What you up to on this fine day? I appreciate the love. I stopped drinking because I smoke. I stopped working out so I could eat more. Felt as though it was a proper allocation of my time. Because listen, you don't have to actually work out to survive. You do have to eat to survive. So min-maxing your survival is technically eating 24 hours a day. They had this minigame in client called Demacia Rising. Long story short, I'm into strategy games now. 4X. Wait, you meant it. Weird. I wonder what game they stole Demacia Rising from. Because they stole League from Dota. They stole TFT from Dota. Did Dota have Demacia Rising beforehand? Because I feel as though Dota probably had Demacia Rising beforehand. Some Phasmophobia, then sub 2, no League yet again. I'm so proud of you. Legendary sword yet? Nope! Nope! I am literally... Brother... I am smacking this bitch around like I am an NFL running back in the offseason. Like I am Mizkif. And I am having zero luck. None. I don't know what else I can do. I am genuinely trying my hardest. No way I joined back in thinking you would have got it by now. Brother, I haven't got a single legendary. The entire time I've been playing. I don't have one. Like, I actually think that a developer follows me around and puts anti-streamer juju on my account instead of giving me the streamer loot. I feel like they don't want me here because I'm known for streaming MMOs that die shortly after. What's your goal after the legendary? Hold your cock. Another legendary. I'm gonna need to get an arsenal weapon as well. So I'm trying to get my Bee Fury, which is my sword right now. Then I need to get my mace, which is my pocket hive. So I'll need to go to Queen Bee after that. It's like the Lego braid wood all over again. One Lego braid wood. They don't fucking exist. I'll be right back. I need a moment. I need a moment. This is ridiculous. Good day. This man's rolling up. Me? No. I go smoke bong. I go smoke bong. I don't have time to smoke during streams, unfortunately. Like, if I want to smoke a roll. I am an enjoyer of when I have a roll. Like, I'm not necessarily a weed snob, but there are smoking etiquettes that must be followed if you want to share my weed with me and not be regarded as a nuisance. You know what I mean? There's definitely a certain etiquette with it, and I feel like I could go into a million rants about etiquette and how some people just are terrible to smoke with. But one of the things that can make me kind of annoying to smoke with is when I have a roll. Yo, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna talk dog. When I have a roll, I like to respect the roll. I like to be in an environment where we can let it burn. It sacrifices some of the budski, yes, but hear me out. It saves you more than just death pulling your joint. So you light it, and then you let that cherry die down to a very low temp. And if it goes out, you just relight it, but you try to maintain the cherry at a low temp for like 5 minutes when you light your joint in the first place before you even rip it, to get yourself a nice thick resin ring. And by the time you have a resin ring accumulated, not just on part of the roll, but over the course of the entire roll, then you can start ripping up to the resin ring. But if you have pulled up to the resin ring, then you need to give it time for another resin ring to accumulate. This way, you are effectively having a low temp cherry that's acting as convection instead of direct, like, you know, lighting on fire instead of combustion. And the convection allows more flavor to come through. It's a lower temperature extraction. Motherfucker! I hate this. Allows more temperature to come through. Gets you smoother smoke. I can't stand smoking a roll fast. It's one of the things that is like bitchiest about me, but it will genuinely ruin my whole vibe with somebody if we go to smoke. And like, bro, my #1 killer is if we're smoking a bowl and people don't know about cornering their hit, and like they go to start the bowl up and they just put lighter directly in the center of the bowl, and then they hand you a bowl that has like ashes in the middle, green on the outside type shit. Instantly a vibe killer. Cannot smoke with somebody that doesn't know how to corner their bowl hits. Second instant killer is when you pass somebody something that is clearly already lit, and then they take their lighter out and continue to light it once again. It's really fucking tragic, dog. Really tragic. Again, like, we'll just use a bowl for reference, right? I spark up a bowl, corner it, and I give it to somebody with clearly a cherry in the bowl underneath the surface level that will spread to more greens. And instead of just pulling and getting the cherry going again and then getting their greens, they just fucking torch it. Torch it. It's the worst when people just flamethrower shit. Yes, bro! Like, if I hand you a bowl that I just ripped, then it is clearly lit. You don't need to rip it again, big dog. Or you don't need to light it again. You just grab it and go. Like, unless you're chiefing that shit and letting it actually go out, my dog, just fucking live and let live, man. I swear, like, I've smoked with people in the past. I just cash it out and load my own and give them one-hitters after that. Yes, bro! Yes, I swear to God. You are me. You are me incarnate. We're the same type of smoker, and I think it would be pleasant to smoke together. TwitchCon, brother. I'll be real. TwitchCon is a play. Thought weed chills you out? No, that's indica. No, I don't like couch lock, bro. I don't like couch lock. So, in the weed world, you basically have your uppers and your downers. Sativa is the upper. Typically more similar to like a cup of coffee or caffeine, right? Very social, very buzzy. And I'm someone that does really, you know, really well, especially streaming, with a little bit of an uplift. And I don't like, you know, the prospect of cocaine. I've never done cocaine, but I feel like that's a little too hardcore. And I like weed. Also, For me, it's weed or other forms of pain management. I may or may not have my wrists held together by 25 screws, and I used to take a shitload of ibuprofen, like multiple 800 milligram prescription ibuprofens a day, to manage like wrist pain and swelling and stuff like that. I broke both of them at the exact same time, so I had them put back together. Miracles of modern medicine, all that shit. But definitely wouldn't recommend first things first. But on top of that, very quickly realized that when I started smoking, the CBD actually was a large benefit to my pain management. So I take 0 ibuprofen anymore unless it's just a really weird like breakthrough day. Sometimes like if it's gonna rain, humidity can fuck with it, and living in Maine, humidity is a thing, especially humidity shifts. So there's a little bit of like that balance, right? I just do dabs. I have friends that are very into concentrates. I have friends that have had their brands in storefronts and shit. I did a little part-time stint in weed a couple years back. I was streaming full-time, but my friend that had a brand hit me up, and he was like, hey, we have like a part-time opening in like the warehouse end of things. You'd come in, make your own hours, do a few hours a day, and then you could still make it home in time for streams, and you'd get weed. And I was like, all right, bet. So I went out and I got strains from the trim team, and then I would basically just combine the strains into pre-roll blends, and then I just did that all day. Smoked, vibed, went home, did that for a little bit. Stopped doing that after the summer because it was fun as fuck. But a lot of people are definitely on the extract side of things now. I don't really like extracts that much. I'm gonna be honest. Just something about extracts, like if it's a solventless hash rosin, then I feel a little bit better about it. Granted, that's like very, very, very bougie stuff. But like, if it's a solventless hash rosin, then like, great. Other than that, I feel like extracts are a little harsh, a little unpleasant to smoke a lot of the time. And I'm not a man that can afford the solventless extracts. I'm not going down that route. It's me and my $100 an ounce Budski until I die. Like, terrible for you, butane. Yeah. A lot of the solvents are less than ideal. A lot of that is heat levels. Well, it's also the quality of the product that you're getting, right? And the same thing with extracts is true with flour. If you're getting pre-ground bottom of the barrel pre-rolls that are like $5 a pre, then you're going to be paying for it in one way or the other. Your savings is coming from somewhere. So I can vouch, I'm not going to name the company that I worked with, but I was in a white room, basically sealed off environment, full suit and everything, gloves, mask, all that shit, sanitary environment, wiped it down, cleaned it every day. But I would get these massive bags of weed, and I had an industrial grinder that was like 5-gallon bucket plus size grinder that was like a weed whacker effectively inside. It was this cylindrical thing. I'd put weed in, and it would around, and all of these little fins would smack the bud and grind it up, and it'd come out a chute on the bottom. I would grind up 100 pounds of weed a day on average, sometimes more than that. And stuff that was on the floor at the end of the day, or was just undesired weed, would be swept up, put into what we called blast bags, and would be sent off to put, you know, solvents through them and be made into bottom tier extracts, because you could just blast the stuff that was extra and not needed. So you're not exactly getting, when you're getting into like your like lower tier, more accessible tier of extracts, you're definitely not getting the same quality as a, you know, as a multi-step cold wash through multiple stage bags that is leading to this solventless, like this bubble hash of dreams. Like CO2 extraction is one of the cleanest methods for extraction. Just cold wash. Literally, you don't need science. You take a big ass tub of ice, you put dank ass shit in a tub of ice, trichomes fall off, and then you put it through mesh bags. When you drain it off, water seeps out over time. Inside, beautiful extract. Run that through multiple phases of filtering, and you have this incredibly pure, incredibly clean, no solvent method that's literally just ice, water, and bud. GG, well played. That is the extract that I would smoke. Only problem is, that is the extract that, like, unless you have a hookup that is willing to constantly get you that shit for cheap, that is not what you're getting unless you were a wealthy person. That's like, that's pricey shit. So again, I also just kind of like flower. The CBD not being lost is a big thing for me. I'm also not like a THC fiend. So indica, the sleepy weed, as I explain it to my non-stoner friends, is typically higher THC content. THC being the thing that has like, you know, a psychoactive effect. CBD is more of like the body effect. So with indica, you typically have a higher THC concentration, honestly, typically like harder hitting in general, but indica is likely to lead to a little bit of a couch lock. Just kind of that, you know, that lethargic melt into the couch feeling. Sativa, very uppy, which is what I prefer to smoke. I don't like the couch lock at all. I like being yappy, vibrant throughout the day. I like the cup of coffee feeling, so to say. So with the THC ranges, there are strains that test fucking, if you really want to push it, high 30s. Some claim to push 40 plus on shit. Some people that are truly like THC maxing can push higher depending on your strains nowadays. It's truly disgusting. But when you push past a certain amount, you start to almost sacrifice everything else in the product for the sole, you know, goal of just THC percentage. And you sacrifice the flavor, you sacrifice the, basically the roundabout components that all contribute to a very solid smoke experience. And it's almost like it's like a cheap wine versus an expensive wine, and one that's like well prepped. And I feel like the people that just chase percentage are almost like the cheap wine. Give me a box of wine, as my roommate said in college, a juice box. He would get a barefoot bottle of wine, call it a juice box, drink his juice box, and then we'd get shit-faced and we'd go shoot in the gym after practice. Why do I miss that so much? Fuck, man, it's always the same one. I swear to Christ, I don't know what I'm fucking doing, bro. I don't understand it. Same can be said about ridiculous capsaicin and hot sauces. I like spicy stuff as well. I 1000% agree. Breathe? I don't want to breathe anymore. But yeah, I agree. I like spicy things as well. I stopped at Pepper Palace. Not this Boston trip, but the last time Carla and I traveled, we stopped at Pepper Palace and got hot sauce. I fuck with hot sauces very heavily. Don't let my outward appearance fool you. I am indeed one of the spicy ones. I went down to my Mexican girlfriend's family's house in Phoenix, and I was just tanking food and having the time of my life. They kept asking me if I was okay with spice, and I was like, probably more than you are. However, I was not better off with spice than all of them. Although, I think I can actually do spice better than Carla now. I think she's kind of like bitch made nowadays. I think she's soft. It's fun easy. Oh, yeah. What up, Sleuth? I hope you're having a good day, brother. Broken good. I assume everything's decent right now. Everything's incredibly playable right now. Some builds, obviously better than others, depending on the purpose. So with Rogue, you do have some builds, obviously, that are going to be more of like a glass cannon, less self-sustaining. Some builds that are going to have more self-sustain that may sacrifice a little bit of the top-end DPS. But Rogue is very, very, very workable for all the content. You can also, you can solo just fine on a Rogue. There are bow builds. There is a fist weapon build that a lot of people have really wanted to cook up with Ramulus and Ramus or something. I have a green version of them, and people have been trying to hit a lick on that shit. I keep getting the, yo, what size shoe you wear, Dusty? And I have to hit them with my size because they keep trying to come up on my shit. So I'm even thinking about a build as with that as a priest. Once I'm done with this. You making shorts on this game? Self! Are we making shorts on this game? I don't fucking know. Ask Self, bro. I don't run my YouTube. I actually have to post Scar shorts still. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. Also, chat. Chat. Hear me out. If anybody has an extra hour in a day and understands YouTube algorithm stuff, I am looking for somebody to handle posting to YouTube and potentially other channels on a routine basis, working with Self to get the content. Self gets the content and edits it. And then I'm looking for somebody to post aforementioned content on the channel on a routine basis and work with Self on that. If interested, apply within my Discord, hit up a mod, preferably like Carla or Nin. Shit, I could probably make Nin do it, but Nin always hits me with that, I work an actual job. So, you know. looking to streamline that process a little bit here and make that side of things more efficient and optimal. Like, I just drive the boat? Literally just drive the boat, yeah. I mean, the goal would be to have somebody that is up to date with understanding, like, YouTube metas, basically. Not necessarily, like, metas, so to say, but understanding the algorithm, understanding what keywords are facilitating posts being successful and shit like that. So somebody that kind of, like, has a baseline understanding of what would make the post do well. There's small shit with, like, the time of day that you post, capitalizing on engagement, like, small things like that, where I honestly don't have the time to understand any of that, so I just kind of slap shit up like a media editor. Yeah, literally, like, just basically someone to handle the YouTube posting side of things. Very, very, very simply put, because I don't have the time to do it. I can make Carla do it, but, like, that would eat into her free time, which fucking fine. Clippers and shit. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the cycle that I'm trying to get to, more like automating the content, so to say, because Selv pumps out edits on it. It's just, I'm so unplugged from the internet when I'm off stream. I log off stream and spend time with Carla. I wake up before stream and I'm either cleaning outside or spending time with Carla, or checking my stream email to get that shit taken care of. So when I'm trying to balance the YouTube side of things, if I'm posting and I'm having to manage that and coordinating that, then it's a little bit harder for me to have any time to, you know, record anything if I want to, without eating into the, you know, sanity time, as I call it, that's not on the internet. So my goal is to have that side automated, right? So eventually, you know, say we have somebody that comes in that asks a series of really good questions, being able to clip that down into you know, an 8-minute video. We're just having the discussion, fill in with some cool content, some boss fights and shit, make a little 8-minute video out of it, work with Selv on that, bam, it's posted. Send it over to whoever's covering the posting and shit like that. Daily shorts, because we have so much content that is available daily. I stream 8 hours a day, like, on average, and a lot of days more than that, which is kind of crazy. So it's not for, like, a shortage of content. It's more just like, if I handle all of that myself, I'm basically cooked. Be a full-time job. Less of that, honestly. Like, as someone that, like, we've had somebody do it before, but, like, people just have other things going on. The amount of time is literally, like, 20 minutes a day on average. Someone after watching 24/7? Well, we already have people to do that. It'd be more so, like, what we're trying to find as the key role right now is somebody that's just receiving the content edited from Selv and is more of, like, the YouTube poster exclusively, that understands, like, oh, these keywords do really well on YouTube for the algorithm. You know, this facilitates this. This time of day is great for posting this type of content. You want to break up this content with this content, shit like that, right? So, less of the actual, like, clipper side of what we're looking for right now, because we already have that, if I'm being real. That's kind of already established, and people naturally clip throughout the stream, and we can always see what other people clip too. So less of an emphasis on that. More of just an emphasis on somebody that has 20 minutes of free time a day to schedule a few days worth of posts, get them from Selv, slap them up, and then not really have to worry about it, but, like, throw a reminder in the phone type shit. I'll probably extend a mod spot for it and have Nin do it or something to start out, but best AoE weapons for priest leveling. Honestly, it depends on what route you're trying to go down. Early on, I really liked, for a leveling standpoint, running Pocket Hive. It drops from bee-related chests and stuff, or you can find it from Queen Bee as just a normal part of her loot table. Pocket Hive for me is just really fun. It's got big damage. Also, as a leap, you can group mobs up, leap on them, summon some bees, blast it down. I leveled with a mix of Pocket Hive main hand and just random shit in my offhand until I got a Bee Fury, and then I went Bee Fury main hand, Pocket Hive offhand, throw on either of the shields, and you're doing really well. That's the build that I honestly will run long term as well. But you can Clam Slam as a priest as well. Clam Slam is basically getting the clams that drop the totems, and you can still do quite well with the totem build. It's a little bit slower pace because it's like a builder spender, so to say. Where you do actually have to ramp up your totems a little bit, get multiple totems up, and then you start to notice the damage ticking up. but it's one of those where it's a super consistent build. I've really loved, though, if I'm being real, the priest has played to me more of a paladin than a priest, just naturally in its kit. It's a lot of like AoE vicinity effects that are giving, yes, healing, but also mob damage and stuns. And I really feel like if they just renamed the priest to paladin and then redid the priest design from the ground up later on, I would not be mad whatsoever, because it does feel more paladinly than priest to me, if that makes sense. So just some perspective on how I approach the builds. I feel like everything's kind of facilitated by melee-esque range in general. It's not really like a backline caster in my opinion. And even when I was running range weapons, granted I'm a lifelong melee player and I don't really like running casters, but even when I was running range weapons while I was leveling before I got my melee setup, it was definitely still leaving something to be desired in terms of being able to manage my space. You know, I wasn't really able to keep things at range the most. There are some builds where you can, but really popular build in the long term as well, once you get more content done, like the meta one right now, is Ram Spear. So right now I'm running Amon Ram, the one-handed mace, and then you get Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick, and it's a really synergistic build between the two. You basically become invulnerable and you do a shitload of damage. It's a really solid build, considered hard meta by a lot of people. At this point in time, I'm currently running Amon Ram and B Fury in my arsenal until my B build gets fixed. And then once my B build gets fixed, I'll go back to my B Fury in my main hand, Pocket Hive in my offhand, or in my arsenal, I should say, which is part of the reason why I'm here trying to farm up a legendary B Fury instead of trying to farm up a legendary Amon Ram. Because Amon Ram for me is just kind of a filler while it's strong. So all things considered, though, I think many priest builds feel good. You can't really go wrong. My biggest recommendation is while you're leveling, make sure you take some time to grind out runes once you get to some mobs that support it. We just have so many runes that give us self-healing. Like your Judgment can either increase Fizz and Magic Mastery by 5% when you activate all 3 prayers. Speed up, it's cooldown reduction, or give movement speed. I run the cooldown reduction because I can give damage, heal, and a shield. Faithful Winds can heal you or do damage or have reduced cooldown. So what can you grind for runes? If you are level 15 or above, I would recommend Crimson 3. So this will get you runes for everything except your level 20. But basically, as you go towards the Majorum Bridge, cross over to this side into Valley of the Eternal Autumn. Oh, also, Genius had asked to see the map. So all of these, even like the transparent ones, are objectives that I've completed. So every zone you can see over here, 13 objectives between named mobs, jumping puzzles, dungeons, stuff like that. 21, 18 out of 19 because I still have 1 dungeon to do here. 17. So you have a lot of objectives throughout the world, and this isn't even factoring in all of like the small discoverable chests and shit that could have mounts in them, all of the collectibles throughout the world. So there are a lot of objectives to do throughout the world. It is quite large. You can fast travel obelisk to obelisk. So purple obelisk. Those are like your town indicators. So I feel like I've only gotten runes from one-time questing, so you can grab them. Yeah. Runes for your abilities. So you'll want to do this. So basically, there are 3 packs of Crimson mobs that spawn right here. One of them spawns here at the bridge and walks this way. One of them spawns here at these gates and walks this way. One of them spawns here and walks this way. Excuse me, technically it's this way. I'm a lying whore. Do they drop level 20 runes too? No, for level 20 runes, you'll need to find a level 20 mob. Which, there are still level 20 mobs that are out there that you can go after. But that's a really good way to get runes and recipes for everything, like, under level 20. I've got a shitload of recipes from them. I've got a bunch of crafting mats. Typically, I go out there and I'll get an inventory full of gear a day. Not only that, but they are also really good for getting yourself green jewelry. Green jewelry you can also get at level 20, and level 20 obviously going to be more optimal than level 16. But green jewelry right now, the stuff that is focused on a singular stat, instead of the crafted blue stuff that is focused on multiple stats, can play a little bit better. So this ring itself is 31 crit, and then it has 7 crit, 7 fervor. So if I take this off, I go from 11% crit to 8% crit. 3% crit on this one ring, which is fucking insane. And then if I take my neck off, I go from 15.9 fervor to 13. So 3% on each of those pieces. Crit, obviously crit chance. But fervor increases damage, healing, and shielding of all of my skills by that percent and reduces damage taken by half that amount. I just got 3% damage, healing, and shielding on all of my skills by throwing that necklace on. So there's a certain point where like the green jewelry begins to outweigh a lot of the blue crafted jewelry, but it's all preference as well. Blue crafted jewelry has some more vitality on it, so if you're under 400 HP, or honestly, depending on the build, I think 400 is where it feels super cozy, but some people run a little bit lower. You could run just 350 or above. 400 is really where you can start face tanking stuff though. So PvP eventually. There will be duels coming in first, and then they'll have battlegrounds, and then they'll have a world PvP zone coming in at some point in time. No PvP yet though. So as much as we are all anxiously awaiting, it's still gonna be sometimes. Dusty, what? What are you loudly whispering? Yelling is not how you whisper, by the way. I don't know if that's like whispering in Spanish, but you don't want to go to Wally World, right? No, I just figured we could like go for a walk or something. No, why? What up? I don't think we need anything at Wally World. I just have to see what meat we have in Le Freezer. But I think we're going to the store tomorrow anyways. Let's see if I do another. Oh yeah, you're chilling. You're chilling. Take your time. Yeah. I'll probably stay on it till like, I don't know, 11ish. And then we can like go for a walk or something after that, because it's nice as fuck out. It's 60 degrees right now. So we can just throw on like some reflective shit and then go for a little night walk after stream. And then come home and eat food. Because I gotta clean up whatever food we have. And then more meats. Convinced for every item dupe, they're actively taking it from my drop table. Brother, preaching to the fucking choir, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I have been incredibly down bad with my legendary luck. I don't know why I must suffer for the actions of others. Like, I get it. I get it. I'm an easy target, and you can show the example live on stream. I understand. But also, there are larger fucking streamers than me that have been streaming this shit. I don't even know why I'm the one suffering. They're out here getting legendaries. I'm out here in goddamn poverty conditions. Poo-poo purple-ass weapons. Suffering with my chat trying to put on a show with what? A couple of buckets and a tree branch? How am I supposed to drum like this? League game? Yeah, her and her friends. Motherfucker, I hate this piece of shit fight. Give me my legendary or give me death. Honestly. Her and her friends are unfortunately into League still and haven't come over here to understand the greatness that is FAREVER. Which honestly, I don't know why they haven't. Because you guys could just prog as a group of 4. Or a group of 3. Like, you could bring like Kenny or somebody over if you all got it. And then you guys could just prog together. And then once you got into endgame, I could bring you and not them. Okay, maybe them as well. But probably not. Some of them are great. Some of them try their best and get varied results when they play games. And I'm proud of them all the same. But yeah, for whatever reason they're playing League, I just, you know, as you guys know, I'm a large League hater. Not only is Dota 2 a superior game, but I truly believe League of Legends is the equivalent of slop before slop existed. Primarily because I love Dota 2. What I can admit is that Arcane kicked the shit out of Dragon's Blood, which is the Dota 2 anime that you probably never even heard of. And guess what? Dota actually dropped their anime before League dropped theirs, and they just got fucking dunked on when Arcane dropped, dude. It was disgustingly good. So I will give Riot props there. Also, hear me out. Riot MMO probably going to fucking slap. I have been more excited about the Riot MMO than pretty much any other game in the long term. But I know nothing about it. I believe they flew Esfand out to look at some shit. But I am not Esfand, nor will I probably ever have that level of motion within the gaming industry. So I sit here in poverty asking them for consideration for testing access whenever that opens. Soul, thank you for the follow, dog. I have an immense amount of hope for the Riot MMO, though. I think Riot not only has access to basically, like, you know, infinite levels of clams for their funding, but they also have a monetization model with their titles that is typically very accessible and very successful. They have the potential to actually move mountains and command an entire population to go to a genre because they deem it to be the genre they want to develop. And I think if any large studio has a chance to drop a really ambitious MMO and have it potentially compete in the long term and become an evergreen, it is the studio that has one of the most deep gaming lores that doesn't yet have any MMO titles to it. Exploring that and embracing the fuck out of free-to-play, cosmetic monetization, and then just scaling people up. Infinite money is one thing, go off Amazon, but Riot does have some huge credentials for gaming. I mean, yes. Like, it's both, right? Infinite money and credentials for gaming. But when we look at MMOs, I think infinite money is the baseline. A lot of first-time MMO developers realize along the way that MMO game dev is frequently longer and the more expensive than a lot of people account for or prep for. And a lot of MMO projects simply lose steam before it's time to launch. So with MMOs, keep in mind your competition, right? It's not like you're dropping a shooter where you're going in and selecting a gun and you're into a team deathmatch and then you're just looking at gunplay and movement and it's just another skin on the same thing. MMOs are lore. MMOs are depth of systems and world immersion and social settings and the feeling of belonging for people. It's just like, it's hard for developers, especially smaller developers without established IPs, without established credentials, to hit the ground running with an MMO that can compete with a 20-year plus established title in terms of the content catalog that's available, that can also be deployed in a state where the testing has been thorough enough to ensure that it's not going to get absolutely ravaged by dupes, bugs, exploits, and be susceptible to wipes or fucked up server states so you don't lose players right off rip. Have enough systems in place through testing that are going to be well received from the players through leveling, through progression, a deep enough lore to where your loregasm fiends, those that are just constantly lore gooning, are going to have an immense amount of world building to talk about and be a part of. That is incredibly important for casual players, and there are a lot of very dedicated loregasm fiends as well. I think it's an incredibly important part of the world that, honestly, Riot, specifically with the League IP, can do better than nearly any other IP at this point in time in the gaming industry. And again, they also have such an established audience already. Now, hear me out. Something that Riot also has that a lot of MMOs don't have, that are trying to be ambitious and do something different.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Exactly. What up, Strict? Hope you're having a good day, dude. So, keep in mind, what are Riot's most successful titles? Are they PvE? Or are they PvP? And when we look at a lot of MMOs that try to drop with PvP, what is the audience that frequently gets brought into those MMOs? An overwhelmingly PvE audience that doesn't like PvP games. Because the older generation of gamers, and MMO players in particular, no longer has the time, resources, or will to compete with people who are just playing 18 hours a day, sweating with everything that they have. It's just not realistic for them anymore. The average MMO player and the mass MMO player really prefers PvE at this point. However, you look at Riot, and when they drop a title, guess who's gonna play it? Not only MMO interested people, but Riot fanboys and girls and everybody in between. But Riot fans will be there in abundance, regardless of what the title is. I guess maybe except for 2XKO, but that was doomed from the start. I don't think it's a matter for fighting games anymore. But Riot commands a literal army, man. They have 10-cent funding. They I think have the best chance to innovate the MMO genre without losing steam. If I'm being honest, during the project. I think that they've already, from what I've seen, established a quite solid team to work on the project too. So it's nice. Oh, to join you, we give this boss, kill this boss like 5 times quicker. Yeah, I don't play with warrior scum. I understand. This build still pumps though, honestly. This is one of the higher DPS priest builds. Granted, I'm not running it fully optimally, nor do I have legendary weapons, nor are my purple weapons fully upgraded because I don't want to burn all of my hearts just to have to re-upgrade when I do inevitably get legendary weapons at some point in time. TM. Soon TM. So this is not, you know, peak by any means. My gear's far from optimized. I want to start out with Lego weapons and then go from there. Always have. However, that has proven to be the most difficult thing that I have encountered so far, is simply getting the Lego weapons in place to start with. So it's kind of cooked. Is Mage the only one without a cheese build? Mage had the first cheese build. So like with Priest as well, it's not necessarily as much of like a cheese build. Ram Spear is really good. But there's nothing that's cheese like, oh, you're going in one-shotting bosses. It's just, it's a priest build that has a shitload of shield and a shitload of heals, and you can kind of tank a lot, but it's not going in and one-shotting. Mage actually was the first one that had an uber broken build, and it was a Clam Slam Mage build. So with the Clam Slam Mage build, you had a facilitator that would give you a clear casting state every time that you crit, I believe it was, and you would run a totem, and you would crit, and then you would pop the clear casting state, and then you drop more totems, and then you crit more, and then you clear casting state, and then you pop more totems, and then you get the cycle. So basically a mage was able to stack up a shitload of totems very quickly, and then would just one-shot bosses with all the totems going off, and they were just invincible during it. So there was a little bit of an issue with the whole Clam Slamming build. Warrior definitely has a busted build. Mage got brought down to earth, so to say, with the Clam Slamming getting nerfed. I think Mage is relatively ethical at this point in time. But there are definitely still things on Mage that are strong, but Mage is relatively ethical. Warrior is the most egregiously broken at this point. Rogue's pretty broken. Rogue has a couple of broken builds, but those are not exactly one-shotting bosses, just doing very high damage type shit. And then I think the largest thing with Priest is honestly that Dominion itself is a little bit strong. Wingsaber Mage build is double procking on range attacks. Oh shit. Wait, so are they having crazy scaling on Wingsaber Mage as well instead of just Warrior? Because that's tragic if it's just all of Wingsaber being cooked as a whole. You really hate to see that shit, dog. Really hate to see it. Yes? Alright, well, I guess Mage is still cooked. Just fundamentally still fucked. You really hate to see that. Wingsaber how? Wingsaber has been bugged a little bit. You show us your build? Yeah, I can after this fight. More or less, right now, I'm on Ram in my primary slot. I have Dominion for my shield. And then in my Arsenal slot, have a Bee Fury. So the big thing about Bee Fury, it is proccing the Bee Shield anytime I use a weapon ability. I'm always using weapon abilities, especially with the refresh on the cooldown on my 1. I use weapon abilities quite frequently. So having the refresh on my Bee Shield, keeping that up all the time means that I'm constantly taking damage, constantly healing off of it. Just very solid. And it's 10% armor. Armor scales really well because my Dominion every 15 seconds adds damage to my weapon finisher, which is scaled off of 15% of my armor, which is quite a bit of damage if you end up stacking armor. So basically, I keep the B buff up. Motherfucking piece of shit. I also nuke 40% of anything's magic resistance because of my B sword active, like my B Fury active ability. It takes away 40% of their magic resistance on the mob and transfers it to me instead. So, as you can imagine, quite strong on a defensive and offensive standpoint just from sustain. What else am I missing? I can actually consume my sunlight with this. So on my sunlight proc, I give myself a 6-second buff where all of my attacks do increased damage, as, you know, fate scaling. From there, I have a burn that goes on targets if my sunlight crits. That also does damage over time, and then I have increased sunlight crit chance. So more or less just scaling many instances of damage up all at once. Nothing that really hits incredibly hard, like, instantaneously. Like, Dominion hits really hard, but nothing that's doing, like, you know, 1.5k instances of damage. More just stuff that is death by 1,000 cuts type shit that is bringing in a lot of kill speed. Now, I do still thoroughly believe that my B build will also be on this level as soon as the bugs are fixed with it. It's just suffering from bugs very, very, very badly right now. Part of the reason why I've switched over to this for farming. It's still ethical, still balanced. I'm still having a ton of fun with it. And it's not as busted as Ram Spear. I'd feel bad if I was running Ram Spear. That shit too meta, too strong. So this build's been fun. Build's been super consistent as well. Make a build that I can go from 420 HP to 2.5k HP with a shield. The fuck? What do you mean 2.5k HP with a shield? Like 2.5k physical health? Motherfucker, how? What do you mean? That's like, that's a lot. Do you hit hard? Like, do you do damage or no? Because I would assume that's gotta be pretty much like a brick wall that doesn't hit back, right? Or am I wrong? 420 HP, but shield, 2.5k shield. How? How, Sway? The fuck do you mean? Just got the Lego Bee Fury. Bro, they sent it to the wrong person from main. This is so fucked up. Maybe they're dropping like they're hot right now? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Maybe this is it. Maybe they're dropping like crazy. I'm gonna cut this off. Anyways, everything's fine. Everything's fucking fine. He's stacking fervor. Little bit of fervor, a little bit of crit. I'm not going too crazy on pen right now, if I'm being honest. Pen is still really high value, but I already stripped so much magic anyways that I don't really need to, you know, stack magic pen. I strip 40% magic resist. So, a little bit of crit, a little bit of fervor. I have 16% fervor before buffs go up. And then once I get my one-off with 5 stacks, I get 10% increased fervor and crit. I run the crit trinket, so another 5% on top of that. I run the crit weapon enchant, so another 3% on top of that. So I think I get up to like 30% crit when I'm buffed up, all things considered, which is, again, quite solid. I'm not bissed out. I'm not fully GG'd. My weapons are not Lego, nor are they they're enchanted, sorry. Nor are they upgraded to the highest level. So yeah. All things considered, I'm still gearing, which is perfectly fine, but definitely slightly down bad compared to where I could be type shit. But we move forward and we just keep pumping as much as we possibly can, as that is literally all I can do. Bro, I'm gonna be real, I don't understand how the fuck my luck is so bad. I don't get it. Everybody is just shitting out Legos, and here I am, miserable. Miserable, brother. Not a single legendary the entire time that I have existed so far. I am, like, flabbergasted by it, if I'm being real. I also am just shitting out my one on this build. I think that's one of the craziest things about RAM, is the frequency of resets on your one is just stinky, man. And perfect blocks are extremely rewarding on this build as well, because you're lowering the cooldown on your armor buff. which your armor buff inherently does more damage as soon as you proc your Dominion passive, because that scales off your armor. Just a really synergistic build, really fluid, really quick. It plays smooth. Too smooth, to the point that I almost hate it a little bit. I'm jealous. This is a gear. 39% crit. Oh, you got that Lego. You got that Lego. Wait, goddamn. How are you getting 39% crit? Where the fuck is that coming from? Is that with, like, buffs? Or how are you up that high? That's fucking wild. Just 165 IQ. There's got to be some flat crit pieces somewhere. What? That is a lot of crit. Like a lot of crit. Your Ram Spear, is it because of Ram Spear? I feel like that's a buffed Ram Spear type situation, which would make it a bit more reasonable. Like, a lot more reasonable. Not that it's necessarily reasonable, but like, even just here, if I go more stats, I'm 38.4 with my buffs up. So never mind, I was a little higher than I thought I was. So yeah, when I get scaled up and stacking, I can hit 38.4 right now without things fully upgraded. Which I want to say that was with full stacking. Let me make sure I get 5 stacks off and then consume that. And then we'll check again. More stats. Oh wait, I didn't consume. Sick. Yeah, so 38.4 seems to be what I top out at in terms of my crit chance. Which, quite solid. Quite solid. Very, very, very happy about that, all things considered. I'm also, again, nowhere near optimized. I don't have the Lego or anything. Max 51. That's nice. That's very nice. Want to make out the drop? Don't tell me it was the Lego Be Fury drop. Do not fucking tell me it was the Lego Be Fury drop. For the love of fucking God. Bro, I'll be so sad. I'll be so sad. Also, I do fully expect, just full disclosure, I fully expect Ram Spear to get nerfed. At least to some extent. The infinite shield stacking is crazy. There are some things that are a little bit strong about Ram right now, and Dominion as a whole. I'd almost expect Dominion to get brought down a little bit. Crab Shield is great. I love Crab Shield, actually. I really, 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 really enjoy Crab Shield a lot. But Dominion is overwhelmingly used right now, and it's super consistent. Now, I will say, part of me fucks with the prospect of Crab Shield. Again, even with this build, the extra heals that it provides, a little bit of extra damage. The reason the Mage Shield can be reapplied for its full percentage when it hasn't been broken is a bug and just wastes a cooldown. Not entirely sure. Dominion's bait. Dominion is strong, man. Dominion is strong. I still like Crab Shield a lot. Do not get me wrong. Like, I fuck with Crab Shield heavy. I just switched over to Dominion today for testing with the new build. And I do still like Crab Shield a lot. And I'll probably switch back to Crab Shield. 50-second CDR on Dominion? What part of Dominion is a 50-second cooldown? This is 15. Like 1-5. And then while it's on cooldown, you get 10% damage reduction. And then this is a 35 that reduces by 2 seconds every time that you block. The skill? Yeah, it reduces by 2 seconds every time you block. So it's like not that bad in my opinion. It plays more like a 15-20 second cooldown, if that makes sense. Because blocking is just hyper incentivized anyways, especially perfect blocks. But, you know. I'm gonna love a mage. Give me a good name, guys. Ethical mage player. I feel like would be reasonable. How much is the game? Normally 20. I feel like it's on sale for like 18 or something right now, but for PvP, I don't think so. I never block it all with the Crab Shield. Oh yeah, PvP entirely different. But like, I'm not really building around PvP. Also, you should be blocking with Crab Shield. You want to be building your 3 stacks with Crab Shield and then throwing out 1 block once you have the 3 stacks, because that's going to give like 200 plus damage immediately. That's actually like really large scaling on Crab Shield. That was one of the things I liked the most. It was a nice chonky AoE off of everything. I fucked with it heavy. Is nice, and also reduces the cooldown of Depth Shield by 5 seconds, which is your Crab Shield ability. So if you get AoE off, to my knowledge, that has no internal cooldown, so you can run through multiple instances of that. So where's the main town? Upgrading can be done here at Prime Valley, or over here at Azaram. What up, Nin? Hey, what are the odds you wanna learn about YouTube algorithms and how to post on YouTube optimally type shit, and then work with Self to ensure that there are constant YouTube posts going out? I know that sounds so freaking lit for you, right? And you're probably super hypoo, right? If I had to guess, you're probably can barely contain yourself type shit. New Modly duties. Promotion. I'm down. Word. All right, cool. We'll have a briefing in Discord. Starting new job on the 19th. Well, you're starting 2 new jobs on the 19th, buddy. We'll get you all situated. The good news is, YouTube, you can schedule posts. So literally, Self will just feed you a shitload of content. And then as long as you know keywords for posting and like when to schedule the posts to get successful impressions and stuff like that, you just schedule 5 posts, take 20 minutes to do it, and then don't have to worry about it anymore. I just can't trust myself to do it because I hate going on the internet when I'm not on stream. It's a real problem. We'll be fine. You're an absolute legend. We'll hit the briefing soon. I'll also try to find some resources on posts in general. Because, like, exclamation guild for the guild Discord. My server Discord needs boosts right now. Because I am a broke full-time streamer aspiring artist type shit. And I don't want to pay for my own boosts because that's just making you guys pay for boosts. Which, honestly, if I'm paying for it with your guys' money, then Twitch is getting a cut of your guys' money, and then I'm paying for it, which honestly just makes more sense for chat to pay for it instead of me. So, if anybody does happen to have boosts on their Discord account, we are currently in the market for a couple of brave boosting soldiers. Dusty Server, thank you, my good man. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate you every day that you are here. You bring great value to this stream. Chat, don't tell him that I say that to all of you. But you were important. You were special. I worked 4 days out of the week, put him down for 12 hours. Oh, that's nothing. 412's the split. Wait, are you getting 48 hours? Like guaranteed OT type shit? Because that's kind of OP as hell, dog. That's kind of stacked. Carla also just got a really great new job. Like got all set up, and she's gonna be, well, not got all set up, but she's gonna be starting next month. She's gonna be working a super cozy job. Beautiful benefits, light workload. Oh, beautiful. Yo, Sleepy, what up, dude? But forever, I'm a level 8 rogue. It's a blast so far. Thanks for streaming it. Of course, dude. Thanks for tuning in. What weapons are you running? Pistons just got smoked. Does this surprise you? Come on, son. Come on, son. Doesn't surprise you. I'm working for my city. Oh, funny. Carla's working for the state. So, yeah, she effectively, like, she got state job. Which is huge benefits in Maine. Huge benefits. I technically worked for the state when I was doing the college stuff. Because it was a community college that had the esports program. So, when I was adminning that, I had full state, like, salaried employee benefits and everything. I had free health, free dental, free vision. Like, just didn't have to worry about it. Great retirement, every holiday off and paid. Like, every holiday. So, no, it's good, but it feels like another is rough. Bro, cost of living's everything. Not to get too, like, IRL-y on things, but, like, Carla and I are in a spot where she does not make a ton of money, right? I made last year, I'm very transparent with you guys. I made about 40 grand last year from Twitch. And I'm not a rich man by any means. Carla has been working as a cell phone sales representative for a few years. So again, not rich. We don't spend on really anything. And I'll be real, some of y'all got kids and shit that you gotta legally keep alive. That's the biggest nerf to your savings. But like, we just save so much money. We've been able to go to Iceland. We've been able to go to Vegas to see Kendrick Lamar, TwitchCon, multiple things, because like, yes, people are incredibly generous for me to even get the $40,000 off of streaming. But the fact that like we put away so much of our money, every grocery that we buy is on sale. We went to, we shop at a grocery store primarily called Shaw's because every Friday they refresh sales in their app. So we went today and checked shit out. We saved over 50% on all of our groceries from the actual like, you know, retail price of the groceries. We saved like 56%. All said and done today. We spent $30 on like $70 worth of groceries and made out like bandits. And everything that we buy is on sale. We don't buy full price shit. If we ever do travel, it's extremely cheap accommodations as much as we can. Carlo works very hard to find us cheap flights, cheap accommodations, cheap everything. Like, it's all just, like, saving money can be min-maxed. It's like a little game. And it's definitely not easy if you're in a high cost of living area. I'm very fortunate to live in Maine where things are affordable for right now, especially housing-wise. I, as you guys know, do not own a cribbo. But I have a very cozy place that is, you know, affordable rent for me while I can also still put away a ton of money, especially between the both of us. So percentage-wise, I'm very lucky to be able to save like 80-85% of what I make off of stream, which is great, but that's also dependent on so many other things, right? My car's paid off. I have no debt. I have minimal bills monthly. My largest expenditures, you guys might laugh at this, but unironically, it's weed and birdseed. Not fucking with you. Not fucking with you. Rent for one room shared place where I am is like 1K a month, not including utilities. Yeah, fuck that. God damn. See, that's why I say I don't understand why people don't just like move to Maine or like a cheaper cost of living area and not exist in misery making a reasonable amount of money. I have like a 1,400 square foot place, not counting the basement. Full basement, that's another 1,400-ish square feet, like 12 to 1,400-ish, where we can access storage, our laundry's down there, everything like that. It's like semi-finished, so to say, dry basement, everything like that, high ceilings, completely walkable. So it's effectively a second floor to the apartment. We have 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, kitchen, living room, enclosed porch area. Everything in Maine is a river view, but, you know, nice, beautiful area. It's gorgeous. It's quiet. It's $1,000 a month. Utilities included. Thought about implementing things to make your stream grow, like doing 3 reacts at the beginning of stream to be able to look at them and make sure it's for YouTube and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really care about it that much, if I'm being honest. Not in terms of, like, not caring about making my stream grow, but I don't really believe in doing, like, inorganic stuff to try to force out content that I think will be beneficial to bring people in. I put out content that I like genuinely at my, you know, at my core believe in on a daily. And part of what's like made my stream grow to the point that it has, that's even enabled me to go full time in the first place, is the fact that I don't really force anything and all of my content is just, if you go back any day, my content's not this super big like, oh my god, wow, wow. It's just me sitting here talking to a bunch of people. Like, just 2K a month? Oh no, I have 1K a month. But yeah, 2K a month is insane. What you described is like 3.5K minimum near me. Are you in New York? Or are you in California? Which major city are you in? Of course. Yeah. Keep in mind, I even have like a little yard in a parking area, like off street. High vaulted ceilings. It's a 1900s house. So beautiful woodworking, ornate framing around the doors, high beautiful archways. The ceilings themselves are 10-foot ceilings. 10-foot ceilings. Big bedrooms. Like, this is a stream room. what you guys see is about a third of the room. And then over there, there's like the door, and there's like a coat rack type shit, a couch, windows, bedroom's the same size. We got a hallway and shit. Like, we described an NYC would be like 10K per month. God damn. Yeah, but the building would also be like $6.12 million, which would be disgusting. Here, fortunately, my friend like owns the building, like an IRL friend of mine. And when he bought the building, it was not a multifamily. It was like a different situation that he had to reno and basically like, you know, invested. But when he bought the building, he was like, yo, when I get it set up, do you want to live in one of the apartments? And I was like, fuck yeah, I do. That sounds sick. Because I was just out of college, right? And it was going to be way nicer, freshly renoed than anything that I had lived in at that point. And so I just kind of got in years ago. And he hasn't adjusted my rent or anything because I am a great tenant, if I do say so myself. Not to pat myself on the back. But the place stays absolutely pristine. I've done like yard work and landscaping and shit like that for the place. Improved it while I was here a lot. And honestly, we're good friends. So I get a great deal on it. Like, market for this place is like $1,650, $1,750 if we really like break it down in Maine. So I do get an amazing deal, which helps me save a lot. But also, $1,650 up here for this is also not 10K a month somewhere else. One bedroom, 650 square foot Vancouver place, 2.5K a month. Yeah, that's disgusting. That's gross. Keep in mind, like, our bedroom is king-size bed, TV stand, two 6.5 foot tall armoires. I think it might be 7. They're taller than me by a little bit, so they might be like 6'8"-ish. Almost 7 foot tall armoires, a TV stand, a TV, Carla's PC and desk and chair, side tables by the king-size bed. Like, it's spacious rooms. I genuinely don't understand why more people don't live in Maine. Everybody tells me the high cost of living in the areas they're from, and I'm like, brother, what the, like, you could do whatever you're doing over wherever you're doing it. But do it in Maine, and you would save so much fucking money. So much money, even if you, like, made a little less. But, I don't know, man, it's a different discussion entirely. Boys, if you're new to the channel, I appreciate you coming through today. The Legendary has evaded me for yet another day, and I have to make some plans for meal prepping, figure out what we have, figure out what I need at the store tomorrow, and Carla and I are going to go for a little night walk because it is 60 degrees out. It is absolutely beautiful. We're going to go see Sir Medieval and spend the rest of the evening over there. If you are new to the channel, I greatly appreciate you all coming through and spending the evening with me. My name is Dusty, and I stream every single day, starting around 2 p.m. EST, typically for 8 to 12 hours a day. I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row. Today was 1,052 or something like that. So if it is your first day here, please feel free to join us again for another day soon. There is a first in chat command at the start of stream. If you are the first to claim it, you get my love and affection for the day. Just know you have to actively go into your Monkey Buck rewards, your channel point rewards, claim it, and send a message to claim it. If you beat Leon, good fortune will come your way. So, challenge is out there for everybody for tomorrow. I will be back around 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. We'll be legendary hunting once again because for whatever reason, nothing good happens to me. Except for you all being here. So, once again, thank you all for hanging out today. It's been a joyous stream. No legendaries, but legendary friendship, legendary apps, legendary vibes, as always. And that's truly what it's about. Tomorrow, we continue the chase like a large man after a donut. And I will not stop until I get my goddamn donut. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Have a good night, you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Also, Friday. Thank you for the super chat over there, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much